The sky turned a clear blue with bright white clouds, and a dragon's silhouette rose up that day. The fierce blue dragon opened its jaws and let out a great cry. A dragon circled through the sky. It flew wildly above the heavens, freer than anything I had ever seen. That dragon flew over the head of a man standing below, and because of that his face covered in blood, looked utterly exhausted. Above the vast sky, the dragon spread its wings and flew away as Ista watched. Belonging to the great magical clan Declan, he had decided to withdraw from the role of trouble cleaner. Then he clenched his hand under the sunlight. That was the only reason. Dark clouds gradually rolled in, obscuring the earlier white clouds. A black crow opened its beak and cawed. Suddenly a powerful voice boomed, "Now you are the last one left." Then it flapped its wings and flew off to join the other crows in the flock. Below, Ista was using a choking spell on someone. A green-haired man, pain and helplessness on his face, said, "Firstly, you hid your strength." He only gave a faint smile. That wasn't the kind of power an ordinary cleaner would have. Then he asserted, "I am the one asking the questions here." Ista held the book and asked, "This is a grimoire, isn't it?" The green-haired man, pale with pain, stammered, "Yes." Only the two of them remained in that vast space. The green-haired man continued, "Do you really think we came here just to take down a hunting dog?" Ista still had no intention of letting go and replied, "But if it's trash from the Declan clan like you, then maybe the whole pack would have come." He glanced at the other and asked casually, "So how do you use it?" The man resolutely refused to say, "I don't know." Hearing that, Ista looked over and pondered. If that greedy Declan had known, he wouldn't have buried it in a dusty basement. He looked at the book in his hand and mused that the man didn't even know how to use it, yet had been pursued to this extent. Ista then concluded how valuable it must be. Suddenly the green-haired man spoke, making Ista look over, hand over the grimoire. Even while on the defensive, he still tried to threaten, "I'll beg the leader to spare you. He might even let you return to cleaning." Ista showed no fear and only gave a slight smile. He kept the choking spell on the green-haired man and said, "What authority do you have to say that?" Ista threatened back, "Fine then, any last words?" The man groaned in increasing pain. "You damn," Ista replied mockingly to him, "Oh, so you finally accept yourself praiseworthy." Suddenly a cane-equipped foot slowly approached, making Ista startle. Then he turned to look, dangerous indeed. A man appeared surrounded by red lights. "You have keen intuition." Ista turned fully to look and thought, "Anyone who carries such murderous intent." The man gripped his cane and said with pleasure, "I am Farin von Declan." He gently introduced himself as the clan chief of the Declan magical family from the eastern continent. Hearing that, Ista was astonished, the head of the Declan clan. Farin smiled lightly and offered, "If you don't mind, I'd like to reclaim that grimoire. We'll talk afterward." He glared at Farin and thought, it had been over 10 years since I began cleaning up. I'd spent half my life on Declan, but this was the first time meeting the clan chief. Ista recalled that group of people, the Declan clan, the magical family ruling the eastern continent. The imposing image of Farin appeared along with the thought that the clan chief was said to be the strongest mage in their history. He wondered, what kind of person is he? But in reality, he wore an incredibly kind smile. Seeing that, Ista was stunned as well. What a nuisance. Farin, helpless, wore an innocent expression and fell silent. Immediately, Ista grabbed the book and asked, "Do you intend to take someone else's spoil so easily? Aren't you ashamed?" He didn't answer him. He burst out laughing. And so the two stood facing each other, each laughing in his own way. Ista forced a smile and scolded himself. "I shouldn't have eaten that dragon. The clan chief appears in person. Terrible luck." His hand trembled. This mana wasn't to be trifled with. He's the most overwhelming mage I've ever seen. Farin slammed his staff into the ground, shattering stone. "It would be easier to kill you and reclaim the grimoire, but fine, I'll be blunt," he said slyly. "Return under the Declan banner, hand over the grimoire, and I'll overlook all you've done." Ista remained silent while Farin pressed on. "Your talent is truly impressive. Watching you fight, I can't believe we didn't notice sooner. Just a filthy vagabond from the Grey District, practicing the trashy techniques cleaners use." He stood there staring as Farin tempted him. "With strength like yours, backed by Declan, how high could you soar?" Astah's eyes nearly closed with weariness, and how far could Declan reach with you as their blade? He continued to paint a favorable path for Astah. Together you'll stand by me, make Declan greater, and you'll be recorded in history. On the gloomy sky a dragon spread its wings and flew back to Declan. Farin concluded, of course, you must return the grimoire. Astah replied curtly, fine. Farin smiled happily and said, good, then let's begin, but first I have one condition. Astah sneered and looked at Farin mockingly. Give me the leader position, then I'll consider it. He smiled too, but veins stood out on his face. Astah clenched his fist, emitting a blue light, and asked, you've been watching the battle, haven't you? Above, the green-haired man gaped and stuck out his tongue as his neck was squeezed. His neck twisted sharply to one side. Astah confidently asked again, can you count how many people died because of this? That action succeeded in enraging Farin, making his face exceedingly furious. But he still stood calm and said, so this is how it will go, you could die, you know that. Hearing those words, worry showed on Astah's face. He stood silently and thought, he's right. Suddenly footsteps ran quickly across the ground. Astah leapt up, raising his fist high in delight. Perfect. Two streams of white and red light from the two of them collided. Astah's face turned ferocious as he shouted, you don't know what's longer or shorter until you measure them. Farin replied calmly, very well, it seems I need to show you your place. He pointed to the red circle before him, preparing to do something. Farin stood beneath as Astah launched his attack at him. He rested his hand on that circle with a very indifferent expression. It seemed the attack hit Astah. As his expression shifted, this madman. Astah plummeted rapidly from high above, deftly dragging his feet along the ground to absorb the impact as he muttered to himself amidst the fight, is this really the head of Declan? Astah rushed forward while still casting a wary glance behind him. There's not a single opening in his defense, when suddenly a voice echoed, losing focus, are you? He then blocked the burst of light coming from ahead. Farin asked nonchalantly, didn't you say you have to measure things to know? There are some things you don't even need to measure. Astah stood there, touching the red circle before looking up. Farin sternly asserted, just like the gap between you and me. A flash of golden light suddenly illuminated the entire area. A giant red circle wrapped around Farin to protect him as he spoke up, I'm not going to kill you, just beat you to a pulp, so are you ready to talk now? Farin gazed up at the overcast sky. He suddenly chuckled, and what if I bow my head now? What if I agree to crawl back under Declan's shadow? Do you think I'd trust you? On the other side, Astah was also concentrating on casting a spell. With his face covered in blood, Astah widened his eyes with a terrifying look. You think I'd trust you? Instantly, he unleashed his technique and shouted, I'm sick and tired of playing dog, you hear me? Astah's attack struck down hard toward where Farin was standing. His face twisted maliciously as he roared, who the hell wants to go back to being a dog? Just because of a shiny leash and a big house doesn't mean it's not a kennel. Farin calmly tapped his cane against the ground and scoffed, pathetic. Right after that, a red circle rapidly appeared beneath his feet. The light erupting from that circle blasted Astah flying far away. Farin waved his hand to control the red circle and looked up. Let me show you, speaking as if he were about to deliver a fatal blow, what overwhelming power truly looks like. By this time, Astah had dropped to his knees, looking up as he cursed, you son of a bitch. Up in the sky, bolts of purple lightning struck down from nowhere. Thinking back, that was the reason. Astah recalled his own pathetic face from back then, that day, when I looked up at the sky. Across the gray sky, a dragon took flight, passing overhead looking so free. The image of his own agonizing self surfaced as well, and then, the reason I looked up that day. Farin stood leaning on his cane and said, impressive, I thought you were dead yet you're still hanging on, before asking mockingly, well, have you finally felt the difference in power? Astah, his face covered in blood, stared at Farin without a word. Finally he admitted, you're too strong. Farin also stopped and asked, want to finish what you started? Are you ready to talk now? Covered in wounds, Astah narrowed his cold eyes and asked back, so you want me back as a cleanup specialist? Farin touched his chin thoughtfully and replied, oh, I never said that. I'm not asking you to be a cleanup specialist. Farin immediately laid out his demand, I want you to be the head of Bongshan. Hearing those words, Asta widened his eyes in utter disbelief, the head of Bongshan. Farin's imposing presence flared up, the Declan bloodline, the most powerful magical family on the eastern continent, strong enough to challenge even the throne, and they want me to swear fealty as a vassal family. Asta slowly pulled out the book and asked, was that your real goal from the very beginning? But Farin brushed it aside, replying, you're still underestimating your own value. I want you, and that grimoire. And then the two of them just stared at each other in silence. Asta held the book out to Farin. Good, you've made the right choice. He smiled and reached out to take it. All your sins will be forgiven. Farin shifted to a more emphatic tone. Now only glory awaits beside Declan. Suddenly the book in Asta's hands emitted a purple light. Farin's face darkened. What are you doing? Asta glared at him and replied, what do you think? You said I could hand it over as long as I didn't mind it being burned to ashes, didn't you? Farin seethed so that veins stood out on his face. You will never, you won't die easily, but Asta cut him off. Ah, shut up and listen. Calmly holding the book wrapped in purple light, he said, I never did this for money. Cleaners don't have money, so why did I keep this? Because it's tied to money. Asta pressed on, making Farin startle and widen his eyes. Have you ever heard of a cleaner being eaten by a Declan heir? He seemed to know about it, forbidden magic. Asta affirmed, yes, that bastard swallowed my comrade whole. Declan covered it up. Understanding dawned and Farin continued, so it was all revenge. Asta, dejected, said, why should I do that? I know how cheap a cleaner's life is, and so did my comrades. He looked with his clear blue eyes and stammered, I just. Warm rays began to break through the gray sky, as if to ensure they would get what they wanted. Then Asta smiled, but that'll take a lot of money and more besides. Finally he concluded, I've decided to retire. There's no way I'm going back to that kennel. Farin remained silent, waiting for Asta to continue, treating it as his final testament. Then he snapped his fingers. A blue flame flew out and surrounded Asta. Farin turned away and said, this is Declan's precious blue flame, the flame that never dies. Farin glanced back, burn in it, and regret your choice down to the marrow of your bones. Asta stared back and declared, regret? Hell no. Farin's back receded. If the only choice left is to be Declan's dog, I'd rather go back to the Grey District, and if I can't return, dying isn't so bad. Asta sat within the flames, still smiling with contentment. He burst into loud laughter and overflowing joy. How long has it been since I felt this free? Asta sighed, it's a pity I can't escape death. Immersed in the flames, he kept thinking, it's a pity I can't escape death, but I have no regrets. If reborn, I'd seek freedom and properly take my revenge. Many rivers run into one sea. But it seems Asta remained unharmed. What the hell? He recalled Farin's retreating back and wondered if everything had stopped. Asta stood behind a rock and peered back. He held the book in his hands, the grimoire. Then Asta let go, letting the blue flame take the book. He watched in astonishment. What the hell is that? A golden circle quickly appeared. Asta still didn't understand what was happening. What on earth is going on? A coin fell into an old bucket. Asta, in the form of a boy, shuffled along holding the bucket, begging for money. He froze, stunned, and wondered to himself, what is this? I'm clearly being burned alive. Something's wrong. Asta panicked and slowly lifted his head. Looking at the primitive houses around him, he was full of questions. Where is this? He glanced down at the bucket holding a few loose coins and thought to himself, it's like I've gone back to the past. This place feels so familiar. Suddenly Asta let out a sound. Now he vaguely realized, right, I remember. This is the Grey District, the place I used to drag myself through each day before becoming a cleaner. People bustled by and no one paid him any attention. Asta looked down at his hands, still unable to believe this miracle. No way have I really gone back in time. The sky was a clear blue, the sunlight gentle. The atmosphere around the old-fashioned houses in the Grey District gradually grew quiet. Asta slumped by the river and stunned asked, what the hell just happened? He looked at his face reflected in the water. Though he showed no expression, he was very confused inwardly and muttered to himself, this is definitely me, but me as a child. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared hidden in his chest. Asta was slightly dazed, thinking that if anything puzzled him, it was that mark. I've gone back in time, yet this thing remained with me. Sitting on the lush grass under the blazing sun, he pondered for a while and then tentatively concluded that he didn't know how, but the grimoire had definitely done something. Still, recalling the book's appearance left him a bit doubtful. Could it really have this power? But then again, the lazy Declan chieftain personally showing up indicated how important that grimoire was, and precisely because it was so important, no one knew anything about it. Finally, he brushed aside the tangled thoughts and told himself to let it be. After all, it seems to be a good thing. It felt too real to be a dream, so he refused to believe it was one. He looked at the water and muttered, "The stench from Sale's lecture hall drains makes me sick. I'm definitely still alive." He waved his arm in half-thought and not merely surviving. Shaking off his thoughts, Asta clenched his fist with excitement to encourage himself. A morning full of life and vigor. This is a situation where anything could succeed. But he still vaguely asked himself, then what is success? Under the scorching sun, he closed his eyes and softly said, "I once had a dream. Yes, I had a dream. This was also my comrade's dream," Asta thought as he drifted into a hazy recollection of the past, when he and his comrade gazed out into the distance. "The reason I decided to retire," Asta suddenly turned to the person beside him and called, "Number one, I mean Aster." Aster didn't turn to look but asked indifferently, "We were born as wanderers in the Grey District. We have nothing, no good food, no nice clothes, no education. Of those, which do you think hurts the most?" Asta asked back, not getting to eat. Aster didn't repeat but continued, "If it were only hunger, we wouldn't be like this. If we can't eat, we just endure it." Then he asked again, "What do you think dragged our lives down to this sewer?" Unlike Aster's somber mood, he mischievously did some silly antics and replied casually, "But I'm fine with it." Although Aster was annoyed by his teasing, he remained earnest and continued, "The reason our lives fell to the bottom was only to be cut off by him blandly saying, 'I said I'm fine.'" Aster grew extremely irritated and shot Asta a friendly yet exasperated look. Seeing that, Asta stopped teasing and helpless said, "All right, I'll tell you." Look at his expression. Only then did he seriously listen to Aster. It was the lack of education that was the bitterest. "If we had been educated properly, taught decently, we wouldn't have to live like this, trampled by those rotten nobles." The two of them stared toward the sunset on the horizon as Aster added, "So if one day I get to retire, then I want to." He unconsciously smiled brightly. Back in the present, Asta spoke for him, smiling, "Build a library." He vaguely pictured that vision, a place where anyone, regardless of wealth, status, or gender, could read freely. "But I want to go one step further," he thought, raising his hand and looking up at the blue sky. He dreamed again, "Build a tower, not for any reason, just because I like tall things. It can stand anywhere." And at that thought, Asta couldn't help but whisper aloud, "Any books will do, but one book must be there." The more he thought, the more excited he became, laughing madly and loudly declaring, "I'll put Declan's top-secret manual in the foyer on the first floor so even the Grey District wanderers, a noble's bastard, or a butcher's kid can take a copy. The cover will bear Declan's crest, and inside will be the secret techniques they prize above life." The more he thought, the grander his fantasies grew. Imagining everyone holding that book hand in hand, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Just the thought made my mouth water." But there remained a thorny problem: how to get that book. The sky grew bluer and bluer. He folded his arms and nodded, muttering cheerfully, "Well then, that's my future work anyway. If I spread Declan's manual everywhere, they'll love it to death." Suddenly a foot slammed into his face, accompanied by a shout, "There you are." Asta was kicked hard to the ground. The boy kept yelling, "You bastard, I've been looking for you. I saved you a spot and you dare hide here. You want to die." He spat, and with those cruel words he began pummeling Asta. Asta was bruised all over, not understanding what was happening. He tried to cover his head and wondered who this ambusher was. "But I've survived countless battles except aerial combat. I'm a veteran cleaner," he thought, then boldly grabbed the foot that was kicking him to stop it. The boy was stunned by the move but quickly recovered and shouted, "Oh, you dare block my strike?" Asta's cold voice slowly enunciated each word, "You hit me 7 times. Then take 70 in return. His face grew icy and murderous intent radiated from him. It made the boy unconsciously fearful. Seizing the moment, he prepared to throw a punch straight to the boy's face, but his hand cracked like bone. He withdrew his fist, bewildered and thinking to himself, "What is this? It's glowing." While he was distracted, the boy threw a punch, striking his face and shouting curses. "Bastard, you dare hit the boss. A brat like you dares touch me? Are you insane?" he raged, showing no mercy as he pummeled Asta until he rolled on the ground. Asta couldn't fight back. He curled up, tears streaming, helplessly thinking it hurts so much I could cry, but the pain worse than the body was the heart. The boy accidentally struck a rock on the ground. He fell backward onto his back. A sack dropped into the stream. Seeing that, Asta told himself, "Now's my chance." The boy got up and cursed again, "You little brat." Seeing Asta run, he shouted angrily, "Where do you think you're running off to?" Asta suddenly called out loud, "This isn't running away." Unexpectedly, he turned his face back to the boy and said coldly, "I'll remember your face," thinking to himself that this was a tactical retreat. "The blows you landed on me, I'll wear them on my chest like medals. I'm a veteran cleaner, someone who doesn't know how to give up." At a street corner, Asta examined his hand and whispered, "Damn, this is bad." Looking at his bruised, swollen wrist, he worried and murmured, "I'm not some ordinary office guy, and yet a few punches dislocated my wrist. This body is far too weak." Discarding his lofty fantasies, he thought to himself, "Forget the tower, first I need to fix this body." Then a voice rang out asking Asta, "Are you hungry?" He saw a kid approaching him. Rubbing his wrist and looking at him, he asked back, "You know me?" Damien honestly replied, "No." Asta turned away. After sizing him up, he thought to himself, "Yeah, I guess so. You look miserable, but your clothes are expensive, probably some noble's offspring kicked out in power struggles, in other words, a walking bomb, pretty and dangerous." Damien stood still, quietly watching him. Asta called out curtly, "Kid." Damien pointed at himself and introduced, "I'm Damien." He was about to add anyway, but Damien cut him off, saying, "My mother is Bianca." Hearing that, Asta fell silent and had nothing to add, inwardly annoyed that he suddenly knew things he shouldn't. After a few seconds of silence, Asta couldn't hide his irritation and half scolded, half asked Damien, "Are you out of your mind?" He asked one thing and Damien naively answered something else, "I don't have a mother." Realizing he'd misspoken, Asta felt guilty and thought, "Oh, my bad." But he kept up a tough front and said decisively, "I don't have a father either, so I win. Now let's part ways here, clear?" Actually, he thought carefully, better not get involved with a ticking bomb like this, leave before things get messier. Still, Damien remained standing, neither speaking nor leaving, just staring at him. Asta lost patience and asked, "Aren't you going?" Damien bluntly said, "I'll go with you." Asta thought irritably whether to hit him, but did nothing and snapped, "Move aside." Suddenly Damien reached out to touch him and asked with concern, "Hey, doesn't that hurt?" Then he cheerfully said, "I'll heal you," and Damien's hand began to weave magic. Seeing his magic circle, Asta asked blankly, "What's this?" Damien saw his confusion and smiled, answering, "Magic." Asta had an answer in his head, but something made him even more uneasy. No, this wasn't just healing magic. A healing light, a secret art of the Blandor family, the ones Declan had toppled. His memory hazily recalled this. He remained on guard, telling himself his intuition warned that the dirty, dangerous thing a cleaner like him normally avoided was now clinging to him. Unconsciously, he stared at Damien. 1,000 questions raced through his mind. Why is a Blandor child in the Grey District? At this time, Blandor should still be thriving. Without thinking further, he hurriedly called, "Damien, Damien, hey." Hearing his name, Damien uttered a surprised sound. Then he smiled brightly and asked him, "Did you call me?" Asta froze, went silent, and muttered a curse unconsciously, "Damn." Seeing Damien's clearly different-colored eyes, he suddenly snapped awake and pieced things together. "I remember now, a Blandor bloodline bearer with strange eyes. The monster of the Blandor clan," he thought, and his mind replayed a shocking scene, seas of fire and corpses. And the creepy laughter of Damien when he turned dark, the mad butcher, no matter how many times you kill him, he won't die. But at this moment Damien was a lovable kid, smiling innocently, marveling, "Oh, ants." He was carefully counting the ants one by one, 1, 2, and seeing the scene before him combined with memories. Asta couldn't believe it, stunned, snorted, thinking this is a joke. A few people in black cloaks rushed toward the light. Back when I was a cleaner before regression, I was once sent to the Blandor family on Declan's orders. My past life self complained irritably, damn it, if it's Blandor's business, handle it yourself. Someone beside him replied, well, we don't really grasp the schemes of the upper ranks. Another man suddenly leapt close and said he'd heard that in the soft territory there was a monster. Rumor had it dozens were dead. He frowned, wondering, a monster, like not an ogre, right? But then his face showed fear, and then I saw it. Something was split in two before them, not an ogre. That thing was bare-chested, holding two halves in its hands. It was a human tearing another human apart with bare hands. The monster wore a mad expression, fighting while endlessly casting Soft's exclusive healing magic, laughing as it killed, a pure madness. It trampled the bodies of hundreds. Blandor's monster, the Mad Butcher, killing it wouldn't work. The monster with golden and red eyes and a perpetual mad smile, Damien von Blandor. Back in the present, Damien was squatting and smiling like a flower. He began a count under Asta's judging gaze, 1, 2. Asta skeptically wondered, really? He stared at Damien full of questions. Why would a true-born Blandor, the family head's only son, live in such squalor? The next moment he suddenly stood up and shouted, food. Instinctively Asta blurted, what? Damien smiled and continued, let's eat. My mother says to be healthy you must eat well. Sickness comes from not eating. Asta agreed inwardly, he's right. He dusted off his trousers and stood, though not hit, he still felt pain and asked, do you have money? He unhesitatingly produced a pouch of gold and said, here. Asta suddenly threw an arm around him. Damien looked at him curiously, huh? Asta gave a bright thumbs up and suggested, let's be friends, what's with the suddenness? He shamelessly raised his head and added, when I say friend I mean friend, understand? Friends share what they have. The next instant Asta's eyes lit up as he pointed ahead. Let's go, my friend, time to eat. Damien echoed brightly, friend. Under the sunset sky, he suddenly asked, so what do you have? Asta replied nonchalantly, I have a friend now. That sounded cool. Night fell at the boarding house tucked among the other houses. Asta let out a loud burp. He rubbed his round belly and remarked that meal was delicious. After washing up, I feel much better. Seeing Damien keep glancing around, Asta asked curiously, what are you doing? Damien innocently replied, I didn't know the place we ate at had rooms above. Usually I sleep on the street. It's convenient to know there's a house now. Asta replied perfunctorily, oh, I see. Then he suddenly braced both hands on the bed and exclaimed, oh right. Damien seriously revealed, I don't have a father either. Asta processed the information for a few seconds, then immediately denied it. No, you do have one. The boy retorted, no, I don't. He didn't reply aloud, only thinking, don't turn this into a misery contest. With that, Asta quickly changed the subject. What about you? Do you have a mother? Damien blinked and looked around. Where? Not here. Asta slapped his forehead in exasperation. If she's not here, then she probably doesn't exist. That's a harsh way to think. Now let me assess the situation a bit. Asta asked again, how long have you been here alone? After counting, the boy hesitantly answered, since I ran away from my family, I've slept 10 times. Hearing that, he fell slightly silent. Ran away? Are you being chased? Sleeping 10 times means 10 days, right? Damien naively corrected him. I also take a lot of naps, which left him with a head full of question marks. He smiled and held up 2 fingers. Twice a day, of course, I mean short naps. In short, I've slept 10 times total. The more Asta heard, the more puzzled he became. Helplessly he guessed, so it's probably been 3 or 4 days. Damien flopped onto the bed and complained, but I haven't been able to sleep properly since I got here. The ground is too hard. Asta suddenly went blank and looked up. Then he turned his head to glance at the soft pillow behind him. Asta buried his face in the pillow and yelled, born crazy truly. After venting, he sneakily glanced sideways. Anyway, while the kid is stuck in the gray district, I could act as his temporary guardian, and it wouldn't hurt to use this chance to build ties with the Blandor family. Damien lay on his back with his eyes closed, muttering that the place was uncomfortable. Asta quietly calculated. This could help later against Declan, and powerful families usually have valuable books. He suddenly recalled the previous tragic image. Of course, first I need to handle another matter. 57 grudges carved deep in my chest. Thinking that, Asta sat up and warned Damien, I'm leaving, don't cause trouble. If you do, it'll be big trouble. Damien jumped up and asked, are you practicing breathing? He replied mechanically, yes, that's right. When I'm done, you follow along, I will wait. Damien cheerfully answered, okay, got it. With that, Asta slowly closed his eyes and reflected. In my previous life, I built my magic foundation from the basic spells given to cleaners. He thought inwardly that the limits were too clear. Images of his past self running through the night surfaced, so I secretly infiltrated many noble houses to steal spells. In the night, shards of glass and various spells fell out, and I nearly died countless times, the spells I learned that way. Night body enhancement techniques. Summoning spirit forms, smithing, a bunch of miscellaneous arts, but he suddenly remembered the figure of that cane-bearing man right before dying. A cloaked man stood amid rolling clouds and lightning. I encountered a truly destructive power, and because of that he vowed to himself, this time for sure. Asta abruptly opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, his blue eyes shining with determination. His lips parted and puckered slightly. The first magic I must learn is Declan family's primal technique, the root of Declan magic that can absorb all attributes of mana. Asta closed his eyes again and breathed evenly. I once memorized it to study, now I have a chance to actually use it, the breathing technique. Suddenly, a fierce flame erupted on his left chest. Asta cried out in pain, eyes wide, it's so hot, it feels like magma boiling through me. Damn it, what is this? He told himself to concentrate and control it. But Asta's eyes widened further when he noticed something else. A streak of unusual magic was rising on his hand, an impurity. How did this stuff appear? Once an old man had transmitted mana into the young man, an advanced technique reserved for the true bloodlines of noble families. A stream of blue mana flowed throughout Asta, forcing mana through and burning away all impurities in his channels. His whole body seemed submerged in a pool of pure mana, a ritual of purification. Asta jolted awake from the trance, sweat pouring down. He sat up panting. How long had it been? Damien on the next bed was still sleeping soundly. Asta stared at his hand. No, more importantly, there were no impurities in his channels. His mana had been purified, its purity higher than in his previous life, perhaps even more so. He frowned and looked up pensively. Even so, even then, Asta could imagine that cloaked man being many times larger than him. Defeating Declan, no matter how many times one reincarnated, it might remain impossible. Yet he still clenched his fist confidently. One thing was certain. Asta bared his teeth in a proud smile. My chance has increased. I am a scavenger, a person who never gives up even with 0.01% hope. The next morning, an exclamation rang out from the lodging. Oh, wonderful. Damien touched his hair in surprise. My hair has turned brown. Asta glanced at him, thinking silently. Good, the silvery hair that was easy to notice is covered now. After changing clothes, Blandor won't recognize him. He calculated inwardly. Now there's just one last thing. Damien happened to ask, what do we do next, friend? Asta froze and stared at him. Then he turned and smiled, eyes alight with amusement. Asta uttered 3 short words that caused an uproar. At the same time elsewhere, someone stretched after last night's sleep. Spotty leisurely bathed in the morning sun, slept well, and the weather is nice today. But he suddenly froze, staring straight ahead. Atsa and Damien were slowly approaching Spotty. That kid, huh? He adopted a taunting tone. Where did you run off to? Finally showing your face. Are you bathing in a drain with that look? Spotty answered without restraint. Who is this kid? He looks rich. Before he finished, Asta punched him once in the gut. When Spotty collapsed unconscious, Asta spoke. Looks like I found the right place because you're still vivid in my memory. Asta clenched his fist in anger. First, you'll surely take 123 strikes. At that moment, 2 more comrades lunged out. What's Spotty? What's going on? In the blink of an eye, the whole gang had gathered. An intruder? Wait, isn't that the youngest? The stag grinned excitedly, all familiar faces, how terrifying. He and Damien both wore strangely gloomy expressions. How far will we get today? Damien suddenly asked. What are we playing, friend? A powerful punch landed square on the young man's face, twisting his jaw and sending him sprawling backward. Not stopping there, Estad delivered a decisive blow to the belly of the one who rushed forward, sending him flipping and rolling across the ground. Estad moved freely, throwing punches without mercy at anyone. With such a crowd, no one could touch him. Standing to the side watching, Damien couldn't help but murmur in awe. Estad's fist tightened, gathering mana, clenching his hand, then he attacked continuously. Damien's eyes sparkled with delight. Wonderful. Between blows, he turned and warned Damien, that's what people call peak performance. He exclaimed and immediately copied the praise, absolutely top tier. Just then, someone struck unconscious by Estad rolled out right at Damien's feet. He nimbly sat down, placed his hand on the man, and used gentle mana to heal. It's okay, I'll patch you up. After being treated, the guy came to enough to whisper thank you. But Estad showed no mercy. He suddenly appeared like a ghost, lifted the man's shirt and asked, how many hits so far? What followed was a series of dry smacks, whap, smack mixed with endless wails. They fought from morning until late afternoon. People kept collapsing, yet Estad still swung on, full of energy. One tried to slip away but was caught and struck on the seat with a stick, producing a sharp, cracking sound. Then Estad slowly approached and asked, how many times were you hit? The man clutched his reddened rear and stammered, I forgot. Estad called back, hey buddy. Damien ran over excitedly, is it my turn? Is it my turn? Estad in a casual, sing-song voice ordered, heal the hands. The young man inwardly despaired, stop it. He cracked his knuckles and curled a mocking smile. Listen carefully, you're the box roll, understand? Damien cheerfully continued his support work. Heal the hands, heal the hands. The soon-to-be-hit man silently screamed, stop you demon, I only know 2 digits. Night had fallen, a full moon hung across the sky, casting a pale light over the roofs. Below, Estad finished today's revenge duties. Thanks for today, the group lined up and replied, truly thank you. He smiled in satisfaction, your mana distribution is good, I'm proud. Damien clapped exuberantly and promised, done, let's play again tomorrow. Estad felt elated, I'm proud too for giving each of them over 100 strikes, more than 1,000 in total. Even for a seasoned scavenger like me accustomed to mountain fights and aerial combat, this was still a new challenge. At that moment, a soft grunt pulled him from his thoughts. The youth, bruised and sore, rubbed his hands and bowed slightly in a low voice. Can I go now? I think that's enough. Estad nodded slightly in permission. All right, you can go. He twitched the corner of his mouth in a wry smile and then said, actually, this is my home. Estad drawled with a hint of sarcasm, you want us to clear out. Estad's hand gripping his shirt tightened. His face showed discomfort as he forced out each word. Awkward, isn't it? The youth panicked and hurriedly explained, no, that's not it, we'll leave immediately. Without another second's hesitation, they scurried away, and Estad watched them go, thinking, this isn't hatred. Suddenly sensing something, he turned slightly, this is truly awkward. Damien, still naive, kept waving enthusiastically while Estad looked toward the end of the alley. Someone was there. There, a figure descended with a fierce aura, and that person was coming closer. He frowned, analyzing, fast but stealthy, a distinctive feel like a scavenger. Estad's gaze toward the person beside him was taut with tension. A thought flashed through his mind, likely a pursuer targeting Damien. I was so careful, yet they traced the trail, unbelievable that Blandor would come first. Estad closed his eyes and tried to exert the last of the mana in his palm. With this much mana, casting even a single spell would be difficult. Melee fighting would be even harder. This is bad. He glared, concentrating his gaze deep. Who do you think I am? Both hands moved slowly, condensing mana. Even as a scavenger, I never had surplus mana, not once. I've faced situations like this 100 times, it's nothing new. At Estad's fingertips, a magic circle appeared, gathering mana, compressing it, then compressing it again. The condensed spell formed into a small spherical orb. This amount should be enough. Without a second's hesitation, Estad turned. He dropped to one knee, adopting a firing stance forward. There was a figure rushing in, that was my only chance. But then something unexpected happened. As the figure drew near, he suddenly collapsed to his knees. Esta was stunned and bewildered, his eyes wide and baffled like a goldfish's. The man slid along the ground toward them, wailing pitifully, "Oh my God, young master." Hearing the familiar voice, Damien went numb. Alfredo. He hugged the boy and cried miserably, "I've been looking for you so long. Where did you go? What did you do?" This poor steward has been worried sick for the young master. Damien pushed Alfredo away with disgust. "Let go, I'm not going back." Alfredo wailed again, "Oh heavens, young master, you'd rather kill me than—" The steward's voice cried out in agony, "Oh my, leaving home, why would you do this?" Esta looked on from behind, unable to hide a contemptuous curl of his lip. After a moment, Alfredo grabbed the pouty Damien, tucked him under his arm and stood up, apologizing for the scene before their esteemed guest. He regained his composed manners and introduced himself. "I am Alfredo, steward of the Blandor family." Esta replied politely, "Yes, I am Esta." Alfredo smiled and offered his hand. "It seems young Master Damien is very fond of you. If you don't mind, would you like to come to our family estate with us?" Hearing that, Esta swallowed and inwardly began to struggle, return to the Blandor home. He started outlining scenarios in his head. The basic rule of noble houses is to avoid what is filthy and also steer clear of what is too lofty. I can't guess what they're really planning. Finally, Esta smirked. It didn't matter after all, he'd already intended to approach the Blandor family. His goals were set. Fortunately, Blandor territory lay directly on the road to the city, where Zenian Academy stood, the pinnacle of Eastern education, and its library was famed as the best in the East. I plan to build the greatest library, so stopping by isn't a bad idea. Thinking that, Esta nodded softly in agreement. "Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help." Alfredo turned and walked away. "I'll prepare the carriage, please wait a moment." Esta picked up his coat and reflected. "I've drifted a bit from the library path, but good things can be allowed to happen." Under the bright moonlight, he put his clothes back on. "All right, now let's see if Blandor food is any good." The night sky was beautiful. The full moon hung high, silently casting a veil of dim silver over everything. After a short road, the carriage stopped before the vast manor. "We've arrived. This is the Blandor family estate." Esta stepped down from the carriage calmly, his gait composed and steady. He looked up at the building before him. "This is my first time coming here in an official capacity, the Blandor family manor." At the entrance, a long line of people stood neatly in respectful formation. Alfredo bowed slightly and pointed inward. "It's late, please rest comfortably." "Lancy, I entrust this to you." The maid behind nodded yes. She stepped forward, glaring down. "Please come with me, young Master Damien." He was sweating but forced a smile. "Lancy." The door closed along with Damien's shout, "I've done wrong, Lancy." The manor sat silent at night. Most rooms had their lights out. In the dim corridor, only pale moonlight slipped through the window to spill on the stone floor. Alfredo walked off alone. At a door he knocked lightly. A voice from inside called out, "Come in." Alfredo turned the handle softly, pushed, and entered slowly. Amid the grand, classical room, a woman's voice rang out. "Damien," he bowed and reported, "the boy from Black and White District Number 7. I just brought him back." The chandelier gleamed. After those words, the atmosphere fell unusually silent. An explosion suddenly erupted right before Alfredo, but he stood calmly without moving. The woman raised her hand. The magical circle still shimmered. "The boy from Black and White District Number 7. She snapped in a fury, asking rapidly, "Is Damien okay? Is he hurt? If anything happens to my son, not even a hair." Alfredo spoke to reassure her. "Madam, please calm down and let me explain." After hearing the full account, the woman calmed and sat down. "So that's how it was." She withdrew her magic and exhaled. "Truly, what a relief." Alfredo stood calmly amid the mess, thinking to himself that yes, this was a relief for the madam and also for whoever had touched the young master. This woman was Damien's mother, Madame Gamo, once called the Blood Witch. Who could stand against her wrath? It's obvious no mother could stay calm if anything concerned her son. A smile spread across her face. "In the end, that's fortunate. After all, you've worked hard." Alfredo bowed respectfully. "It's nothing, it's my duty, only there's one unusual thing." Madame Gamo's brows knitted, unusual. She inquired, you mean the friend the young master befriended this time? Asta, right? Is there something about that friend? Alfredo's eyes narrowed, looking dangerous as he recounted. He detected my presence even before I appeared. He was ready to retaliate. He recalled the spell Asta was about to unleash, mana condensed into a ring of light swirling around his palm. On closer inspection, Alfredo confirmed, when we faced each other, what that brat held was a mana bullet. Madame Gamo stroked her chin in admiration. Undeniably, that's an astonishing talent, a child with that ability and coming from the Black and White district. Suddenly, Alfredo pursed his lips, his gaze resolute. Precisely for that reason, madam. His face grew serious. I dare to make a request. The next morning, sunlight poured down, highlighting the manor's magnificence and grandeur. Alfredo, radiant with excitement, proposed, "Hey, become the successor." Asta, just opening his eyes to such an invitation, was left speechless and froze for a few seconds. Alfredo glowed with pride inwardly. Surprised, are you? There's no way the boy would refuse. I've personally proposed this as a steward of a prestigious house. A chance to change a stray child's life, glory, wealth, fame. But his answer made Alfredo falter. No. Alfredo was utterly shocked, stunned. What? He looked at Asta, who was casually picking his ear and pondering life, and asked suspiciously, "What did you just say, kid? Did I hear wrong?" Damien peeked in, eyes wide with curiosity and annoyed bewilderment. "Hey, friend, what does damn mean?" "Thank you very much for nominating me as the steward family's heir, but I think I prefer my current life," he bowed, speaking while covering his mouth with his hand. "No offense, Damien," he glanced. "Once again, I'm truly grateful." He remained curious but then realized why Asta refused, so that's it. He looked at the two young men, thinking, born in the Grey District, penniless from childhood, self-taught in magic by talent. Because of the no offense Damien, the two communicated with their eyes. Asta glanced down at Damien coldly. "I didn't say damn." Damien looked at him angrily, insisting, "You did." Watching them, he circled the thought that perhaps that's why he's so arrogant. "I understand now. I too was once an unknown, wild and boundless." He then spoke gently, "But kid, the world is vast." He replied frankly, "I know it's not small." Seeing his fearless expression, the man lost patience. "Now you may feel you can do anything, touch the world." Contrary to his emotion, Asta stayed composed and spoke as tersely as possible. "Not exactly." Though veins bulged on his forehead and his temper flared, he still tried to restrain himself. "Be patient, you must learn patience." He calmed himself as much as possible, wearing a friendly expression and using an example to make him retreat in fear. "Have you ever heard the tale of the goblin living in the mountain gorge? That's your situation now." Born and raised in a mountain crevice, never knowing how terrifying the outside world is, his words seemed to have strong effect. This time Asta scratched his ear, utterly unfazed. "I think I'm more like a dragon king in the sky." A sharp tearing sound cut through. A stomp dented the floor. "This brat knows nothing." His figure swelled into a giant. "Very well, I, as steward, will personally show you." His face contorted, furious as if someone had snatched his grain ledger, trying to exert authority to frighten him. How vast and terrible this world is. Sunlight gradually flooded the magnificent castle. One tall, one short, their faces cold as stone, they strode into the castle with pride. Everyone in the palace, hearing the strange noise at the door, turned around. At once, as if by agreement, everyone formed tidy ranks and bowed in unison. "Welcome, steward." Having demonstrated his authority here, he adopted a solemn manner. "Well, kid, what do you think? All of them are about your age, but they're the formal prodigies of the Blandor family. You can sense that to some extent, right?" After all this, his indifference and nonchalance remained. At moments like this, a caution crossed his mind. The Blandor family is no joke. Asta glanced at the youth standing before him and thought silently. It's hard to believe they're still teenagers. Their aura is faint but already fills the room. But Asta smiled lightly, as if he'd seen through their tricks. "Looking into their eyes, they're just a bunch of goblins. I wasn't wrong. There's nothing likable in their gaze." Asta told him, "Well, I do sense something." Hearing that, the man lit up as if struck gold and eagerly asked again, "So will you accept my offer?" He heaped praise on Asta. "If you inherit from me, you'll shine like them. No, you'll outshine everyone." Suddenly, Estat turned on his heel and said bluntly, like a bucket of cold water in his face, "I hate the spotlight." The man was left speechless. "Kid, what?" A hand shot up unexpectedly. "Steward." The young man with a mole under his eye stepped forward, smirking, and asked, "An intern, you have something to say?" He stated his opinion with total confidence. If that brat really felt anything, he wouldn't have turned down the offer. But the way he flatly dismissed it makes me think he hasn't felt enough yet. Estelle looked at him without changing expression. "If I'm allowed, I'd like to give him an experience." The old man asked back, "You want to spar?" The guy shrugged with a smug look. "Not necessarily a duel, just letting him taste what magic really is." The old man looked him up and down in silent appraisal, arrogant but not bad. Then he turned back with a harmonious expression to tell Estelle, "Kid, what do you think? How about a simple match with this guy?" Estelle sank deep into his own thoughts. "I know very well that they see me as a thorn in their side." In his eyes, those people smiled warmly on the outside, but underneath they were all demons wearing human masks. Some lucky beggar crawling out of God knows where. That's probably what they're thinking. Estelle pointed forward and asked the old man, "Do I get to pick my opponents? Go ahead and try." Hearing that, he decisively pointed straight at the guy who had instigated the game. "You." Thinking one person would be enough, Estelle kept pointing at a few more, leaving a startled Alfredo standing nearby as he went. You too, and you as well. I'll take on all 5 of them at once." Just hearing the 3 words, "all 5 of them," the guy's initial arrogant, smug expression lost half its luster, replaced by surprise accompanied by 3 giant question marks. Estelle flicked his fingers as if provoking the opponent, his gaze and tone colder than ever. "Scared? Then go die." Though merely an onlooker, even Alfredo broke out in a sweat and felt a tinge of intimidation witnessing that aura. His jaw slowly dropped. Then he burst into a proud, triumphant laugh. "That's right, that's the kind of momentum a successor needs." Though quite pleased with that demeanor, to play it safe he still turned to remind him, "Kid, do you dare take responsibility for those words? A statement like that is practically an insult to the Blandor family," to which Estelle smiled and said, "I'll take responsibility." Hearing that affirmation from him, the old man quickly moved to get the match underway. "Good, then let's begin. 1 minute. If you last 1 minute, I'll give you a prize. If not, you take responsibility." Hearing the rules, Estelle instantly saw through the old man's intentions. Responsibility here probably means inheriting the butler position. This old geezer is clearly trying to rope me in. Fine, I'll play. After a bit of preparation, right there in the arena, he stood alone facing the remaining 5 people while the surrounding crowd grew larger and larger, and someone walked up to stand beside Alfredo and said, "But Lord Butler, isn't this too dangerous?" Instead of being worried, he remained firm. "That's precisely why it has value. His stubbornness has to be shattered before he can grow up," causing the person standing beside him to widen his eyes in surprise and look up. Suddenly gritting his teeth, the instructor turned away and shut his eyes tightly as he thought, "This is bad." His eyes are already rolled back. "If I injure the young master's guest, my career as an instructor is completely ruined." Snapping his eyes open, he unexpectedly saw Damien and Lancy standing right there. Seeing this, he leaned down and whispered to Damien, "Young master, your friend is in serious danger right now. Please stop the head butler." Thinking that would salvage the situation, he was met with a shock as Damien's eyes lit up brightly and his heart blossomed with joy. "Really? Even I find that surprising." Seeing that, he slapped his forehead helplessly. "Oh man." Lancy, standing nearby, chimed in with a warning: "If the young master gets involved, Lady Gamo is going to lose her temper," prompting him to cross his arms, pout, turn his face away, and curse under his breath, "Damn it." Realizing that too much time had passed and the match still hadn't started, Alfredo turned to hint subtly, "Instructor, what are you waiting for? Start already." And though unwilling, the instructor had no choice but to comply. "Right, understood," while Damien at the same time was being subjected to Lancy's eternal nagging lecture. Walking away helplessly, the instructor let 2 streams of silent tears flow down his face. "A mismatch is a mismatch. I did my best." Lancy took note of the instructor's helpless expression. She suddenly left, leaving Damien with a line, "I'll be back soon, don't interfere." As she walked away, the guilty, pitiful expression she had moments ago was replaced by a sly look. All right. The trainer stood between the sides to explain the match. Let me explain the rules. The bout will be turn-based. Not satisfied, he interrupted from the sidelines. No, make it a free-for-all. The trainer, unable to do anything about it, reluctantly accepted. Fine. Recovering his composure, the trainer announced, form will be a free-for-all. The match continues until one side yields. However, the trainer can stop the fight at any time. Remember that. With the rules explained, Asta fixed his gaze on his opponents, deadly serious and ready for the upcoming fight. The five on the other side were equally tense. He ground his teeth, face full of contempt. You ragged nobody, master and steward may pity you, but who do you think you are? Will crush you and expose your true face to everyone. At the trainer's decisive command, begin. No sooner had the trainer spoken than he took a blow to the stomach. Tears and spit flew everywhere. He staggered, mouth agape in pain. He glanced back at his teammates behind him. The other four also writhed on the floor in pain, little better than him. He looked at the man before him. His face now showed some hesitation. His demeanor remained the same, that gaze and smile unchanged. I suppose I should teach you a few things myself. First, don't underestimate the weak. What caught his attention most was the magic in Asta's hand. He panicked. Magic mana bullets. That's the most basic form of mana control, energy-intensive and impractical in prolonged combat. His cold voice rang out again. Second, don't judge others too easily. With a flick of his hand, the magic surged toward the five of them. It struck them squarely in the head, making each cry out in pain. His expression turned utterly fearful. Third. He lunged at him, eyes wide, pressing his face close to his opponent's, fists poised. This world is vast and bitter, he said, leaving the man frozen. Then a decisive punch slammed into his face, sending him flying backward. After finishing him off, he magnanimously warned, from now on I'll pour all these experiences into you. Learn properly. After receiving a lesson from Asta, he now looked utterly wrecked, holding one side of his face and screaming, crazy, this isn't magic. There is, Asta said, then planted one foot behind him to spring. He unleashed another merciless strike that sent him flying. This was martial magic. The trainer's eyes widened, mouth agape in astonishment. Those watching from outside all shared the same expression, without needing to consult one another. On the field, the fight was intense for Asta. His limbs moved non-stop, grabbing shirts and yanking one person, stomping another, all while wearing a mischievous grin. Alfredo was also surprised by his power, thinking to himself, those are mana bullets thrown 4 or 5 times. Given the force, they must be compressed at least fourfold. He pictured the scenario if those mana bullets had hit, if they had actually struck earlier. Alfredo remained lost in thought, truly an innate talent for mana control. Moreover, the trainer rushed past him, face beaming as if he'd found gold. Imagining the scene of that demon, him alone, beating the 5 little demons to pieces, one wonders how he's so good at punching and kicking. Suddenly a sharp call made him startle. Alfredo. He hurriedly turned toward the source of the voice. Approaching him was Lancy. A few steps behind her stood Mrs. Gamo. He unexpectedly raised his voice slightly. Mrs. Gamo. Looking out the doorway and seeing Alfredo speaking privately with Mrs. Gamo, he thought to himself, Mrs. Gamo has arrived. Seeing the lifeboy arrive, the coach's 2 tearful streams silently ran down his face. He nodded at Lancy. Mrs. Gamo has come to save us, and she nodded back, reassuring the coach. Mr. Gamo's voice was extremely serious. What happened here? Not daring to be rude, he bowed and answered haltingly, I only intended to run a simple test. She glanced over and asked again to inspect. Seeing the battlefield he'd created and catching him grabbing another by the collar, she said, calling this a test. You were concentrating on something when a familiar authoritative voice called Damien, which startled him. Finally she ordered, first, gather the trainees and have them withdraw. He placed a hand on his chest, bowed and agreed. To Damien she also commanded, Damien, go back to your room first. Dropping the sly expression from earlier, he scratched his head and put on an innocent, guilty-less look when facing his mother. Asta was no exception, she said. You too, Asta, return to your room. She walked over to the coach and spoke, "Coach Runfit." He bowed, sweat dotting his face. Runfit replied, "Yes, Mrs. Gamo, I did my best." 4 words from her, "You are dismissed," which left him stunned and dumbfounded. What? In the Grand Palace, Mrs. Gamo's call echoed, "Alfredo." "Yes, madam." She stood holding a teacup and spoke to the butler. "I understand your intention, but this time you've gone too far." Without preamble, he bowed earnestly. "I'm sorry, madam, I accept any punishment." She set down her teacup, however. She asked, "I heard Estas sparred with the trainees. Did Damien help him?" He replied calmly, "No, he was alone, it's just," then paused at the crucial part, prompting her to speak, "just." He recalled with a very smug, proud expression, "He's extremely good at fighting." Startled as if remembering something, he said, "Ah, right, about the mana bullet I mentioned earlier. He used it during today's sparring match." His voice grew low. More dangerously, he suppressed it up to 4-5 times, increasing its power enormously, which proves. From what he said, she gradually inferred that he has excellent mana control. Even if she hadn't seen it herself, a single mana bullet had defeated all 5 trainees. She recalled seeing him stand proudly while those he'd beaten writhed in different corners. She thought that with only one shot, even a high-level mage handling pure mana would find it extremely difficult. She asked about the succession invitation. He answered frankly, he refused outright. Hearing the answer, she lifted her teacup and said to him, "I understand." After sipping tea, she thought, "Perhaps I need to reassess Estas and consider more carefully," then told the butler, "Summon Estas here." A moment later, as the door opened, he strode in proudly. On the sofa, Damien puffed his cheeks and stared at his cake. Seeing him, Estas raised a hand to greet him. Beside him, Mrs. Gamo smiled warmly and said, "Estas, you're here, sit down." Sitting down, he didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "I heard you requested me to be called here, correct?" But before that, she produced a box and pushed it toward him. He looked at the box. "This is, Alfredo said he'd promised to give you a gift." He tried to reload the information, "That thing." Estas remembered that before he entered the match, Alfredo had said if he lasted 1 minute he'd receive a gift. What surprised him was how quickly it arrived, and that it was prepared by the Gamo household itself. She kept her friendly smile and said to him, "You may open it." Taking the box, he slowly opened it. As soon as he lifted the lid, a light shone from inside. "What is this?" Inside was a yellow gem, surprising him. A high-tier item. Even in the Blandor family, only trainees who join the top 5 mage divisions receive such things. He glanced at Mrs. Gamo skeptically. "I'm not sure, usually kindness stops at a meal. If there's a gift, it clearly has some implication. If it were a wager reward, a mid-tier gift would make sense, but this is high-tier." She looked taken aback as if realizing something. Ruffling the head of the boy beside her, she said, "You can accept it without worry. You helped Damien in the gray area earlier, and this gift is also an apology for what happened today." Although she said that, he remained doubtful and asked, "Wait, if I take this, do I have to join Blandor?" Her expression stayed very friendly. "No." He pressed on, "Or is it poisoned?" Her brows knitted slightly and her mouth twitched, but she restrained herself. "No." He said, "So you mean there are absolutely no conditions attached?" "That's right, no conditions at all." Hearing that, he no longer hesitated and took it. "Then I'll accept." He closed the box. "Thank you, really, there's nothing else." Damien reached for a pastry on the table. Just looking at the item in the box made his eyes light up and his mouth water. "Great, an unexpected bargain." Before he could celebrate, she said, "Additionally." Only then did she bring up her proposal. "I have something to propose to you, Estas." His face turned serious and cold again. "I know," he replied. She ruffled her son's head. "Estas." She spoke with a very pleasant expression. "I'll arrange for you to enroll in the academy. Would you like to study alongside Damien?" The question made Damien, who had initially paid no attention, look up at his mother. He asked, puzzled. "The academy," she explained. "In fact, Damien was supposed to enroll last year." She looked at her son with a sad expression, but he protested strongly, so it was postponed until this year. "I didn't expect he would run away," she said. Damien kept eating his pastry carefree, turning his face away as if to ignore it. She proposed, so I'm asking you. Damien values you greatly, he interjected. As long as a friend goes with me, I'll agree. He considered and gradually guessed her intent. It made sense. With Bianca, that was a whole issue. She feared that if Damien were forced to enroll, he'd run away again. He imagined stubborn Damien running off, saying, "No way, I'm not going anywhere," and there was no clear way to change his mind. This proposal didn't seem to harm him. Indeed, it was a good opportunity. The academy is a fine place in a world revolving around bloodlines and connections. Academic ties hold considerable value. He gritted his teeth. Sounds good, but it feels like being chained by the neck. He said, "I'll think about it." Understood, let me know when you decide. By the way, unrelated but I'm curious, he added, somewhat surprised. Encouraged, she asked, why did you reject Alfredo's succession offer? He glanced toward the door behind him. Smirking slyly, he said, well, my knees are worth a lot too. His answer puzzled her. What? Outside, Alfredo pressed his ear to the door, trying to eavesdrop on the conversation inside. At a certain manner, as dawn was breaking, Estap parted his lips and exhaled a cold breath. He sat cross-legged on the bed practicing magic. I see, this is a domain of the artifact. Even if I only absorb 10%, my mana increases so much. Estas suddenly opened his eyes and glanced downward. My physique has transformed into someone marked by the fire star. The hand resting on his thigh was wrapped in mana. Ordinarily, absorbing a domain causes depletion, but here there was none at all, beyond my expectations. Estat calmly looked toward the window. Anyway, the academy, I've been thinking about it for a long time, but perhaps the answer was already decided. Outside the window, the sky was brightening. If I enroll in the academy, finding support will be much easier and it brings many advantages, but... He turned his head and sighed, feeling as if he'd be stepping straight into a trap. Maybe I should take a walk. With that thought, after a while, Estat stepped out of the room and closed the door. Suddenly someone spoke, making him look over. Are you the one named Aster? The platinum-haired youth leaned against the wall, staring at Estat. Meanwhile, Estat was silently assessing him. Platinum hair, main bloodline belongs only to Damien, so which branch is he from? Why is this family always so troublesome? A few minutes later, Estat spoke flatly. No. What? The platinum-haired youth flinched. You say no. He stared blankly, rubbed his chin, thinking it over. Ash-gray hair, eyes slightly annoyed. It's all you, isn't it? In an instant, his whole body stiffened. A red cross appeared. Look at this guy. Estat suddenly pointed to his head. His hair color can shift depending on the light. The next moment, he put on a charming, sparkling expression. Look into these eyes. How can they be called annoying? The platinum-haired youth sneered, eyeing Estat with a judging look. But then he turned away. To me, his gaze seemed gentler. Sorry for the misunderstanding, I'm leaving now. Just then Alfredo jumped out from somewhere and shouted, Hey, young man. No, Aster, I'm here to explain the misunderstanding. I couldn't tell you last night and I've been tossing and turning all night. He knelt on the ground, crying incessantly. Even as a butler, there's no need to kneel until your knees are torn. It's just a misunderstanding. Estat stared blankly down at Alfredo kneeling at his feet. Then he stiffly shifted his eyes toward the departing platinum-haired youth. When had he stopped and now glared at Estat? He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Damn it, followed by the shout from the platinum-haired youth. Those eyes, I knew it. Yes, those unlucky eyes are like dying on your knees, not something you see every day. Estat helplessly admitted, all right, you caught me. The youth angrily pointed at his face. Look, how dare you deceive me so brazenly? The platinum-haired youth ground his teeth and threatened, I will. But at that moment he caught Alfredo's knife-sharp eyes. The platinum-haired youth fell silent at once and looked away in disgust. Finally he turned and said through clenched teeth, I'll let you off today, but come find me at the Marshall Hall later. I will fix your attitude. Estat replied calmly, fine. After he left, Alfredo gently asked, what's going on? He closed his eyes and smiled, nothing. Estat suddenly gave a disdainful smile and exhaled, actually perfect timing, since I'm not in a good mood. He watched the platinum-haired youths retreating back and murmured to himself, I'll deal with him later. Then Estat suddenly called, Alfredo, steward. He smiled faintly and asked, may I see Madam now? Not long after, when it was brighter outside, still at that manor, Gamo was leaning a pen over a blank sheet of paper. "Welcome, Aster." She closed her eyes and smiled faintly. "So, you wanted to see me this early. Have you already made your decision?" The moment Gamo looked up, Esther replied, "Yes, madam." He stood properly before her and continued, "I will enroll in the academy." Gamo, hearing this answer, widened her eyes in surprise. She then put on a smile to hide her earlier fluster. "How surprising, I didn't expect you'd decide so quickly." Estas smiled at her. "Good, then we must prepare at once." Gamo didn't forget to advise him, "In the meantime, rest comfortably." Estas bowed slightly and replied, "Thank you for your concern, madam." After that, Estas' figure vanished from the room and the door shut. But then Alfredo suddenly opened the door and peeked in. He entered and gently said, "Madam." Fortunately, he agreed. The next moment, Alfredo became visibly excited, just as predicted. Now that's youthful spirit, fervor, the fire blazing in those eyes. I knew it. Gamo looked at him with deadpan eyes as he put on his display. Alfredo suddenly pointed with bright eyes. "The first semester is fine, I will cover the costs, but what about the second semester?" He pictured the notification letter and Estas' worried face when reading it. A drifter from the gray-black region, how could he possibly raise such huge tuition? He would grow anxious, because he would want to continue studying. In Alfredo's fantasy, he would reach out to the boy, and at that moment, Alfredo appeared with angelic wings and a pile of gold. A saving hand would emerge, none other than my patronage, Alfred. At that, Gamo could no longer bear it and spoke up. "Alfred, you're being too loud." Alfredo jumped and apologized. "Sorry, I'm overexcited. Since it's almost mealtime, I'll head to the kitchen first." Gamo silently watched him leave and then closed the door. She helplessly closed her eyes and sighed. "I understand why Alfred is so excited. He's been rejected many times and finally has a chance." Then Gamo suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a cold, sharp gaze. She thought to herself that in that sense this academy proposal was no different from a crude trick, yet the reason Alfred felt so confident. Gamo couldn't help but shake her head, perhaps because he himself had been deceived similarly by the previous steward. Meanwhile, Alfredo was merrily skipping down the corridor. Poor Alfred. As for Estes, he was leisurely descending the stairs. Suddenly, Estes looked up ahead. Before him stood a towering spire, the Tower of Magic, where that branch's man was located. With that thought, Estes tentatively entered the tower. Suddenly, a cloaked figure appeared and asked, "What brings you here?" He hesitated to answer, thinking, "Right, I don't even know his name." Afterward, Estes could only use gestures and words to describe the appearance of the platinum-haired youth. The cloaked man, understanding immediately, held out his hand. "Just in time, I've been waiting for you. This way, please." He led the way ahead, yawning as he walked. Stopping before a door, he said, "You can enter from here." Before leaving, the cloaked man reminded him, "Remember to bow when you open the door." Estes then slowly pushed the door and stepped into the pitch-dark room. A pile of papers and fine dust hid his face in an instant, so that's what it meant by bowing. Estes couldn't help coughing, but someone suddenly spoke, "You are Aster." The figure stepped out leisurely holding a candle. "Pleasure to meet you." In the candlelight, Henzi revealed a devilish smile, an ill omen. "You came looking for my younger brother." Estes listened, bewildered. What younger brother? He thought. This one is his elder brother. One evening, the protagonist of my previous life knelt on one knee atop a height. If there's anything I learned from infiltrating magical research institutes as a cleaner. He coldly cast his eyes downward. He was heading toward the courtyard of some building, typical of those Mage research enclaves. The tables were piled with papers, everyone looked sapped, people I collectively call the pen pushers. A young man gripped his hair in horror. First, his hair was thinning because he kept pulling it out so it couldn't grow back. He rubbed his chin, calculating silently and breaking it into stages. One fellow wore a hood, stage 1, deny baldness by covering it with a cloak. Another exposed a patch of bare scalp, stage 2, give up and reveal it. Yet another had a completely shaven head, stage 3, shave off the remaining hair. Finally came the mad ones casting all kinds of spells. Stage 4. Research to make the impossible possible, like spell-based hair growth, which no one has succeeded at. Back in the present, Asta eyed Henzi in front of him, assessing. This one was different. Meanwhile, Henzi poured tea and said leisurely, "First, allow me to apologize." Henzi recounted slowly, "The boy is the youngest late-born of the house, spoiled excessively, and I didn't expect he'd be so rude to a guest." Asta sat stunned, listening to every word. Henzi kept a pleasant smile while Asta thought to himself, indeed bushy and young too. Asta suddenly spoke. "You probably work at a magical research institute." He admitted without hesitation, "Yes, I'm currently the deputy director. Please have some." He raised the teacup and sipped. A deputy director at this age? A noble house like Blando wouldn't appoint that position by blood alone, meaning his ability must truly merit it. Henzi smiled and suddenly took notice of Asta's expression. He closed his eyes and said deeply, "Aster, you're unusual. You don't resemble the drifters from the Grey District at all." Asta could only force a smile, probably. Inwardly he thought, damn it, if he'd entered on guard it would have been easier. Instead he smiled so kindly. Watching Henzi drink tea, Asta remarked, "Our personalities match." He suddenly said, "Ah, you were invited to enroll at Zenian Academy, right? Congratulations." Asta forced a casual smile in reply. Henzi began to chat. "It will be a great opportunity with much to learn. Actually, I'm an alumnus of Zenian, class 145. Asta thought, sudden attempts at alumni connections, huh? He rubbed his head and chuckled, "Sorry, I got carried away hearing you were entering Zenian. Now, let's get to the point." Asta grew suspicious. "The main point," Henzi set his teacup down and continued, "before that, there's an inquiry to confirm." He smiled coldly and looked straight at Asta, asking, "Are you willing to risk your life for comrades?" Asta frowned in alarm. "What?" Henzi suddenly summoned a book by magic. "The fate of the Blando family hangs by a thread. Are you prepared to sacrifice your life?" He placed it down before Asta's astonished eyes. "I will give you this book," he said. Asta inwardly gasped, "This is..." It was a thick volume wrapped in a glow of mana, the Blando family's core secret technique, the luminous healing scripture. At the same time, in a certain greenhouse full of flowers, Gamo quietly trimmed the bushes that had just come into bloom. Suddenly, the hand holding her shears stopped in midair. Gamo looked up and let out a sigh. She thought to herself that Damien's enrollment, which had once given her a headache, had finally been handled smoothly, no incidents, at least one worry less. Outside, against the blue sky, a flock of birds was wheeling about. Aster the boy is a true friend. Gamo suddenly recalled Asta's image, good talent and character. Alfredo said he could be reckless, no, bold, but who isn't at that age? She closed her eyes and smiled gently. "What I like most is..." The vision of Damien happily at Asta's side appeared instantly. Although he knows Damien's background, Asta has remained consistent, with not a trace of flattery. Gamo rolled her eyes in thought. He's different, and for that reason worth keeping close, but also because of that. A white bird spread its wings toward the sky while its cage stood wide open. "He will belong nowhere like a free bird." She exhaled sharply. "There are many ways to keep someone by your side. I will gradually consider those methods." Just then, Asta's embarrassed face appeared. Such a talent must not be lost for Damien's future. He looked at the book before him, still stunned. "Give away the Blando family's secret scripture." Asta coldly raised his eyes. What exactly is he hiding? But Henzi's blue eyes remained calm as ever, clear, pure, perhaps for that reason. A faint smile still played on his face. "I cannot read him." Asta frowned in discomfort. Whether good or evil, emotions show in the eyes to some extent, but he revealed nothing, like an indifferent assassin, so to speak. Now he was smiling with narrowed eyes, while Asta continued to speculate. He wore a mask so complete that perhaps even he didn't know who he really was. Then Henzi suddenly spoke. "I'm not saying this for fun. Don't rush to answer merely for the reward." Asta snorted disdainfully. "I'll give you an answer." He told himself inwardly, "Now I understand." The uneasy feeling vanished. Asta smiled lightly and said aloud, "I refuse." His answer made the other man open his eyes wide in surprise. He casually crossed his legs and continued, "You and I came from the same mire, so no need for pretense. Fine, if you have questions, ask them." Estaf folded his arms arrogantly. "If I can do it, I will. If not, then I won't." Henzi's smile had vanished. "Just hearing this could cost a life. If after you hear it you refuse, I'm afraid I'll have to kill you, Aster." He glared back provokingly. "Then kill me. I've died once already. Would I die a second time?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Aster rolled his eyes and reconsidered. "Actually, no. I'm the one who died twice, aren't I?" The next moment, a raging gale suddenly rose. Mana surged from Henzi, sending papers in the room flying in all directions. The teacup on the table trembled violently. Henzi narrowed his brows deeply and unleashed powerful mana. He directed that surge of mana toward Asta, who remained calmly seated in his chair. But Henzi suddenly snorted out a laugh. He withdrew the mana and rubbed his head. "Unbearable Aster, you passed the test." Henzi paused, then continued bluntly, "I'll be frank, I need someone I can trust, but absolutely not someone from the Blando family." Hearing this, Asta frowned and thought to himself that he had nearly thrown a full-strength punch at first. He grinned and said, "Honestly, I don't expect much. The drifters from the Gray District are just what they are. The young master is too inexperienced. He may lack judgment." Images of Gamo and Damien flashed before him, yet for the lady who dotes on the young master to forbid a drifter from staying close, I thought something must be up, and just then Asta spoke the rest. "My younger brother started trouble with a guest, right?" Henzi was silent for a moment, then said, "Aster, choose, speak casually or formally, one of the two." He replied with some indifference, "Fine, do as you will." He forced a cough. "After all, it provides a convenient pretext. If my younger brother caused trouble with your boy, then naturally I would summon you to discuss it. Sounds reasonable, doesn't it?" He raised an eyebrow, thinking it made sense, but would a deputy director of a magical research institute really need to use an excuse about his brother to summon someone? Something felt off. Henzi, as if reading his doubt, continued, "Yes, you are right. For me it's difficult to appear openly. Don't misunderstand, this isn't internal strife. The Blando family is tightly united." He abruptly stopped, and the smile on his lips vanished. Henzi admitted with a grave face, "I'm being watched by the Deculan clan." Asta couldn't help but be suspicious. "What Deculan?" He bluntly asked why. Henzi replied at once, "You said you weren't afraid to die, so I'll be frank, even though I have no intention of killing you." Henzi's next sentence made Asta widen his eyes in surprise. "Actually, I'm researching Deculan's Tianyuan technique now, but it seems I've been discovered." Then he smiled and explained, "You know the Tianyuan technique, that secret art only those of Deculan blood can learn. I happened to seize it from a member, but—" Asta raised a hand to cut him off. "Wait." Asta glared at Henzi and probed, "Someone who should have been dead long ago, why are they still alive? If Blando studies it, they'd naturally research countermeasures too." Henzi smiled again. "You know well, Deculan was careless. If I had only researched countermeasures, even as deputy director, I'd have found a way to kill them. But you see, I intended only countermeasures at first, yet the deeper I dug, the more I realized something else." He finished and narrowed his eyes, asking, "Can't you see it?" The face of Farin and a magical tome suddenly appeared. The Tianyuan technique, long considered the root of all Deculan arts. Henzi grew so excited that he gripped his garment at his chest. There might be supplemental methods to make that seemingly perfect art even more perfect. He frankly confessed, "I couldn't stop, Aster. You must understand how I feel, right?" Meanwhile, Asta glared, speechless. "My God, this one isn't merely mad, he's severely insane." He emphasized each word, "I couldn't stop. Aster, you understand my feeling, don't you?" Asta's mind filled with suspicion. This isn't ordinary madness. Did he really research that thing within his own clan? He still couldn't grasp the main reason. Wait, then the timing fits perfectly. In his previous life, when the Deculan clan wiped out the Blando family, the whole affair revolved around Henzi's research into the Tianyuan technique, the revised Tianyuan technique. Asta recalled what he could. Pahiran, that bastard, had gambled the fate of Deculan to crush Blando over this matter. He had realized the truth from the start. From the beginning, he had seen potential in the revised Tianyuan technique. Esta began to piece together the reason why he was so terrifyingly powerful was because of that. Lost in thought, a voice called out, "Aster." He finally looked up and refocused. Henzi spoke suspiciously. "Do you regret it? It really needs a larger scale." Esta scratched his head tiredly and wondered, "Never mind, so why did you seek me out?" He mentioned his own problem. "First, I haven't reported my research on the Tianyuan technique to the family." Hearing that, Esta suspected that the Blando family had planted a spy somewhere but couldn't find them. He narrowed his eyes and went straight to the point. "If the secret was leaked, wouldn't you suspect someone like the secretary?" Henzi sipped his tea and answered firmly, "Probably not. More precisely, it relates to the collection route." Esta continued to speculate. "If you trace the collection route, then someone must have intentionally leaked the security plan." He agreed, "Exactly. Once I realized my trail was exposed, I launched a counter-security plan. I don't want to die either." Esta sneered and offered another option. "Wouldn't it be easier to side with Deculan? They'd welcome you." He remained calm and conceded, "Fine, assume I have personal reasons." Then Henzi made a request. "Anyway, Aster, since you're not directly tied to the family, I need you to handle this secretly." He let the documents scatter. "Actually, this research is a joint project, but my portion hasn't progressed well." Henzi picked them up and assured him, "I'll make sure you're duly compensated." Then he pushed the papers forward and instructed, "Deliver this thesis to Professor Farun at the Zenian Academy." The condition Henzi set was, "Afterwards, I will give you the luminous healing technique." Esta curled his lip in a pleased smile. "This is my chance." He immediately nodded in agreement. "All right." Esta stepped closer and added a demand. "I accept the luminous healing technique, but I also want the complete revised Tianyuan technique later. Only then are we truly allies in the same boat, right? One more wager." Henzi replied helplessly, "Aster, you have no shame. Be direct, yes or no. If not, I won't accept." Finally he agreed, "Fine, the revised Tianyuan technique. The name doesn't matter. You haven't learned Tianyuan, so it's useless now, but later I'll give you the complete version." Henzi smoothed his hair and added, "However, I have one condition." He anticipated that until the thesis is completed, he might need Aster's help. "I hope you'll lend a hand when the time comes. If we're in the same boat, you should at least do that, right?" Esta unhesitatingly agreed, "That's no problem. If it's about the thesis, I'll help, but I can't read." Esta then took the stack of documents. But suddenly Henzi spoke up, "Just kidding, you're not only brazen but bland too." He wondered aloud, "So, is Professor Farun trustworthy?" Henzi boasted proudly, "From our student days to when I was a teaching assistant, he and I always vied for first and second. Unfortunately, the rivalry ended when I returned to the Blando family." Esta pondered silently. "After all, am I still the superior one, or is that just my delusion?" He felt extremely annoyed. "Professor Farun, this world is doomed. The academy now has another madman like that." On a moonlit night near the castle, books and letters were thrown about, scattered everywhere. Esta glared at the mess, annoyed, and shoved everything into his space pouch so it wouldn't be noticed, though why bring so much? Suddenly he noticed a letter. Esta opened it and read the contents, "To my dear friend Aster." He narrowed his eyes with contempt. What a fart. The writer trusted Esta deeply. "I have selected the spellbooks you need to master for the future and listed a study order below. Diligently study to cultivate the intellect befitting your stature." The letter was signed, "Your friend Henzi von Blando." Esta had to admit this was a fine gift. Then he picked up a book. Esta admired inwardly. He'd arranged a full curriculum from basic to advanced magic, truly a genius and also a madman. He then grinned with pleasure. Good. Esta slammed paper and pen down on the table. He busied himself writing a few lines. Sponsorship list, Henzi von Blando. He turned to the stack of books and calculated carefully. Aside from the Luminous Healing Manual and the revised Tianyuan thesis, there were about 132 volumes. Placing the luminous healing scripture in the tower for all to see is another matter. I'll have to discuss that with Damien later. Esta recalled and nodded with satisfaction. You can call that a friend's privilege. Then he glanced down and realized the 132 books Henzi gave him weren't merely 132 separate volumes. They formed a single unified system. Astao understood the mechanism clearly. If such a system exists, anyone wishing to learn magic could build a foundation. He prepared a different plan. Yes, before I thought only of storing the books in the tower, but now it's different. At an old tower by night, it would become the tower's identity. A place that bestows knowledge to those who hunger for it. Astao eagerly anticipated the results, a harvest beyond expectations. Henzi stood by the window, thinking, initially if he proved useful I'd have him deliver the thesis, if not, I'd use him and discard him. He drew back the curtain and admitted, but Aster, he's an intriguing one. Henzi smiled strangely. More than that. He recalled Asta's expression, kill him, dying once or twice, what difference would it make? Henzi doubled over in raucous laughter. Kill him? Does he really want me to kill him? It was only a threat to test him. But then again, I have no reason not to kill him. He became somewhat more wary, yet that light, Asta didn't just talk, he truly didn't care about dying. The more Henzi thought, the more fascinated he became, so different from those pigs, truly interesting. He now valued Asta highly. Indeed, he hid many things, but isn't that even better? I've found an ally who can stand beside me and look the same way, and he craves the results of my research, a refreshing feeling. One important issue nagged at him. Does he really not know how to read? Henzi remained incredulous. No way, certainly not. Sunlight streamed through the castle. Asta rolled up his sleeves to prepare. A large bag appeared in the corner. An announcement came, Sir Aster, it's time to depart. A suitcase was lifted and carried away. A girl came to give a brief notice. Upon arrival at the academy there will be some simple paperwork. By the way, the young master and Sir Aster are both exempt from entrance exams. She turned back. Her face broke into a smile. A voice praised him. Even so, you truly look like an academy student now. Very fitting for you. He nodded. Thank you. She led the way and commanded, let's go. Asta's thoughts were in turmoil. Exempt from exams, truly a prestigious family. It's like direct admission. In any case, he wouldn't complain about being exempt. Suddenly a call rang out. Friend. Damien waved excitedly. Hurry up, come on. Gamo added a few words of advice. Damien, be free to be yourself. Aster, he obediently nodded. Yes. She sincerely prayed, this is a great opportunity. I truly hope you achieve excellent results. Aster smiled. Thank you. Then he gradually walked away. The results I want, of course, that's my plan. He had set a goal for himself, the greatest academy in the eastern continent, Zenian. Countless patrons await me there, and I will seize them all. Asta was filled with anticipation. Just wait, you fools. No, classmates, I'm coming. The carriage began to roll slowly along the dusty dirt road. Inside the carriage, Damien's eyes shone with excitement like a child, glued to the window. In contrast, Asta remained his usual composed self. He gently closed the book in his hands. I understand. Asta's eyes reflected thought. Henzi truly is an exceptional mage. The basic principle of magic is simple, but interpretations are endless. He pictured an example in his mind. Take water. For some, it is the water of life, the origin of growth. But for others, it is the water of disaster, floods that sweep everything away. In short, differences lie in perspective. Even with the same principle, noble houses develop differently based on their viewpoints. Now, having read all the grimoires in the pocket space, Asta could clearly feel that. He could deduce that Henzi's curriculum was related to the Tianyuan technique of the Deculan family. At that moment, Damien's voice pulled Asta out of his thoughts. Hey, look over here. His face bright with joy. We're here. Before them, Zenian Academy rose against the pale blue sky. A massive gate carved with a majestic crest, ivory walls stretching with a touch of antiquity. The carriage still sped along the paved road, leaving a trailing haze of dust. Asta glanced out with mild surprise. So this is Zenian Academy. Lancey, sitting beside them, finally spoke. The carriage only brings you this far. Following the teachings of the great sage, the first headmaster, at the matriculation ceremony all students must walk, regardless of status. She smiled and offered a blessing. We must part here, have a wonderful matriculation, and may you glean valuable lessons. After delivering the two, the carriage moved back. Damien happily waved farewell. Suddenly he grabbed Asta's arm and urged, "Come on, we must hurry." Damien was eager. Lancy said if we're late there might not be any seats left. He listened with a puzzled look. Before he could understand, Damien pulled him along. What, the matriculation isn't a village play where whoever arrives first claims the seats. Suddenly Asta remembered something. Wait, did Lancy say that? She must have prepared an excuse so Damien wouldn't dawdle. Finally, he decided to let it go. Fine, I'll let this pass this time. She is straightforward but not shameless, definitely not because it's more convenient that way. The opening ceremony was underway in the hall, filled with noisy commotion everywhere. The other students had already taken their seats, chattering and beginning to get to know one another. Light streamed through the glass panes, spreading across the space and reflecting off the speaker's podium placed at the center. Rows of seats rose from low to high, creating a solemn, orderly scene. Damien widened his eyes and looked around, voice full of excitement. So many people. He peered about, eyes bright like a child's, utterly unaware his mouth was watering with excitement. Lancy was right, if we were late there'd be no seats left. Asta held his head in helplessness. No, that's not it. He put his hand into his trouser pocket and fumbled for something. Then he took out a piece of paper, read it silently and scanned the room. Class M3, seats 11 and 12. While he was still searching for the seats, Damien nervously stepped forward and asked, "Hey, can we sit over there? If I don't sit now, I'm afraid there'll be no spots left." Asta calmly reassured him, "Wait." A twinge of annoyance crossed his mind. My God, weren't you the one who insisted you didn't want to enroll? Why so excited now? Suddenly, Damien, distracted, bumped into someone and tumbled to the floor. He looked up in puzzlement. Before him stood a large-built student, looming, his face dark as he glared down. He glowered and annoyed demanded, "What's this?" Asta stepped forward to help Damien up. "Are you all right?" The boy scratched his head innocently and smiled brightly. "I'm fine." After getting up, Damien turned to walk away, waving his hand and wearing an apologetic smile. "I was just careless and bumped into you, sorry." Not a few steps later, the student he had bumped called out in a low voice, "Wait." He raised his hand, stained with dirt, and accused, "You, what did you get on my coat?" Asta looked at the smear and found it all too familiar. Drool. It seemed this was a noble's child. In this situation, Damien would. No sooner had he thought it than Damien eagerly stepped forward, licked his thumb, and bent down to rub the stain on the student's hand. "Sorry, I'll wipe it for you." He remained enthused, prideful as if boasting of an achievement. "See, it's getting shinier, I'll polish it until it gleams." The large student's face darkened further, his jaw twitching with anger. Seeing that expression, Asta sighed inwardly. This will end in a fight. Rage peaked, he swung a heavy fist at Damien and roared, "Let go, you idiot." The student ground his teeth and spat each word, "Hey, you pupil. I think you're mistaken." The punch seemed aimed at Damien, but at that moment, another hand reached out to block it. It turned out Asta had stepped forward in time to catch the fist. Better to stop it here. The student scowled, trying to suppress the rising fury. "Who are you?" He opened his mouth to say, "I am," but Damien piped up quickly, "He's my friend." Asta had to continue, "Yes, a friend." The student jerked his hand from Asta's grasp and sneered, "Your friend, huh? A loyal friend indeed. Few would take a hit for their buddy, but today you'll regret that choice." He let out a soft sigh. It seemed making peace with classmates from day one was impossible. Asta lightly massaged the nape of his neck in resignation. "Fine, you don't want to explain. Words won't help, I've got it." The incident quickly drew attention. "What's going on? It looks like a fight." A crowd of students watching began to gossip. "Who is that? The big guy looks like he's from the Dallamp bloodline. I've never seen the other two before." They judged by strength and height among the three and guessed who would win. Probably the Dallamp one. Rumor has it their new son is formidable. One kid suddenly cut in, his voice rather loud. "Hey, you guys are joking, right?" He challenged them. "There's a fight and you just stand there watching." Another timid student asked, "Should we stop them?" A third agreed, "Yes, before things get out of hand." But the interrupter pointed and said, "Stop them, how could they fight if we did that?" He signaled for the others to make space and revealed, "The gray-haired one is a mage, cast a barrier around them." Immediately, a group of surrounding students began to cast spells, mana flaring brilliantly. In an instant, a layer of luminous barrier covered the entire area, magic glyphs spinning and hovering in the air. Many people crowded around cheering, "Hickster, go, I bet on you, 3 snack tokens, I bet 2, I bet 3, idiots, only an underdog bet is worth it." In a corner where no one paid attention, a student simply folded his arms and watched. He curled his lips slightly, smiling with hidden meaning. Inside the barrier, the Dalamp student beat his fists together fiercely and introduced himself. "I am Hickster, the second son of the Dalamp family." He crouched into a fighting stance, mana radiating intensely from his body, his gaze sharp toward Asta and Damien. "What's your name?" Asta calmly loosened his tie and replied, "I have no noble blood like you, just consider me a passerby." Hickster sneered contemptuously, "Not a noble, huh? No matter, you're a mage and this cramped space is a disadvantage for you, so I'll be generous and let you strike first." His voice rang with provocation. "Come on." At first, Asta was somewhat surprised. Then he smirked slightly. "This guy really talks too much." Asta decisively yanked the tie free as a challenge. "You said you didn't want to talk, yet you yammer on. Are you scared?" Those words poured fuel on the fire. Hickster trembled with rage. He immediately stamped hard on the floor and lunged forward, snarling a curse. "You bastard." Hickster's sprint tore through the air, and he quickly closed in on Asta. But Asta remained very composed. He swung a powerful fist, but Asta nimbly tilted his body in the blink of an eye to dodge the blow. Hickster grew more furious, veins bulging on his face, but before he could react, Asta's voice sounded slowly. "There's one more thing I haven't told you." Then he bent forward, tightened his fist as mana converged violently, his voice emphasizing, "Not one person, but 2. As he finished, a punch landed squarely on Hickster's face, making him spit blood. Hickster's large body rocked and then fell backward. Asta surged forward with a steel punch. Hickster watched and assessed, realizing Damien standing nearby was also contributing to the fight. "Not one person, but 2. I'm willing to take a punch from that mage." Hickster struck in the face, immediately sprayed blood everywhere. With terrifying speed, Asta followed up with another blow. Hickster struggled to keep his footing on the floor, panicking inside. "What the?" He gritted his teeth, trying to swallow the bone-deep pain. Sweat began to pour. "Why does it hurt so much, this bastard?" A jade-green shockwave surrounded Asta, radiating overwhelming force. Seeing his speed and power of attack, Hickster was filled with extreme doubt. Could he really be a mage? Hickster glanced at Damien in surprise. "Healing magic." Damien stood outside, extending his hand toward Hickster, continuously channeling energy to mend his wounds as Hickster struggled to regain his composure and adjust his stance. Asta smiled completely at ease, raised both hands and began to form a round sphere of light. Hickster was still flustered between pain and confusion. Why? He glared at Damien, his thoughts briefly distracted. So noble lineages really are elevated after all. Seizing the moment, Asta darted forward to attack at blinding speed while sneering. "You got punched and still dared to look away." Hickster felt a generous surge of restorative energy transferred to him by Damien. But he could only lift his hands to guard against Asta's relentless barrage, completely on the defensive. Asta saw Hickster's surprisingly agile evasions and smirked. "You're not bad." Hickster growled in anger at being pummeled. He shot a contemptuous glance at Damien. "That guy's healing me." Asta kept attacking wildly, turning Hickster into a punching bag. Hickster cursed inwardly. "Crazy bastard, my heart's racing. I wish I could take one hit and just pass out." After a dizzying barrage, Hickster finally had a moment to breathe. His whites rolled, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, eyes full of doubt. "Am I afraid?" Outside, the crowd roared and cheered wildly. "Hickster, what are you doing? Don't hold back." Only Hickster could truly feel the opponent's dominance. His face went pale. Their expressions were ecstatic. The saint of the Dalamp house, the star of the eastern continent, the hope of every martial fighter. They cheered regardless. "We believe in you. You've been messing around with them long enough. Finish it." Those words sounded like an insult to Hickster. He ground his teeth in fury. How dare you? Rage contorted his features into a feral scowl, veins rimmed his eyes as he roared. How dare a common mage? He launched himself with all his strength like a wounded beast, but Asta only stepped back one pace, completely evading and causing no damage. Asta glanced down at the onrushing Hickster. Not bad. Hickster seemed to lose control of his reason and went berserk, continuing his charge while shouting, "Don't." His voice ground out each word, "Don't underestimate me." The punch aimed squarely at Asta, flinging him far away. Outside, the crowd immediately erupted in loud cheers. That's our Hickster. Still, Hickster clenched his fist and stared at his hand, his expression puzzled. The sensation from the punch was definitely a direct hit. He tightened his fist, unwilling to relax, perplexed inside. Why did it feel so light? The staff flipped once in the air and landed solidly. He brushed off his clothes as if nothing had happened, glanced down at his outfit nonchalantly, all dusty now. Hickster was stunned for a moment at the sight. Then his face filled with rage as he screamed. He darted forward to attack like a lightning bolt. Asta stood there unfazed. His hands in his pockets, he glanced at Damien and calculated silently. Damien keeps healing that guy. If I want this to end, I need to knock him out with one ram. Meanwhile, Damien remained enthusiastic and very friendly, healing the guy. Asta closed his eyes, sensing the mana flows around him. Let's see, this move will do. Blue lightning streaked from his hands, gathering energy, a technique I created with comrades in a past life. His focused gaze slowly opened. Coldly, it drew energy from the collisions of mana particles. He targeted Hickster using mana, but it wasn't pure martial arts or conventional magic. Asta surged forward, all his power concentrated into his hand, an art purely exploiting the properties of mana. He unleashed the final blow with a thunderous crack, lightning-like, leaving Hickster no time to react. The cheering crowd around them was also affected by the force of the strike and cried out in alarm. A young spectator tried to pry his eyes open to see what had happened. What was that? All he could see was dust and smoke, and Hickster still standing there motionless. A pair of swift feet touched the ground. Asta seemed to blink in and out of sight. The crowd froze in astonishment. The scene fell utterly silent. A hand rose powerfully, fingers clenched like a declaration of victory. It was Asta, the one left standing after the decisive blow. He snorted coldly. He glared at the stunned crowd and commanded wildly, "Cheer, you lot." The cheers erupted like an earthquake, carried by intense excitement. So cool, is he really a mage? He did it, damn, this is the moment the weak triumphs. Suddenly a sweet voice called from behind, "Hey, you there." Damien rushed over to congratulate him, smiling happily and proudly. "We won." Asta nodded and patted his head. "Yeah." He teased with a smile, "So from now on, don't suck your thumb anymore, okay?" The others looked at the two, celebrating with complicated expressions. One man folded his arms and sneered, "I didn't expect a mage to fight like that." Just then, an irritated voice suddenly rang out from behind. "How vulgar." Noise broke out. "Get out, go somewhere else, you thugs." The man who had appeared shouted angrily, "It's an enrollment ceremony. Why is it as noisy as a broken market?" He kept turning this way and that, scolding, "Is this your doing or yours? If you don't quiet down, I'll have you all arrested." The staff frowned, thinking silently, "I'm in trouble." He glanced at the noisy man behind them, feeling resigned but thinking it was fine. After all, he's someone who cleans up. The staff tried to stay as silent as possible. There were many ways to slip away, and since everyone was excited, they wouldn't forget easily. But he looked at Damien in surprise. He kept shouting and pointing this way, "Not them, us, over here, over here." Asta tightened his eyes in helplessness. Damien's words immediately drew attention. The angry man, "Are those the thugs?" Damien cheerfully admitted there was no intention to run. "Yes, it was us." This pulled the man's attention forward to where Hickster lay unconscious on the floor. From a closed room, the man's stern voice echoed, "Damien, you and Asta." Asta stood upright, his face slightly annoyed at the trouble they'd caused, while Damien was openly excited. "Yes, yes." The man seated in the chair wore a serious expression. "You two confessed honestly, huh? So this time I'll let it pass without deducting points. it seems the opponent was not seriously injured. However, he didn't forget to frown and warn, "From now on I will be watching you." Estab breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that, standing a bit straighter. The schoolyard felt quiet now, sunlight filtering through the canopy of tall, shady trees. Estab pushed the door and stepped out. He took a deep breath. Luckily, the matriculation ceremony hadn't started yet. At that moment, a commotion rose up around them. "Is that him? With that body he beat a pugilist. How does a mage fight like that?" Damien, never one to stay quiet, immediately waved back, "Everyone's looking at us." Estab kept his icy expression, thinking inwardly, "Damn it, we're too conspicuous. Stop waving, little old man." A group of 3 students quickly approached, one saying, "Ah, there they are." Damien, carefree and excited, said, "Maybe they saved seats for us. Friends, schoolmates are great." Estab responded lightly, "Yeah, probably." At that moment the dean's bald, silver-haired forehead appeared and a voice began, "Yes, so." The dean, serious-faced, began his speech, continuing the teachings of the sages and the founding dean, "Our academy will." The speech dragged on and was drowned out by noise below. Only fragments could be heard. Damien chuckled awkwardly while Estab, cool as ever, thought, "The dean is persistent. He can really keep speaking that long." He suddenly noticed Damien's expression beside him. He had his eyes closed, nodding off and dozing without realizing when. Estab sighed with a smile, "This guy." He took Damien's hand and lifted it to wipe his mouth. "Don't drool, for heaven's sake." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Dean, someone says you need to step out for a moment." The dean froze. What could be more important than the matriculation ceremony? The person leaned in and whispered something into the dean's ear. The dean's complexion changed. He immediately cleared his throat. He spoke into the microphone, "Sorry everyone, an urgent matter has arisen and I must leave at once. The speech will end here but the ceremony will continue." He waved once and promptly departed. Shortly after, a long-haired girl stepped forward. She walked with a hand on her hip, radiating fierce authority. Her gaze swept the hall as if searching for the culprit. She shouted, "Attention everyone." Even the nearby teachers trembled in fear. The students could not help but be affected. Even the man who had been quieting the crowd earlier fell silent. Maintaining her intimidating stance, she introduced herself. "I am Gerada on behalf of the dean. Due to an unexpected schedule change, he cannot finish the speech, so I will preside over the matriculation." Her voice echoed through the hall. "We will begin with the new student's oath. First, the representative of magic, Dahlia de Denai." A soft response came from the front row, "Yes." Gerardo exclaimed in surprise, "What, a Denai family member is taking the entrance exam? Is her strength insufficient?" The girl boldly stepped forward amid murmurs below. "Think about it, she's the 3rd daughter of the head of the house. If her strength were lacking, would Denai really have her take the entrance exam?" Estab frowned as he looked at the girl, Dahlia de Denai. He evaluated silently. If the Declan house is the foremost magic family in the East, Denai ranks just after among the notable magic houses. He recalled events from his past life. Dahlia grew up in Denai as an eternal second fiddle, yet became the future representative mage of the clan, quite capable. When I gave up my life as a cleaner, she helped me considerably. Given their not bad past relationship, Astor raised a hand to his chin and smiled, feeling a bit amused. But to call them benefactors, no, they're closer to frenemies. Still, Dahlia entering this class is worth celebrating. Gerada continued calling names. Next, the representative of the combat track, Paulo, stepped forward. The young man answered immediately, his voice decisive, "Yes." Estab stood behind, silently assessing. The combat track didn't announce a clan name, so he didn't seem to come from a notable house. As for that Hickster or hipster fellow, he is from a noble family, but only marginally. I wonder how furious the great houses will be. After Paulo stepped up, Gerada declared, "That concludes the oath, the pledge is complete." She continued the introductions. "Next, allow me to present the professors who will be in charge of class 172. Professors, please come forward one by one, starting with..." At that moment Dahlia was staring intently in a certain direction. Estab seemed to feel a gaze fixed on him. What was that? Was it just his imagination? He couldn't help feeling suspicious, as if their eyes had met. But he brushed it off immediately. The matter wasn't important. Dahlia was slowly descending the stairs, perhaps because her attention was elsewhere. She suddenly stumbled and cried out in alarm. That didn't seem to distract Asta. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I heard Professor Parun is here, right? Watching the professor stand on the podium, Asta felt impatient. When will he come out? One by one, the other professors also gave their speeches. Finally, the person he had been waiting for appeared. An authoritative voice rang out, "Pleasure to meet you. I am Parun, in charge of the foundational curriculum of magical theory." Asta furrowed his brow in appraisal. He had expected Parun's bearing to resemble Henge, but it was entirely different. Looking at the person before him, Asta thought that Henge was still a man of character who wore his social mask well, so he shouldn't judge too quickly. Next, Gerada spoke. With that, the professor's introductions were finished and the matriculation ceremony concluded. Asta looked back at Damien, who still hadn't woken. Gerada's voice seemed to lull him. Follow the administrators to your assigned dormitories. He slapped Damien on the shoulder to wake him. Get up, Damien. Damien stared with drool on his mouth, bewildered. Already done. With an icy face and without blinking, Asta said, no, caught dozing off and expelled. Let's just go home. Damien gaped in confusion. A terrifying scenario immediately flashed through his mind, horror clear on his face. By then dusk had settled, golden light spreading over the tops of the castle towers. Asta strolled down the corridor toward his dormitory, thinking helplessly that Damien had screamed so much over just a little teasing. He stopped in front of a room. Staring at the silent door, he wondered, is this it? Reluctantly, Asta pushed the door and stepped inside. Why was it on the very top floor? He admired the room's furnishings and remarked that the academy really was impressive. He inspected a desk corner. Oh, these are daily use items. Apparently the academy supplies standardized gear for everyone. He walked over and picked up a green notebook. Opening the closet revealed hooks holding a hanging coat. Asta thought that even small belongings could reveal one's origin, though everyone would eventually buy personal items. As he pushed the door to leave, he encountered someone. Asta recalled his roommate seemed to be named Paulo, but his expression wasn't exactly pleasant. Paulo closed his eyes and said coldly, try to be as quiet as possible. He carried a suitcase showing no emotion, whether arranging luggage or setting things up, he didn't care. He kept issuing isolation demands, stay up late if you must, but don't interfere with each other, no talking after a certain hour either. When Asta didn't reply, Paulo's eyes opened and fixed on him threateningly. Answer me. Asta's eyes glinted with indifference as he calmly looked at the other man. Suit yourself. Seeing him remain silent, Paulo grew more irritated and snapped, why aren't you answering? Asta was rifling through his memory, having heard Paulo was the top graduate of the combat track. What would his strength be like? Then suddenly, Asta leaned forward and lunged straight toward him. Paulo reacted warily, instinctively touching the sword hilt in a defensive stance. What are you trying to do? At that moment, Asta stopped and glanced down. Fair enough. Observing his hand movement, he silently praised that although Paulo held a sword, he restrained himself and avoided harming others. Not bad. Just then Damien's voice called from outside, hey, hurry up and come out. Asta snorted, what for? I'm about to go out. He brushed past Paulo and lightly patted his shoulder. Do as you like, but in return. Asta turned back, grinning brightly with a hint of mischief. If I sing past midnight, don't complain, got it? Outside, Damien came running cheerfully. Buddy. He asked excitedly right away, who's our roommate? Asta replied indifferently, Paulo. Damien blanked for a few seconds and mumbled, knowing who that was. Asta scolded inwardly, of course, you sleep like the dead. He eagerly raised his hand to invite. Anyway, let's tour the academy. Lancy said there are countless things to see. We have to go on the first day, and she said we must go together. Hearing that, Asta considered it and thought it might be worth seeing a few things. He smirked and smiled. Let's go. The two of them walked side by side around the campus. The atmosphere was harmonious and peaceful, their conversations flowing one after another. The sunset painted the sky a warm orange, the last light of day casting a gentle, tranquil glow over the scene. Stopping on a bridge, Damien exclaimed excitedly, "Look, a pond, we don't have this back home." A stab beside him seemed a bit tired of his enthusiasm. In front of them, a crystal-clear pond rippled with small waves. The staff felt weary, really tired, like he was babysitting. Maybe that's why Lancey paired him with Damien, but who am I? A petty man who retaliates when bothered. He muttered, "Then have them build one for us." Damien, not understanding, looked at him with wide eyes. The staff smiled and explained, "Just dig the earth and pour water in." Damien's eyes immediately lit up like stars and he shouted enthusiastically, "Right, tell them to make it bigger, larger than this pond." At the manor, Lancey sneezed while washing dishes. After this idea, Damien seriously pondered what to name the pond. The stat chuckled softly, then casually offered a name, "Blood to your pond." The name lit Damien's face up. He slapped his hands and sealed it. This time in the manor, Lancey shivered again, a bad premonition washing over her like a wave. Damien kept strolling excitedly, pointing at a statue. "Look at that, it's beautiful. Tell them to make that too, make it blood to your pond too." He didn't hesitate for even half a second. Asta began to babble on, sketching with his hands like an artistic director. "Shape it like a dragon, refine each scale for beauty." Damien grew more excited, nodding repeatedly. "Amazing, perfect." Lancey turned pale, sweating coldly, her neck prickling. "What is this? Why is my spine tingling?" After a while of walking, Asta asked, "Done touring, ready to go back?" Damien replied cheerfully in the affirmative. He nodded slightly, though his expression grew more serious. "Let's see, the cleaners found about 7 of them, including those not yet discovered. It's around 10. They're mostly concentrated in the center." Asta's gaze stopped at the Mage Hall No. 2 building, an imposing massive structure. He rummaged his memory. Mage Hall No. 2 housed Professor Parun's research rooms. It made sense. The target really was Professor Parun. Asta began calculating. Declan must have realized Henge had an assistant, so now suspicion has shifted to Parun, someone closely connected to him. His eyes flicked in a direction. Behind a bush, a figure was quietly observing them. The corner of Asta's mouth twitched, a thin, sardonic smile. A wave of interest rose like an undercurrent. "Worried we didn't follow them," he thought. "Perfect timing, they followed beautifully. Let's see what they know." One evening the sky grew dark, the night thickly enveloping the academy. A solitary lamp cast a faint yellow light, flickering in the chilly breeze. Suddenly a shadow streaked across the rooftops, so agile that only a blur remained. With cat-like bounds, in an instant he reached the east building. With a light kick, he landed on the ground almost silently. The moment he touched down, a voice called from the dark corner, "You're here." The newcomer nodded slightly, stepped forward, and asked briefly, "Where are the others?" The watcher replied tersely, "They went ahead, upstairs, issued an urgent order, reports say to gather at the target's lair." The other asked, "Primary target or secondary?" He answered, "Secondary." He added that the primary target seems to be tailed already, but they had gathered intel indicating that tonight, at midnight precisely, the item would be handed over to the secondary target. Hearing this, the newly arrived man stroked his chin softly. "So that's it." He pondered aloud. "Henge, the primary target, has acted and issued orders to us, meaning among the secondary targets the one under surveillance is Professor Parun." Realizing this, the newly arrived man flinched, eyes widening. He spoke tensely. "Wait, what about Unit 1? You expect us to get past those monster professors? At least Unit 1 has to show, or maybe a couple more units, only then could we deal with them." The black-clad man waiting in the room replied nonchalantly, "Unit 1 won't come, neither will the others." The man couldn't help tearing at his hair and swore under his breath, "Damn it." Just as he despaired, the other spoke in a hoarse voice. "But," he said in a low tone, "Fire Mage Callahan, he will join them." The newcomer was struck as if by lightning, eyes wide in disbelief. Callahan. From his memory, Callahan was Declan's Ruby deputy. If it's him, he has the power. Recalling that, the man ground his teeth. He was infamous for cold ruthlessness in the name of duty, meaning. Thinking that, he swallowed dryly, trying to control the tremor rising in him, then hissed quietly, "Damn it, it's a suicide mission for duty's sake." The remaining black-clad man calmly reassured him that things might not erupt into open conflict. Families would be reluctant to expose a famed mage in a mission. The other snorted coldly, maybe just hope so. The other urged, then let's go. The two shadows darted out of the building to rendezvous, hopping to slightly increase their odds of survival. However, the two did not know that all their movements had already been seen by someone. Standing on a nearby rooftop, moonlight fell on his face. Midnight, huh? A cold night wind blew, carrying a sound like a faint breath. Could it really be Callahan? At that moment, Estelle watched thoughtfully. The Zenian Academy was vast, so he had to know the terrain to avoid getting lost. Even I must. He gazed for a while toward the buildings surrounding the fountain. Estelle's look hardened into quiet certainty. All right, not bad. A vague thrill flared inside him, just the sort of matter to occupy me, not like in a past life, but it still felt familiar. A quiet evening, lit only by a flickering blue flame. Estelle disguised himself as a man in black, sat watching. He exuded the familiar aura of a cleaner Declan's house. Callahan leapt up and laughed wickedly. Callahan, he still basks in his glorious days even while I'm active. He turned his back toward someone, after the Deculan clan risked everything fighting the Blando clan. Farron smiled faintly. He stayed with the declining clan to prove his loyalty. Callahan's silhouette looked extremely dangerous. He's dangerous now, but Callahan's true peak came after the war with Blando. He curled his lip in a sly grin. The fire magic of Deculan, unstoppable, had marked him as a war mage. Finally, Estelle made up his mind, then I must capture him. He stared at the glowing book, pondering. Callahan's magic is one of Deculan's secret fire arts, and he's one of the continent's famed mages, worth the risk. Estelle hunched his head and walked in thought. I once wondered why a troublesome person would tail and then return. It's an unexpected boon, but something still nags at me. Then he looked determined. The target they mentioned, Henzi's manuscript, is actually with me. A blank sheet surfaced in Estelle's mind, yet they said the item would be handed to the secondary target, Professor Parun. Two hooded figures also appeared asserting that my manuscript cannot be fake, and it's impossible the target they meant isn't that manuscript. Estelle said slowly, then the item delivered today must be a fake manuscript. A man appeared fastening his cloak. He reached out to open a wardrobe door to take something. Immediately, the man tucked a weapon at his hip. Then he flicked his hand and turned away. Beside him, someone else slept under a blanket. The man wrapped up and slipped out quietly. It was Paulo. He cast a sharp glance to the side. The blue-haired man lay dreaming in bed, unaware. Outside the castle, it was pitch dark. All the lights were out except for a single bright room. A candle burned beside Parun. He was intently staring at something. Then Parun squeezed his eyes shut and grimaced. Deculan, those rotten rats. He cursed angrily. They said a weakness was exposed, but I held back because they hadn't crossed the line, yet now they dare invade my territory so brazenly. What is this? Suddenly Parun's eyes sharpened, so that's it. The white door of the room slowly opened. A figure wrapped head to toe stepped in. Parun glanced and thought, mercenaries, and he then called the name decisively, making the others start, Paulo. Parun calmly admonished, next time if you plan to disguise yourself, first learn to refine your ether form. That's fundamental to clandestine action. Paulo held a white envelope and handed it to Parun. Parun glanced down and said, well, if there's a next time. Hearing that, Paulo frowned, puzzled by Parun's words. Parun nodded with the envelope in hand. Henzi, so it's you. He observed without opening it. You're trying to transfer the manuscript without letting Deculan see, yet you were caught miserably. But then Parun changed his mind. No, that old fox wouldn't be caught that easily. A pair of feet hurriedly ran off somewhere. What are you planning, Henzi? Suddenly the room exploded in a blaze of red fire. A figure in a white cloak stepped in and greeted, very pleased to meet you, Professor Parun. It was Callahan. He grinned viciously and smoothed his hair. My name is Callahan. Do you know a professor who only hides away in his study? Paulo was stunned and jerked around, his face filled with panic. Callahan continued arrogantly, looks like there's another guest here, mercenaries. Right, that swordsman seems to know me, but what about the professor? Not letting him continue his posturing, Parun quickly cut him off. I've never heard that name before. He braced his hands on the table and stood up straight. Enough, stop babbling and get to the point. Callahan frowned and sneered harshly. Your stench makes my nose want to rot. Then he covered his face and laughed hoarsely. Interesting. This is the first time I've been treated like this, so I'll be blunt. Callahan pointed at Paulo across from him and declared firmly, that one will die. An orange circle appeared at his fingertip, and as for the professor. Callahan widened his eyes and mused, should I take your hand or your eyes? Suddenly a hand grabbed someone's cloak hard. Parun stepped forward to intercept Callahan's attack. Their two powerful strikes collided, creating a scene of devastation. Paulo squinted and shouted loudly. He forced his eyes open to see what the opponent would do next. Both of them stood rooted under the rubble. Parun turned and called out, Paulo. He announced calmly, from this moment I will regard you as a mercenary before a student, so fend for yourself. Paulo caught the meaning and replied promptly, yes. Parun nodded and thought, since no alarm rang despite the explosion, it's likely those Deculan rats set up hidden magic. Night gradually fell over the stately castles. Parun narrowed his eyes, thinking distantly, can I only rely on that rookie mercenary? Callahan still stood there arrogantly taunting, this envelope definitely comes from the trashy Blando. He seemed to imply he has no intention of surrendering it. Parun glanced at Callahan, what should I do? Suddenly he put on a terrifying expression and asked, shall I toy with you a little? No sooner had he spoken than Callahan unleashed a move that generated a ring of golden light. Parun and Paulo stood there passively watching, when suddenly several masked figures came flying in from nowhere. Callahan opened his mouth in a demonic laugh. Seeing the scene, Paulo couldn't help widening his anxious eyes. Immediately Parun quickly formed a white circle before him. The two streams of white and golden light from them crashed directly into each other. A cloaked figure watching from afar saw the beams of light shining up from that castle. It was Ista. He looked up and told himself it's begun. Ista took out a mask and held it in his hand. Then he put it on his face. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Ista's eyes glowed and he swiftly leapt up, not Ista but the number one cleaner. Having prepared everything, Ista looked straight ahead and said, all right, let's go. He clasped his hands together, Lady Moon. Ista prayed sincerely, let me once again be the righteous scourge today. He squinted, but honestly, I've never cared for righteousness. Instantly Ista sprang up high. One side of the castle had been smashed into ruins. Callahan laughed loudly, not bad mercenary. Paulo panted wearily but still gripped his sword tightly. He glanced back anxiously, damn. At Paulo's hip something glowed, turns out the captain's talisman is a protective charm, lucky. Suddenly he flinched at a voice shouting, get out of here. Parun, eyes blazing, flew over. He unleashed a powerful strike at Callahan. Callahan replied swiftly in kind. Parun casually patted Paulo's shoulder, not bad, you might be someone I can trust a bit more. Paulo looked at the sword and frowned, on the blade there was a charm. Parun turned and asked, can you block it? Paulo stared ahead and answered, bring it on, then he added resolutely, it's no longer whether I can, if I fail, I die. Callahan sneered lightly, a mage and a guardian, an interesting pairing. A beam of light pierced the ice. Callahan wasted no time and unleashed an attack at Paulo. Fortunately, he quickly used his sword to parry and sidestep. On this side, Parun maintained the technique within the green circle. The guardian had been dealt with. The masked assailants were taken down one by one. At this rate, I'll be exhausted. An idea struck Parun as he glanced over, then. He looked at Callahan casting spells and decided, I have to bet everything. Parun held his mana steady, thinking, when natural mana supply is limited, if multiple entities issue commands, a struggle for control will erupt. He immediately poured all his strength into this strike. How much will you siphon from me? Callahan stood and asked, are you challenging me? Callahan, not to be outdone, mocked and lunged upward, fine, try it. But as he neared Parun, he suddenly recoiled and shouted. A flash of light with tremendous power engulfed the entire castle. Inside, all three of them were surrounded by beams of light. Paulo was also hovering in midair, looking down. He cracked his eyes open, damn. Paulo watched Callahan and Parun fiercely dueling with frustration. They're both monsters, there's no opening to break through. Not long after, Paulo lay motionless beneath the rubble. If this was going to happen, you should have fought from the start. Three hooded figures stood outside watching the vicious vortex tear things apart when a voice spoke up. How cruel. A man who observed this grew anxious. Stop, charging in now is suicide. Catch your breath and gather yourself. He turned and asked how many cleaners are left. Suddenly a white light erupted in fury and hurled the cloaked men outward. One man gaped in surprise and ambush. Then he shouted. At the same time, a black-cloaked figure quickly approached. It's an ambush. It was Ista. He landed hard on a large rock. Ista's sudden appearance forced Callahan and Parun to turn and look. He raised his icy eyes and declared, "And now arrives my glorious entrance." They were still locked in combat, but their eyes turned to Ista at his words. Callahan snapped angrily, "Are you mocking me?" Ignoring the shout, Ista charged forward with fierce momentum. He quickly grabbed him by the throat and pressed. Callahan. Ista's eyes turned cold as he said, "This place will be your grave." Taken by surprise, Callahan couldn't react in time. Racked with pain, he only stared at Ista. Ista shouted, "Die." But Callahan thrust both hands hard into Ista's chest. Then he was blasted away by a tremendous force. Callahan skidded across the ground with a bewildered look. He clapped a hand over his mouth and grimaced, "Damn mana backlash." Wasting no time, Ista lunged rapidly toward Callahan. From the earlier blow, he kept coughing up blood. Other black-cloaked figures quickly closed in. Callahan grabbed a vial in his hand and told himself, "I need to suppress the mana backlash first." After drinking the potion, he wiped the blood away. Where did someone like him even come from? Suddenly Callahan's eyes widened. Ista had formed a stream of blue light around him. Callahan stood dumbfounded at the sight before him. His movements, not a single wasted strike, and his magic optimized perfectly for speed. He was startled and looked on. "I'm truly impressed." Immediately Callahan produced countless red circles. "I don't know who you are, but..." He opened his mouth to reveal two fangs and shouted, "I'll kill you." And so the two streams of light slammed into each other. The black-cloaked men were flung far away. A red-haired man widened his eyes as if witnessing a horrific scene. That beam of light exploded, obliterating everything around it. After the powerful attack, Callahan spat blood and wondered, "Have I caught him?" His face showed obvious pride. The other cleaners got caught up too, but who cares about them? The important thing is completing the mission. He looked up at the clear sky where a few dark shapes blurred and fell. He was fairly certain that, in that sense, the masked one was the target to be eliminated. Callahan wiped his face and smiled softly. "I'm too excited. This isn't like me at all." He was confident of victory. "If I coordinate with the other cleaners, I'll take down Professor Farun." Suddenly the glass bottle in his hand slipped and rolled to the ground. A gun muzzle appeared out of nowhere, pointed right at him with a contemptuous voice. "Is that all you've got?" Through the billowing smoke, a shadow peeked out and spoke. "Callahan, you look like a vacant shell, but inside you're as cold as a snake. I knew from the start you intended to blow me and the other cleaners away." Ista made a pistol gesture with his hand at the matrix ahead and continued, "You." He directly exposed the opponent's weakness. "That cruelty is exactly why you'll fail." No sooner had he finished than Ista decisively fired a flash of light forward. Callahan could only stand there dazed. One word ran through his mind: too fast. The powerful beam sliced through the air and seared across his body. The wind blew away the fine spray of blood. The small tied tuft at the back of Callahan's head snapped off and fell. A bullet punched straight through his forehead, leaving a blood-soaked hole. Ista slowly landed, standing before the flattened body. The recent fight had drained much of his strength. He understood the opponent's ability well. Callahan lived up to his name. Recalling the previous explosive attack, Ista rated him highly. Others hit so suddenly would have died, but he countered. His combat reputation was justified. His reactions and judgment were very quick. Of course, Ista admitted some luck on his part, but Callahan's final move helped a lot. If he'd teamed up with the cleaners and dragged it out, I'd have lost. My mana pool is still far too small. Then he stepped closer to the corpse. Ista rummaged through Callahan's body with his hand. let's see, it should be around here somewhere. Finally, he took out a cloth pouch containing a few items, just as I thought. Most combat mages trust no one, so they carry their secrets with them. Istat claimed it as his own. Of course, that timeless pouch allowed basic owner identification. I can open it slowly later. With everything done, he turned and glanced to the side. Now, Istat said with slight reproach, you're late. Through the smoke a man approached. He murmured, Professor Farhan. He calmly hummed and explained. Clearing out the rats took a little time. The people on the other side had all been frozen by Farhan. He kept a cold demeanor, raising his hand to draw power. More importantly, you're a rat too. Istat pretended not to care and instead laughed loudly. One's mad, the other's a brawler. What do you think about me just killing one of the Deculan? His tone made the man drop his guard. Calling that guy mad, you must be someone Henzi sent. Ah, and I'm not that brawler. No longer suspicious so quickly, Istat felt a bit speechless. You trust me based on that? He wondered about the identity of the person he'd met earlier. So who is the mercenary that approached me? Farhan asked an odd, unrelated question. Did he split his thesis into two parts? Istat didn't answer, putting that aside. Well, I haven't heard anything about that, so I'm not sure. It's very likely a fake. Henzi probably planned it carefully, using a fake as bait to lure the rats out. Recalling Henzi's eager expression, I guessed I'd be the bait. It seems he wants to strengthen defenses in Hazen and here at the academy, and also reduce the Deculan family's influence. Istat thought to himself that even though the cleaners cast lights-out spells, the fight was sizable. With the report delayed, there was no reason the Imperial Knights hadn't arrived. The Deculans must have used their connections with the Imperial Knights. Farhan confirmed his identity again. So you really are the envoy. Istat produced a neatly bound stack of papers. He took them and examined them carefully. Suddenly, Farhan looked up from the documents. Do you know the contents? He didn't hide it, I only know the gist. Farhan didn't press further, he calmly replied, understood. At that point, Istat was candid. Fine, I don't mind a one-on-one, but are you sure? I don't want to lose a reliable ally. Farhan tucked the documents into his coat. Rarely in agreement, he said, fine, I'll take the thesis temporarily. I don't want to lose an ally, so let's drop it. He suddenly changed the subject. Is there anything you want? Seeing his puzzlement, Farhan explained, that guy Henzi seems to trust only a certain kind of person, those with desires that match his. You're certainly that type, so to build trust I have to give him something. Hearing this, Istat thought seriously for a while and finally answered, a book. Farhan was surprised by the request and had to confirm, a book. Istat began to picture a scene. I'll build a tower, a big tall tower, and I'll fill it with books everyone can read. It would be great if someone contributed a book containing their views on magic. Farhan scratched his head and mumbled agreement. All right, I don't think anyone can read and understand everything, but writing a book is better, sounds fun. He turned, thinking the matter done and about to leave. I must be going when Farhan called back. Wait, how do we keep in contact? Aren't you supposed to hand over the next thesis? Istat gave a deadpan reason that deflated him. I don't keep men's contact information. Then he pulled a string of purple beads from his pocket. Istat tossed the bracelet toward him. Use this, it's a linked crystal. They're linked so if one breaks, the other does too. Wanna call me, break it once, if there's trouble, break it twice. He left one final line, I'll come find you then. Farhan took the beads and nodding something else said, hey, I don't actually like men either. But when he looked up, the other had already vanished. He muttered to himself, why do I feel weird about that? Time passed and not long after, the Empire's knights arrived. After handing everything over, the Imperial Knights quickly secured the scene. They split up to carry each wounded person. Then they evacuated the Academy students to guard against a possible second attack. By then, Istat had changed back into his usual clothes and, of course, took the opportunity to blend in with the students. Damien, still sleepy, looked at him curiously. Friend, where have you been? Feels like I haven't seen you in ages. Istat gave a brief reply, had to handle something big. He scanned the scene, calculating. Let's see, the bodies of Callahan and the cleaners, trace evidence is clear, so the Deculans should lie low for a while. Seeing him distracted, Damien searched around and joked, you looking for the bathroom? Friend, you've been gone so long, constipated. Want me to fix it for you? Asta didn't answer, focusing on his thoughts. Why did H-Wayne react like that in the fight? He usually doesn't retaliate, but when I blocked Callahan's spell, his energy seeped into my field, which let me stop it, so it wasn't necessarily bad. He recalled the sensation. It wasn't that the field became stronger, but rather, yes, a kind of cancellation phenomenon. He linked cases where that kind of magic was used. It's mainly a method for elemental mages, a technique that prevents harm to the caster, like Callahan when he used fire. Asta turned away, frowning and muttering that he didn't understand. Damien beside him thought he was speaking to him and eagerly offered help. You don't get it? Pull your trousers down right now, friend. But that remark clearly came from his wandering thoughts. Why did it respond then, and what was the trigger condition? He looked toward the distant castle and told himself he needed to investigate. Oh, and remind you, don't drop your pants, Damien. The solemn, old-style building Astor silently planned. Lapeter, the largest library in the east, located in the academy. I should find clues there. Suddenly a voice called out, Hey, you're Sta right. The boy approached and greeted him cheerfully. Nice to meet you, I'm Chenbai. Asta kept a cold demeanor and said, and he kept smiling. You're quite a fighter, aren't you? That made Asta wary. What? He saw me fight. If my identity gets exposed, that'll be a problem. Should I kill him? Faced with Chenbai's enthusiasm, Asta thought inwardly, what, he saw me fight? That's a serious blemish on my cleaner record. Chenbai kept praising innocently. The brawl with the martial system on enrollment day was impressive. How could you fight like that? Those words immediately softened him a bit, slightly at a loss for words. No scandal left, yet fame spread. Of course it's like that. Seeing nothing serious, Asta turned away. He was just low on energy then. It'll be different later. Chenbai scratched his head and laughed. Ah, I see. He then shyly followed behind Asta and Damien as they pushed through the crowd. After a while, Chenbai honestly admitted his wish. Actually, I want to tag along. I haven't befriended anyone yet. Joining other groups is awkward, you know. Asta glanced once. Yeah, more or less got it. He'd long seen this. In principle, the academy promises equal treatment and to set aside status, but that's the academy's stance, not the students'. Someone poor like me naturally gets pushed to the fringes. Thinking it over, he wasn't bothered. Whatever, I don't care. So Asta turned back and agreed to Chenbai. Fine, suit yourself. Chenbai breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Honestly, I was pretty anxious. Chenbai relaxed a bit and skillfully flattered him. If something like earlier happens again, being alone would be awkward. Asta gave a quiet laugh and agreed. Could be. Encouraged, Chenbai grew bolder. Oh right, by the way. The two chatted comfortably as they walked. Asta found it rather new, so is a normal conversation like this. He lifted his indifferent eyes and pondered. My life is always getting tangled with lunatics. Remembering the distinctive faces he'd met recently, Asta comforted himself. I've forgotten what normal feels like. The corner of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Now the academy life truly begins. The next morning at the academy, golden sunlight shone on the glittering building. In the lecture hall, the students were almost all present. Damien let out a big yawn. He languidly flopped over the desk, looking miserable and very sleepy. At that moment, Chenbai arrived too, waving cheerfully. Good morning, Asta. Damien. As soon as he sat down, he looked a bit displeased. Something like that happened yesterday and we're still coming to class today. Isn't that too much? Asta flipped a page and replied, yeah, fair. Asta observed him. Chenbai, from the way he spoke yesterday, he wasn't from a noble house nor a well-off family, yet he wasn't shy at all and seemed quite cheerful. He felt fairly positive, judging inwardly that he'd make a decent friend when Chenbai turned and called out, Hey, did you hear? Chenbai revealed a bit of info. Earlier on the way here I heard our M3 homeroom teacher is Professor Gerada. The unfamiliar name made Asta repeat it with curiosity. Gerada. Chenbai was amazed. Don't tell me you don't know Professor Gerada. She's rumored to have single-handedly slaughtered a whole pack of trolls. Oh, here she comes. He looked down toward the lectern. A female teacher was slowly approaching. Ah, I remember now. The familiar face reminded Asta of the professor who stood on the platform during yesterday's matriculation ceremony. She spoke to introduce herself. Pleased to meet you, I'm Gerada. Yesterday was a bit chaotic, but nothing serious. I hope you'll put it aside and focus on your studies. She gestured to the support device being brought in, so before the first lesson I'll measure your mana. Basically, mana has two aspects, quantity and quality. Now, between those two, which is more important? A hand went up and Gerada asked, what's your name? The girl stood up shyly, I'm Arjun. Gerada permitted it. All right, Arjun, please answer. The girl answered carefully and seriously. I don't think there's an absolute answer, but if you have a sufficiently precise mana level, then quality is more important. Gerada pressed on. Why? Arjun explained, when dueling mages of equal rank, the side with superior mana quality will prevail. Asta noted the opinion and partly agreed. Yes, that's orthodox. Mana quality affects accuracy, stability, and potency of spells. A lot of mana that misses is useless, but... Sure enough, she then received a displeased sound from the homeroom teacher. A dismissive tut echoed. Arjun was cowed and lost the little confidence she had left. Gerada directly asked, Arjun, which family do you belong to? The girl obediently answered, I'm from the Viscount Pelham house. Hearing that, Gerada showed obvious contempt. No wonder. This time Arjun was completely hurt. Tears welled up with a look of grievance. But Gerada ignored her and moved on to someone else. Any other volunteers to answer? Her sharp eyes swept the class. None. Suddenly she singled out a random boy. Hey, you there. He flinched in surprise. Why, yes. Gerada teased, is your name? Yes, yes. He hurriedly stammered a correction. Oh no, I'm Ipal. Ipal stood and carefully answered the earlier question. I think mana quantity is more important. After all, in large-scale combat, quantity has a greater impact, right? Asta silently recorded it, right, thinking the other way. In chaotic battles, quantity matters more. In summary, changing variables shows both quality and quantity are important. But Gerada put on a clearly displeased expression. She asked bluntly, which family do you belong to? He replied, oh, I'm not from any family. That made Asta pause. What, had he missed some basic point? Gerada continued calling names. Next, answers rang out, I think casting speed. A repetitive scene, family, and me, I am urgency and purity, family. This made even someone as calm as him uneasy, picking students at random, repeating the question, then moving on. Gerada's question kept echoing over the murmuring class, and you, what's going on? So annoying. Hey, step aside. Asta tensed, thinking, what answer makes the atmosphere so heavy? After a while she ended the Q&A. I have heard your answers clearly. Gerada's tone softened a little. Actually, the answers you just gave were close to the correct one. No, this isn't a question with a single answer, so what I want isn't an answer. She emphasized one thing in particular. Think carefully, what answers did you give me? Gerada bluntly pointed out the class's shortcoming. Do those answers match your own thoughts, or were you just guessing what you thought I wanted to hear? She reminded them of the mage's vocation. A mage must never lose conviction, must not be swayed by public opinion, and must be able to carry out his or her will fully. Her sharp yellow eyes narrowed. So what about you just now? A serious, startling question rang through the lecture hall. Is that truly the quality of a mage? Gerada concluded, you must become true mages in time. That is what I want to impart in this lesson, so engrave it in your hearts. The whole class fell completely silent. Asta let go of the tension he'd held. After all, what I suspected was correct. It was indeed a strangely refreshing loop. Gerada moved to the main topic. Now, one by one, come forward to have your mana measured, Arjun. The girl, still sniffling, was startled when called. Yes. Gerada assigned her, you'll be the M3 class's magic system class representative. Your first answer left a very good impression. From now on record your classmates' mana values. The girl brightened and hurried down to her spot. Thank you, teacher. He made a small O and thought inwardly, so this is how she pacifies the class. Chenbai beside him wiped his eyes, half jealous, so envious. Asta was speechless and puzzled, jealous of what exactly? Up above she signaled to bring the support device forward. Assistant. The covering cloth was pulled away. A jade-green orb immediately appeared and the students exclaimed in surprise, is that a mana measuring device? I heard those are hard to come by. Gerada touched the orb with her hand. Everyone was seeing it for the first time, right? She cast a meaningful glance. Now it's time to learn your own mana values. Who knows what you'll find? A stream of blue light radiated, leaving the students stunned. Gerada teasingly provoked, "Among us there's even a monster." Damien glanced at the matrix projected on the ceiling and put a finger lightly to his lips. Gerada glanced and said, "Now using it is very simple." She ordered, "Arjun, place your hand on the crystal orb and channel mana into it." Arjun promptly and gently complied, "Yes." Then Gerada put her own hand on the crystal orb. Instantly, the orb emitted a dazzling light that made Arjun stare in amazement. Not long after, the crystal orb produced some kind of circle. Arjun looked up in astonishment, mouth agape, unable to believe her eyes. Gerada turned her cold face and said, "You can see clearly. Among many metrics, the most important is the middle section here, the refinement index from quality and the geo force from level 1 to level 10. She pointed at the circle and explained, "Arjun reached level 14 last year. The incoming freshman average level is 3, so that's very good." Arjun scratched her head embarrassed, "Thank you, teacher." Gerada observed and then instructed, "Next we'll measure total mana quantity. It's simple. Channel mana in." Arjun complied, "Yes." Gerada continued, "Total mana quantity is divided into 100 grades." The circle showed the number 17 with an announcement. Arjun is at grade 17. Last year the average was grade 15, so this year's number has improved. Gerada smiled lightly, looking at both mana quality and quantity. "You can see how diligent Arjun has been." Suddenly she praised Arjun, making her blush. "Well done." A boy admiredly said, "I wish I could get a high number too." Estad didn't listen. He sat thinking that the future is already showing. After pondering, he concluded the girl will become a diligent researcher. A voice cut through the large room. "I have business and must take my leave. Please have your mana measured by the assistant." Someone answered, "Yes." A girl beamed, "I need to focus even more than on respiratory magic." Her friend happily replied, "I'll worry about refinement." The white-haired boy smiled and coaxed Estad, "Let's go too." He was startled, then turned, "Yeah, we should." As Estad was walking, a loud shout made him stop and look. "This is crazy." The circle reappeared with surprise. "The refinement index is level 6. Wasn't the average supposed to be level 3? Total quantity is level 22. Jealous." Someone asked, "What's your name?" The girl answered coldly, "Furion." Then she emphasized to the back, "Furion to deny." Estad thought, same clan as Dahlia, judging by the different hair color, maybe a branch. She said the name and already seemed to represent her family. The teacher looked surprised and said she truly lives up to her prestigious lineage and the numbers are excellent. He rubbed his chin and added that although the total quantity is a bit low compared to refinement level 6, it's still high enough. Furion nodded with a faint smile, "I see." Damien suddenly woke, "Too noisy, what's going on?" Estad looked over and replied, "Nothing, go back to sleep." But then he paused, "Oh right, can't sleep." Estad said to Damien, "They're about to measure mana," but Damien, still half asleep, vaguely asked, "Measure what for?" Estad helplessly answered, "Don't know, but measuring's fine, it's class after all." Suddenly Damien jumped up excitedly and shouted, "Really? Then I'll try too." Estad facepalmed in embarrassment, "Oh, don't overdo it." Someone watching from afar whispered, "Is that him? The young master of Blandor, so young. And that next to him must be Aster, the one who defeated Hickster, right?" Another asked who the leader is and someone else replied, "You'd die to know." Estad looked into the distance worriedly, "Damn it, I don't want to be known for punching someone." The teacher cheerfully invited, "Is he the young master? Then he should be measured right away." Damien curiously pointed and asked, "Just channel mana into this." Then he quickly placed his hand on the crystal orb. Everyone below turned pale. "What is this reasonable?" Furion's face grew terrifying. No, she was helpless, impossible. Not long after, a circle appeared along with an exclamation of astonishment. Refinement index level 9, total quantity level 67. Hey, this must be an error. Estad looked at the teacher in resignation. Mortals often react that way when faced with a genius. He recalled that with ordinary common sense one cannot comprehend that dazzling, towering wall. Asta looked at Damien and mused, well, we knew Damien was a prodigy, but I didn't expect him to far exceed the average. Damien was still innocent and naive. Is this considered high? A fleeting thought was enough to understand why Blandor has monstrous elites. Their life force is inherently different. Asta glanced thoughtfully. If Damien had worked hard in his past life, the continent's balance might have shifted, so in this life things will differ. He thought of Farin, letting Blandor remain a barrier to Declan. I only need to help Damien step out of the mundane realm. The teacher wiped his sweat with a cloth and forced a smile. Young Master Damien lives up to the Blandor name, truly outstanding, but don't be complacent. A mage's rank isn't determined by mana alone. Damien smiled brightly and carefree, yes. He ran over cheerfully and asked, hey, have you been measured? Asta replied, not yet. Damien, full of excitement, said, then you should get measured too. Asta stood still and observed everything. He realized that everyone must be curious about my level, someone without a prestigious background yet standing next to the young master of Balinor, even that scion of the Dolan family. In the end, Asta decided, fine, I'll try. He calculated carefully and chose a middle setting to avoid attracting trouble. The teacher asked again, what's your name? Asta answered, I'm Aster. The teacher requested, take your hand out of your pocket. He then placed his hand on the crystal orb and adjusted the mana properties slightly. Instantly Asta's fingers curled, and he poured in a measured amount. But Asta noticed something odd. Wait, why is the baseline set so low? A beam of light illuminated the area like this. A notification appeared, refinement index level 10. The circle slowly displayed the mana measurement number. Another message appeared, threshold exceeded, please reset the standard threshold. Everyone murmured in shock, what exceeded the standard threshold? They have that too. Damien cried out in astonishment, incredible. Asta nonchalantly turned and said, it seems the device glitched and needs remeasuring. The teacher replied helplessly, perhaps. But Damien glanced and asserted, no, that's not it. He smiled slyly, I know it's definitely real. The teacher awkwardly pointed and said, it's been reset, please measure again. Asta obediently complied, yes. A notice appeared, experience index level 3, total quantity level 15. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, so it was in error earlier. Asta also exhaled, careful this time, balance is tricky. Suddenly someone swore, son of a. Asta sniffed and asked Damien, why did you say that? Damien seemed furious and replied, you said to face things like that, so I said the damn thing, damn right. Asta said nothing, only shot a worried glance. A sunny afternoon outside the school. At Mage Academy No. 1. Gerada stood with her arms crossed, looking out the window very seriously. She glanced and thought, Mage Academy No. 2 is undergoing renovations smoothly. Gerada looked into the distance, wondering why Declan, specifically the mage Callahan, fought with Parun. Then Gerada sighed, Professor Parun was once renowned and can handle himself. It's not something I need to worry about. A teacher approached, breaking the silence. Professor, I'm Yorbai. He carried a stack of documents over. I brought today's mana measurement data. Gerada reviewed them and thought to herself, this semester's baseline is quite high. Furian compared to the Denai family, that's a pity. She paused at Damien's file. Damien, a figure with the greatest innate talent in Blandor history, he must be carefully guided. Suddenly Gerada's eyes widened in shock. Asta's file appeared and froze her. Aster, the first measurement triggered an error, so try again. Then Gerada thought the error was that it exceeded the set threshold. She frowned in displeasure. Aster, huh? Asta pointed straight at Damien and said, that damn thing is mine to use and you won't have it. Why can't I? I want it. Someone pleaded helplessly, hey you two, please stop using it, okay? In an instant a blue dragon took shape. How's it going, buddy? Damien furrowed his brow and asked seriously, do you think that's okay? Meanwhile, Asta lowered his eyes and replied indifferently, I think that's enough. Hearing that, he immediately concluded, then this is version 2 of Blood, Sweat, and Tears. At that, Asta suddenly offered a suggestion. Wait, make it a bit more flexible, have the wings open and the mouth gape as if it's about to lunge forward. He paused, then continued, do you remember the lion statue at home? It looks more stylish with its mouth open. Chenbia, sitting beside them, widened her eyes in admiration. Wow, it's actually easy to do. Damien suddenly cried out with delight. Oh, I like that. He watched Damien tinkering intently and thought to himself that the magnificent monster was just the shape of a simple dodecahedron, yet he toyed with the monocontrol test like that. Chenbia despondently felt tearless. This world is truly vast, I'm a lost cause. Meanwhile, Asta glanced at him and sighed. Well, I get how you feel, but there's nothing to be done, accept reality and keep moving forward. No sooner had he finished thinking than Damien suddenly called out to him, buddy. He beamed and said, today's been great, I think coming to the academy was a good idea. Asta was immediately surprised and opened his eyes wide at Damien's words. Then he quickly calmed and snorted a laugh, but felt genuinely relieved. Shortly after, at the academy's dormitory building, Asta sat pensively, staring down at the bag in his hands. He held the bag with both hands and began to calculate inwardly. Callahan's space pouch is locked, but given principles of magical security and terrain magic, I can easily break the mana structure the user set up. Asta frowned slightly and muttered that if we had the equipment, it wouldn't take a week, because I had to secretly do it in my personal room, it took a whole month. Suddenly an image of some spirit elixir flashed through his mind. Well, at least I haven't only been doing this all this time. I also dissolved the elixir I received from Blander into my magic. At that moment, Asta in his memory was propping his chin and absorbing quite a lot of useful knowledge from this academy. He forcefully opened that space pouch with both hands. Anyway, now I can open it. Asta began rummaging through the space pouch to see what was inside. He suddenly pulled his hand back with a handful of newly found medicine. It was a potion bottle. Next, Asta pulled out a large cloak, which was useless. Then he took out a silver bracelet. This was a protective item. Asta glanced down calmly and activated the bracelet. It could be quite useful. The protection resistance is decent for this rank. A moment later, he continued rummaging through the pouch. Where was that? Here it is. Asta held up the book in his hands, Declan's prophetic magic book, Cinderfire. Farron's smirking face suddenly appeared in his mind, a branch of southern fire developed by its researcher, a damned magic that can even erode energy shields. Thinking that, he slipped the book back into the space. Of course, only those at master level can burn through shields. It can't be learned overnight, so I'll study it gradually. Asta unconsciously rolled his eyes and murmured, now that I think about it, today is that day, isn't it? The midterm exams, the academy's courtyard had gathered a large number of students by now. Damien excitedly shouted the phrase, midterms, while Asta beside him complained, too crowded. Chenbia, hearing that, said that everyone from class M1 to our class had already gathered. A few seconds later, he suddenly leaned toward him and asked quietly, Hey, have you heard any news? Asta replied curiously, What news? Chenbia smirked and said, They say it's very likely the midterm will be a canyon raid. A few days ago, some M1 kids overheard administrative staff saying they need to tidy up the canyon during this busy time. He only pondered briefly and thought to himself that Chenbia said the midterm consists of 3 practical tests. An image of a gloomy stone corridor suddenly appeared, the trial room, where you must navigate sewer-like passages like a maze to reach the goal. Then images of rolling hills appeared, a canyon raid, meaning reach objective points in order of arrival. Finally came the simulated opponents, the simulation room where you fight against opponents or monsters, sometimes combined with the canyon raid. Asta snorted and thought, well, the format doesn't matter, as long as we surpass everyone like usual. But thinking of something, he inwardly judged that Chenbia probably won't do well. Meanwhile, Chenbia was calculating, if it's a canyon raid, everyone here will start from the same point and the kids will launch magic everywhere, so we should maintain defensive magic and push forward. At that moment, an authoritative voice suddenly spoke, and everyone fell silent. The person stood somewhere with long hair flowing, very imposing. Farron looked around and introduced himself. I am Professor Farron, in charge of Class M1's Magic Department. I have been assigned as the examiner for today's midterms. When Asta saw him, he smiled. "Long time no see, Professor Farun. Your dark circles look darker than the last time I saw you." Farun continued addressing the crowd. "As you know, today is the midterm exam." He parted his lips slightly and spoke each word gently. "Today's test is." The last three words of the sentence instantly made Chenbia's face darken. The trial room. He trembled and mumbled, "No, not my plan." Damien next to him sneered as if stabbing Chenbia in the heart. "Liar." Farun rolled his eyes and said, "Next I'll explain the rules. Line up by class and prepare yourselves." After a moment, he suddenly snapped his fingers. "The purpose of the test is very simple." An instant spell was cast behind Farun. The trial room is an underground sewer shaped like a maze. If you reach the final door, you complete the test. No matter which path you take, you'll eventually arrive, so don't worry. Chenbia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sounds easy. No sooner had he finished than Farun snapped his fingers again, but that would make it a meaningless race. In the blink of an eye, a simulated monster appeared, a golem. Chenbia stiffened as soon as he saw it. "What? A golem in the test? What is this?" Damien squinted and warned, "Watch your mouth, buddy." Farun continued explaining, "It is, after all, just a clumsy combat machine. At its level it will be a bit tough, but I've exposed its core and reduced its durability, so you should be able to defeat it easily." He paused, then added that nonetheless, in an enclosed space it will catch you immediately. "Ah, it's difficult." Farun fell silent and listened to the students whispering. If it were open terrain it wouldn't be so bad, but he clicked his tongue in annoyance. What kind of mage is indecisive? Farun suddenly recalled the image of that boy in his head. Polar had shown determination to push it to the limit, but could it be the environment? He cast a cold glance and thought that still, there are some fairly useful students. The first to catch Farun's eye was a female student with blue eyes. Some people, despite fear, still show resolve. Next was another student with short brown hair, someone whose gaze looked unafraid of death. Then his gaze shifted to a male student wearing an arrogant smile. Finally, he saw Damien sulking and sucking his thumb. Farun thought to himself that this student was out. He didn't seem very resourceful. He fell silent, lips parting slightly. Then Farun cleared his throat and said two words, "That's enough." He continued impassively, "The golem will only engage the wary in the corridors. You will decide whether to defeat it or avoid it." With that, Farun produced a small bracelet. "Each of you will be given an experimental wristband. These bands provide protection similar to an energy shield." He clenched his hand and activated the band's mechanism. If the energy shield breaks, that person is eliminated and the golem will stop attacking them. It's a splendid competitive system. The students glanced at one another apprehensively. Nobody dared speak carelessly anymore. Farun looked over the crowd and concluded, "Finally, since you all seem very passive, I will make a proposal." He suddenly smiled coldly and said, "Show me an impressive face. It doesn't matter who arrives first or how many are eliminated." Farun's next words excited Asta. "Whoever shows an impressive face will receive a personal reward, and that person would get no ordinary prize." He grinned inwardly. "Not ordinary, huh?" There was one place in the school famed above all, Laffiter, the largest library on the eastern continent. The library is divided into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower, and the only tier I can access is the lower level. Inside this place, Asta stood before a bookshelf, pondering. "When I came here to look for clues about the fire seal, I couldn't even find a single forbidden magic book in the lower tier." Related information quickly surfaced in his mind. Conclusion: to find clues, I must investigate at least the middle tier of the library, but the middle and upper tiers are only open to royalty, great nobles, or prestigious houses. Otherwise, the only way in is by recommendation from 3 or more professors. Returning to reality, Asta looked at the scene before him and mentally analyzed. By that logic, I must obtain Professor Farun's reward. Although I only want to improve bit by bit, people around me never leave me alone. He smiled slyly to himself. Anyway, I've memorized the entire layout. Let's see if I can calmly get through the midterm evaluation. Above, the sky was clear and bright, while below the important contest was underway. The explanation of the practical test ends here. We'll give you time to prepare. Collect the necessary materials from the assistants. Suddenly, two students rushed over and hurriedly asked, "Assistant, do you have flower bombs? Also, flint stones?" Hearing this, the young assistant immediately refused without hesitation. "Your primary attribute is fire, skip it." Then someone else stepped forward to request, "Assistant, I need a golem controller." The young man again decisively rejected him. "Don't look for shortcuts, skip it." Behind them, Asta watched the panic and commented helplessly, "What a mess, hard to tell if these are mages or thugs." A familiar voice suddenly rang out and drew his attention. "Professor." Over there, Damien casually made a request, "Give me vine seeds, 20 seeds will do." The assistant looked at him puzzled and asked, "I'm not a professor, but did you say vine seeds? But Damien, your primary attribute is..." Immediately, Damien displayed his power before the young man. "I have no attribute, but I can use plant magic." Seeing that, the young man was momentarily speechless and replied, "I see." So Damien successfully obtained the item. He cheerfully thanked him. "Thank you very much." Behind him, Chenbia swallowed hard to muster more courage. Asta stood quietly beside them, observing every reaction. Even Damien, who seemed to play around, was preparing in his own way. Could Chenbia break out of his shell this time? A few minutes later, the preparation time ended. Paran's announcement echoed in everyone's ears. "Now we will assign starting points, confirm your names, and proceed to your designated locations." Asta and his two friends focused intently on the map. He examined the board to find his position, me, at starting point number 3. After checking, he scanned his friends' locations. Others, at this point, Damien cheerfully waved and left. "See you inside." Chenbia smiled and wished them luck. Aster, "Damien, good luck on the exam." Asta didn't reply and only thought solemnly that everyone had different starting points. Seconds later, he reached his spot. It seemed 6 people were at point 3, all strangers. This reminded him of when he was a supervisor and had been assigned to another unit. It was uncomfortable. Suddenly someone approached and asked, "Are you Aster?" He glanced at the 3 youths and silently assessed them. "What's going on? They don't look like M3 group members. I've never seen faces so arrogant and conceited." The haughty leader introduced himself. "I'm Daibi. I heard you're good at fighting, so I want to make a proposal." Asta calmly replied, "Speak." Daibi immediately grinned arrogantly and declared, "I want to buy the bracelets of those who get eliminated." He eagerly offered the deal, 30 gold each, including you and us. There are 3 of us. If we eliminate the other 3, I'll give you 90 gold. Hearing that, Asta quietly calculated, 30 gold is equivalent to a month's wages for an average family. For 1 bracelet, that price isn't bad. Across from him, Daibi spoke up again. "This isn't a bad offer for a drifter in the Grey District like you. Even if the young master protects you now, how long do you think that'll last? You'd better find your own way." He remained silent and simply watched him. What he said wasn't entirely without reason. Asta calmly considered, others will call this a cowardly deal, but these guys simply know how to use what they have. If they're flush with money, what can you say? It's obvious they benefit, but... He asked, puzzled, "Why 90 gold? Daibi, thinking the money insufficient, casually raised the price. "Not enough. Fine, I'll make it 35 per bracelet, 105 total." Asta quickly cut him off, but even so, the math was still wrong. Asta pointed toward the 3 people over there and said, "It seems I'll have to recalculate for you young masters." 3 people, right? Daibi affirmed, "That's right." Then Asta pointed at his own 3 companions, "And with you, that makes 6 of us." Daibi replied cautiously, "Exactly." Asta then spoke seriously, "Then why not include your lives in the price? At 35 gold a head, the total should be 210 gold. Hearing that, the 3 of them went silent in stunned disbelief. Anger began to rise in Daibi's chest. "What kind of loan shark calculation is this? You vulgar bastard, do you not know your place? Where does that confidence come from?" But he forced himself to reply, 35 not enough. Fine, I'll raise it to 40. That's my final offer. Asta smiled in satisfaction. Then the total is 240. Daibi muttered in disbelief. Is he insane? Suddenly he sneered as if he'd realized something. Now I get it, you pitiful wretch trying to use this chance to stuff your pockets. Daibi inwardly mocked Asta arrogantly, not realizing that such greed could be his undoing. I guess an uneducated brat like you can't foresee that, what a waste of time. He ground his teeth in irritation. To fulfill the young lady's orders, no hunting dog is better than Aster, but if this dog goes mad, they'll have to find another method. Following that, Daibi turned away in disgust. So the negotiation's over? Fine, I heard nothing, he said, but Asta coldly ordered, where do you think you're going? Fine, leave, but pay for your bracelets before you go. Daibi spun back angrily and shouted, what nonsense are you spouting? Asta calmly explained, if we load 3 packages and 3 people onto a cart and you take the packages, you should at least pay those people, shouldn't you? Then he smiled slyly and demanded, return what you owe, 120 gold, 40 per life. Immediately something seemed to snap inside Daibi's head. The companion beside him couldn't contain his anger and cursed, filthy low-born scum, I've never seen such insolence. How dare you forget your place? The youth jeered contemptuously, you think noble Daibi is the same as you? Even his distant ancestors held the title of Baron. Daibi calmly called out, Fakin. Fakin, unheeding, angrily shouted, Daibi, don't stop me, today I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget, and again he called, Fakin. This time he noticed something amiss and instantly fell silent, glancing back. Daibi, pressure and anger mounting, snapped, will you stop it? Then he took out a pouch and handed it to Asta. 120 gold, she said, so I'll give it to you. Internally he tried to steady himself. Calm down, Daibi, the young lady's orders matter more than these fools. He forced himself to think of the big gains. If we close a deal with her, our guild will grow many times over. Asta accepted the pouch and leisurely remarked, I didn't realize someone of such importance. Then he happily declared, in that case, the price for a client of such high status must be doubled total, 160 gold. Daibi remained calm as he handed over the money. Fine, 160 gold. Then he coldly stared at Asta and threatened, from this moment on I'll show you how miserable your life can become. Over 160 gold, feel free to look forward to it. High above, the sun hung overhead. Finally, it was time to enter. The teacher activated the magic circle while reminding them, I repeat, if your bracelet stops working you will be eliminated. The force field will activate when the body receives a physical attack. Chenbia raised his hand to inspect the bracelet while listening to the teacher's warning, or any strike infused with mana. He anxiously looked at his hand as the examiner's voice rang in his ear. If the force field is destroyed, the bracelet will drop on the spot. On the other side, Damien paid little attention, dazedly listening. The wearer will be automatically teleported out of the arena, so there's no risk of serious injury. Not far away, Dahlia furrowed her brow and focused. The brown-haired girl also tensely stared ahead. Asta, meanwhile, waited indifferently for the start. Behind him, Daibi glared at him. Over there, after the teacher finished explaining the rules, he turned back and nodded as a signal. Paran lifted his cup of water and calmly ordered, begin. Instantly, each magic circle activated and lit up. The other teachers quickly brought up the display, teleportation complete, internal footage showing the evaluation begins. Paran glanced at the images, silently assessing. Dahlia and Damien are at the same starting point and also. Suddenly a screen malfunctioned, making the young man panic. What's wrong with this? The person next to him asked in shock. What, the screen went out? Didn't you check the magic eye? He quickly denied it. No, I checked it thoroughly. Paran set the cup down and spoke calmly. Enough, I also checked the magic eye once, so what starting point is it? The young man turned his head hesitantly and reported, that, it's number 3. At that location, Asta, in a state of extreme anger, declared, Young masters, you are fined an additional 320 for insolence. The sun blazed high in the sky. On the ground, the assistants activated the magic circles while explaining the rules. Let me repeat, if your bracelet stops working you will be eliminated. The magical shield activates against direct physical strikes or any attack infused with mana. When the shield is destroyed, the bracelet itself will remain. In the arena, Asta listened calmly to every word. The wearer will be forcibly teleported out of the trial area, so don't worry about getting seriously hurt. And behind him, Daibi was staring at him angrily. After finishing the rules, Parun immediately announced, "You may begin." Immediately each group was teleported into the arena. Seconds later they all appeared at their locations, teleportation complete. As the magic circles vanished, Asta instantly condensed a blue sphere and said, "All right, dear customers." He directed the sphere to strike the ceiling and turned to taunt, "Your stares look like you want to bore a hole through my neck." He mocked them disdainfully, "We don't have much time, so let's begin." Hearing that, Daibi's 3 men immediately mobilized and targeted Asta. Daibi sneered arrogantly, "You arrogant brat, let's see how long that confidence lasts." Immediately a fireball materialized and shot rapidly toward Asta. He quickly moved to dodge, analyzing in his head, being hit by magic means elimination and forced teleportation in that case. Asta's figure swept past the fireball like a gust of wind. He then nimbly closed in on the 3 and lifted his leg to strike, "Just dodge and hit, and if I pull my mana back right before impact." His foot came down with tremendous force. Daibi couldn't react in time and was struck in the neck by Asta, who calmly thought to himself that they wouldn't be marked as eliminated. The next moment he spun and pummeled the companion beside him, dispatching them with this new method, quite satisfying. Not stopping there, Asta ducked to avoid the fireball and finished off the remaining one. At that moment he felt ecstatic, absolutely brilliant. A short while later only he stood tall and spoke, "Our young master must be filthy rich to recruit all those guys in such a short time, now then." Asta glared at Daibi and declared coldly, "That'll be 320 gold for the arrogance fine, and from now on I'll deduct 1 silver per strike, understood?" In the maze, dust from the recent fight still hung in the air. Daibi struggled to his feet, cursing angrily, "You bastard." His face was swollen, but that didn't stop the insults from spilling out. "Just wait, how dare you?" Asta didn't bother listening, he swiftly silenced Daibi with magic, "Be quiet." Then he examined the aura around him and did the math. "Let's see, so that's 100 hits, meaning a 10 gold deduction. It's hard to control my power without Damien here. Victims and perpetrators can't be mixed up." He picked up the bracelet, unconcerned internally, and clearly he was the victim. Asta put the item away, a bit bored and thoughtful. "All right, I've got 6 bracelets, now what?" He sat down on the ground, pondering, "I need recommendations from at least 3 people, so even after receiving Professor Farun's reward I still need 2 more. Another professor will have to vouch for me." Asta propped his chin and considered how to put on an impressive performance. His gaze fell on the surrounding architecture and an idea flashed. Why not destroy the whole trial hall? I'd only need to break the 4 pillars supporting the foundation. But Asta rubbed his head and dismissed the thought. "Am I crazy? I can't do that. I'd become an enemy of the entire Eastern continent." Unable to come up with anything, he gave up for now. Why worry over it? With no one left to fight, I'll just go out and see. He muttered as he walked, "By the way, I wonder if those people are okay." At that moment, moans kept erupting from the other side of the area. "Hey, isn't this cheating? Damn, you can do that." A terrified youth widened his eyes and begged, "If this continues, we'll all be eliminated. Young master, please." He pleaded tearlessly, "Let us pass," and what caused them to cry out was the golem Damien controlled. All Asta did was smile with delight and refuse, "No." With no choice, the 3 fled. One attacked the golem while shouting, "How can he control a golem with vine seeds?" Their companion groaned, "Damn it, the vines are blocking my magic." Suddenly, one unlucky youth tripped over a rock in the path. It sent him tumbling to the ground. That also left him unable to flee. He cowered in terror as the golem steadily closed in. When it raised its arm to strike, he couldn't help but scream. Elsewhere in the arena, Chenbia said sternly, "All right, listen up, everyone. I just want to pass this test, okay?" He hurriedly hid behind a wall and pleaded loudly, "So please, stop attacking." Unfortunately, his classmates disagreed. "You're just a commoner, shut up and hand over your bracelet." Over there, after a while of fighting, the white-haired girl panted and ordered, "Hey, you go grab it." Hearing that, the brown-haired girl refused irritably, "What, me? What if you stab me in the back?" Seeing this, the girl had to soften her tone and suggest, "Then let him keep busy until his mana runs out." The brown-haired girl shot back bluntly. How can I trust you? Haven't you just stabbed that guy in the back? From behind the wall, Chenbia saw the situation and confirmed his chance now. He decisively stood up and slipped away. Chenbia ignored the quarrel behind him, focused on his clear objective, and thought he shouldn't be greedy. He only needed to pass the test, and that would be enough. So he ran quietly for a stretch. Suddenly, Chenbia was astonished to notice something unusual. He raised his hand and muttered in confusion, "What's wrong with my bracelet?" Then he gloomily guessed, was I hit by magic without realizing it, so I'm still eliminated after all. Chenbia sat down in a corner hugging his knees, thinking to himself that he'd probably be teleported in a few seconds. But time passed and he was still there. Chenbia wondered in confusion why he hadn't been teleported, when suddenly a voice interrupted him. "Can everyone hear me?" The speaker sneered, "Hello, bookworms of Zenian Academy." Hearing that, Chenbia's eyes widened in horror. The voice was sinister. That guy wasn't from the academy. The situation made him jump up on guard while the attacker continued speaking. "You may not know who we are, but I'm sure some of you can guess, and if you can guess, you know exactly why we're doing this." At the same time, the voice reached Damien. "I have a message for that one. We make no demands, only payment for offending the great." After hearing a few words, he frowned in disgust and commented, "What? That's creepy." Beside him, the golem suddenly emitted a strange little sound, but no one paid attention because the attacker coldly declared, "Today, right here." He arrogantly proclaimed, "All of you students will die." At that moment, the external surveillance screens all went dark. An assistant rushed to report that the control system had crashed. Inside, the intruder kept taunting, "No way out, now die in despair." Opposing that ruthless voice were the teacher's urgent announcements. "All magical eyes have also stopped working." An assistant couldn't contain his anger and shouted, "Damn it, who the hell are you?" At that moment, Parun suddenly propped himself up and sternly commanded, "Enough." He calmly ordered, "Don't waste energy, go find the professors immediately and make sure to summon Professor Felina." The assistant turned and quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Then the young man hurried off to relay the orders. "Call the professors now, find Professor Felina, the dean, contact the dean too, quickly." As for Parun, he was so furious he smashed the tabletop. Parun's face was now full of rage. "These damned pests, how dare they!" Back at the arena, a damaged golem lay toppled against the wall. Estas slicked his hair back and muttered irritably, "Damn it." Seeing them surrounding him, Estas snapped angrily, "What the hell is this?" Estas' figure moved incredibly swiftly as he attacked the golems ahead. The more he fought, the more intense it became. About 10 minutes had passed since the voice echoed through the testing area. He stared at the golems in growing dread. Golems that should have been slow and stiff were now fast and agile. Estas observed their movements and quickly deduced that they were locking onto his position and charging to attack. He guarded himself while pondering. The gate golems acting on their own meant someone had tampered with the control system. They'd likely pulled every golem from storage, which explained the numbers. Estas grinned with excitement. "Who do they think they're picking a fight with? I'm the #1 troubleshooter. I've survived everything except an aerial battle." Immediately, he formed a sphere of power and charged boldly, "I'll crush every one of you." Elsewhere in the maze, Chenbia trudged along in gloom. He scowled and thought miserably that if he'd known it would be like this, he would have been eliminated earlier. He thought he was going to die. No, he wasn't dead yet, so he must be about to die. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching his spot. Chenbia stared ahead and guessed inwardly that it was a survivor. Who could it be? As the distance closed, Estas' figure became clearly visible to him. Instantly, Chenbia waved joyfully and cried out, "Az!" But his voice immediately faltered into weakness, because a horde of golems was dogging Estas' heels. Aster, as he passed Chenbia, casually warned, "It's you, Chenbia, run." Chenbia panicked, yelled, and quickly sprinted after him. Estas glanced at the youth beside him and thought with concern that he'd sensed someone and come to check, but it wasn't Damien. At this rate, Chenbia would be captured with his pathetic stamina, so it was time for Plan B. He decisively demanded, "Chenbia, give me your bracelet." Chenbia looked over in confusion. Ista calmly explained that the golem's detection range wasn't that wide, which was why they were pursuing them so relentlessly. He pointed out the oddity outright. The bracelet was connected to the control system and functioned like an alarm. Hearing this, Chenbia took the bracelet out to inspect it. Worried, Chenbia asked, "What about you, Aster?" He replied without panic, "I've been marked as the target, so our survival odds are better if they keep focusing on me while you escape. I'll hold them off and then go find Damien." Ista calmly added, "And you still have a family, right?" He said seriously, "Those who can live should survive." Chenbia froze and widened his eyes. Then he fell silent and stared at the ground. Suddenly Chenbia recalled his family's words. "My son, don't worry about anything, focus only on your magic. No matter what anyone says, don't let them discourage you. Got it? Brother, you must teach your sibling after you graduate." He pressed his lips together, as if making a resolution inside. Then Chenbia teared up and shouted, damn it, you must live, we have to meet again." Ista took the bracelet and smiled reassuringly, "I know." Chenbia then plunged forward and ran. He had no other choice, he had to survive. Images of his family appeared in his mind. His parents who bought him a magic tome instead of food, his sister forced to drop out because of him, the rights his family should have enjoyed. Chenbia ran forward with all his strength as if approaching an ideal of family. He had to give those things back to them. But suddenly he recalled his mother's last words, "Chenbia, the pride and hope of our family." Chenbia slowly stopped, stunned, wondering if he was someone worthy of pride. He stood frozen, replaying the labels others had placed on him, hesitant, not brave, an anonymous nobody. Then Chenbia turned his head and looked back. He saw Ista fighting the horde of golems. That made him question himself. Would he be proud if he abandoned his friends? No. Then Chenbia decisively turned around. He couldn't let guilt crush him any further. No matter how ordinary he was, he would never give up. He resolutely raised both hands. A golden light immediately appeared around him. Deep inside, Chenbia had made his choice. He would never surrender. He quickly marshaled the energy in his body. He had to use the strongest magic he knew. The image of his master flashed through his mind and Chenbia prayed earnestly, "The magic my master who unlocked my talent left behind, please." He strained so hard that his nose bled, but that didn't stop him, please. In an instant a spear formed from earth and stone. "Please work, earth spear." Chenbia gritted his teeth, eyes fixed fiercely ahead. His mind suddenly recalled his master's words. "What do you think? Doesn't the name sound grand?" Chenbia still remembered his master's proud expression then. Look closely. His master had envisioned the technique precisely, its majestic bearing like a knight's lance that pierces everything. Back in the present, Chenbia looked pitiful, but he ignored it and shouted, "Aster." Startled by the sound, Ista turned to look. Chenbia hurled the spear with all his might. In an instant it became a golden bolt that shot into the golems and destroyed everything. Ista stared at the scene, incredulous, concluding that this magic didn't just change the shape of the stone in the trial hall, it changed its very nature. He was stunned. Altering both form and essence is extremely difficult. Ista's emotions grew complicated. After the attack, Chenbia coughed up blood. He now looked miserable and battered. Seeing that, Ista was certain it was a level of magic Chenbia shouldn't have been able to control. Suddenly Chenbia couldn't stay standing and collapsed. Ista rushed over and caught him. Then he calmly called Chenbia. Chenbia forced a proud smile. "A long time ago my master, or that's how I think he should be called, gave me this magic called Earth Spear. The name sounds kind of grand, doesn't it?" Ista remarked evenly that it wasn't exactly a majestic name. Chenbia asked in disbelief, "Really?" Ista softened his tone and added, "But it's not entirely without grandeur." He continued, "With spells like this, the user ultimately proves it. Whether it's majestic or not depends on what you do with it." Chenbia moved, called his name Aster. But before he could speak, Ista quickly poured medicine into his mouth. "So stop acting like you're about to die, you won't die from that." Chenbia groaned in pain. "It hurts and it itches so much." After waiting for him to recover a bit, Ista finally had a moment to think about the next step. Now, what to do with him? I can't carry him, but I also can't leave him behind. Beside him, Chenbia looked at his body in astonishment, marveling, is this the power of the medicine? Asta closed his eyes to probe the enemy's position to see. The maze map appeared clearly in his mind. If I sense a presence, it's in that direction. Then Asta stood and directed his friend, Chenbia, go straight that way, at the fork, keep right, and you'll meet other students. Hearing this, Chenbia anxiously asked, Aster, what about you? He gave no answer and turned to scan the surroundings. A strange red aura was emanating from one direction in his sight. The flow of mana toward the control room was odd, familiar, but not Deculan's way. Asta's expression grew solemn as he replied, there's something I have to do. He had already decided inwardly that he had to investigate. Cut to Asta's location. As he rushed forward, he began to sense something. Where have I felt this before? It's the memory of something, not Deculan, but something that passed by. Thinking that, our protagonist reached the turn. He glanced to the side, saw something, and instantly froze. Before him was some kind of spatial tunnel emitting an extremely intense aura. Immediately a name sprang to Asta's mind. This is the demon realm. Right, no wonder it felt so familiar. This stream of demonic aura is unforgettable, and there are demonic beasts around. As he thought that, Asta cast his eyes to look around. Above the ground, several human-shaped black shadows were surfacing. They even recreated the cursed creatures that had terrorized the continent centuries ago, always doing the worst things one could imagine. Pryzen, that damn sewer rat. At the mention of the name, Asta spread a terrifying smile. Meanwhile, inside the control room in the trial hall, Pryzen was laughing triumphantly. Haha, it's successful, it's successful. A demonic beast has truly appeared. The demon realm has manifested perfectly. Previously, it was only half successful when the demonic aura showed, but this time it's a complete success. It's all thanks to this artifact, he said, looking at his glove. In his mind, he replayed what had happened. By using isolated space, he slipped inside without any obstacle. With the invasive demonic aura, he seized the control room. Not only gaining control, but also recreating the demon realm. What a magnificent scene. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him and asked, successful? You didn't do it sloppily, did you? Pryzen grinned smugly at that. Creating the obstruction was enough to fulfill our contract. The professor you're targeting will fail on his own. Answering that was the cold voice of a big man. He set a limit. Fine, I don't care how, as long as Genian Academy, the place sheltering that professor, is destroyed. Pryzen bowed in response, but his tone was mocking. Yes, very well, the great Beimer family's watchdog, acting like you had any other choice. At that taunt, how could the hound restrain himself? He snarled a warning. If you want to live, don't let that filthy mouth mention our family name again. Turning back to Pryzen, he didn't dare utter another word. However, contemptuous thoughts multiplied in his head. After all, this guy is just a vassal of Deculan, always standing there pretending to be important. What a coward. But once this contract is over, the Beimer family will give me my own laboratory. I can tolerate him until then. More importantly, creating the demon realm also meant fulfilling the sect's wish. How exhilarating this joy was. Come on, the forbidden spells will be saved. Those old men in that order will drool over me in support. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, even drooling. However, before this pleasure could last long, the big man in front snapped him awake. Hey, Pryzen, how's the core control going? There's a student approaching. The remark snapped Pryzen out of his fantasies, but he quickly brightened. Huh, a student, haha, the first test subject has appeared. The big man looked puzzled and turned to Pryzen. Pryzen snickered and briefed him. Aren't you curious what happens when a human is exposed to such a massive amount of demonic aura? As he spoke, he watched the monitor where Asta stood before the demon realm gate and continued, maybe he'll go mad or die immediately. Because breaking that aura is all anyone knows, but according to old records, humans with mana or ether react differently. It would cause beastification of humans, creatures acting purely on frenzy. Alright, so what will you do now? Golems behind him, demonic beasts in front, there was no escape. At worst, just push forward, right, but it's not much trouble. As he thought this, he suddenly saw Asta glare at him, as if he could see right through the surveillance magic. This surprised Pryzen a little. Then he noticed Asta's lips quietly mouth a few words, "Ready, Pryzen." Beside him, the big man looked at Pryzen with curiosity and asked, "Have you ever met that kid before?" Pryzen shook his head, bewildered. No, who is that kid? How did that kid know my name? What the hell is going on here?" Just as he thought this, his eyes suddenly widened. He saw Asta take out several experimental wristbands. Next on the surveillance screen, the demonic beasts all charged to attack. Seeing that, Asta took a step back to gain momentum and then lunged forward at breakneck speed. As a result, before the demonic beasts could reach him, they were the ones struck first. He moved incredibly fast, placing an experimental wristband onto one of the demonic beasts. That wristband was how the golems identified their enemies. So immediately after, they shifted their target to the demonic beasts. Asta coldly said, "From now on, slaughter each other." Inside the control room, Pryzen quickly realized Asta's plan. His face went pale as if about to die and he shouted, "No, my children." But before he could fret more for his children, he suddenly noticed something else. Wait, what about that kid? How is he so fast? Through the monitor, he saw Asta streaking forward like lightning. He hurriedly turned to beg the big man beside him, "Hey, stop him right now. You fools, it's breaking through, hurry, move faster." No sooner had the words left than an extremely loud explosion sounded behind them. Meanwhile, Asta had successfully infiltrated the laboratory. He immediately greeted, "Long time no see, Pryzen, we finally meet, huh?" Elsewhere, Chen Bia, looking terrified and on the verge of wetting himself, stammered the same line, "Yes, we finally meet. How have you been lately, Damien, right?" In front of him, Damien was using his vine magic to control the golems. He smiled and replied, "Exactly, I'm here to protect my friends. Look, these are Cerberus 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, cool," Chen Bia stammered, though inwardly puzzled. "Wow, you can use golems like that." Before they could interact more, a white-haired girl spoke up and asked, "Hey, how did you get here by yourself?" Hearing the question, Chen Bia unconsciously repeated the method Asta had told him to discard the wristband, by tossing the wristband, right? "Didn't you all throw your wristbands away already?" Seeing the wristbands still on their wrists, he panicked and shouted, "Everyone, throw off your wristbands, the golems are tracking us through them." The white-haired girl glanced down at the wristband on her arm. But before she could react, a mocking voice rang out, "Haha, ridiculous. This is a challenge area, why should I trust you and throw mine off, right? You planning to steal everyone's wristbands here?" The accusing voice made Chen Bia's face tense up. The shoulder-length-haired student pressed, "So your real intention is to steal everyone's wristbands here, isn't it?" Bia sternly warned, "Are the wristbands really that important? They're linked to the control system, it's basically a signaling device." He didn't believe it and kept questioning, "You realized that on your own?" He stammered, "No, Aster told me." The shoulder-length-haired student laughed, "Told you so." He sneered, "You threw your wristband away after being fooled by a sewer rat from the Gray District, and now you want to cheat again just to avoid failing the test." Like a trax-like, the student's tone grew increasingly sarcastic. "Even you, the model student, got ruined by a sewer rat." Hearing that, the others began to whisper and gossip, catching Bia off guard. But a second later, he grit his teeth, "Don't act like you know everything." Bia recalled the moment Asta told him to run while he handled the golems. Aster did it for him. A voice pulled him out of the memory, "When I first met Aster." Damien stepped forward proudly and recounted, "I asked him what I had and he answered immediately, without hesitation." "You have a friend," he said, now composed and steady as he unhesitatingly ripped the wristband from his arm and declared, "So I trust my friend." Damien casually tossed the wristband to the ground. "I don't need this, take as many as you want." He quickly returned to his usual demeanor and urged, "Come on, Chen Bia." Chen Bia was astonished. "Damien." A question rose in Bia's mind, "You're not usually like this, who exactly are you?" Back to Asta, he was now facing the two of them. "Pryzen. Long time no see, Pryzen, so we finally meet, do we?" Asta curled his lip in an excited smile. "At one point I even went into the demon realm to kill you, I didn't expect to run into you here." He listened in confusion, looking between him and the man beside him to protest. "Madman, I don't even know who you are. What demon realm? Hound, what are you doing? Isn't your job to protect me?" The hound asked suspiciously, "Are you sure this is the first time you've met him?" Pryson affirmed, "I told you so." He sighed once. "Fine." The hound's hand tightened around the scythe. "Kid, this is a contract, so I have no choice." A murderous intent radiated from him as he glared at Asta in warning. "I'll kill you without leaving a trace." Asta frowned slightly. Beimer, one of Deculan's vassal houses. Asta searched his memory. Beimer's secret arts, wind magic. Their speed and piercing attacks were famous, almost like archers, and they trained a backward child into a specialized weapon. He looked back at the man before him, the hound. A true battlefield hound leading on the field, yet a suspicion rose in Asta's heart. He frowned and blurted, "Why is Beimer's hound with that damned sewer rat?" The hound glared at Asta. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. "What's the matter? Do you know who we are?" He suddenly growled and shouted, "I asked first." Asta emphasized each word, his cold gaze locking onto the other. "Why is Beimer's hound with a damned sewer rat?" He choked on the words. "What, have you lost your mind, facing death? What's it got to do with you?" Asta roared angrily, "Why is Beimer's hound with a damned sewer rat like that? Answer me." A vein throbbed violently on the hound's forehead. "This madman." He too exploded in rage, shouting, "Stop repeating yourself." With that, the hound swung his scythe toward Asta. The blade, sharp as a snarling hound's maw full of teeth, was ready to tear the prey apart. He didn't stand idle watching the attack fly in. He lunged immediately. With agile movement, he slipped past the swinging chains in the air and propelled straight forward. Amid the rapid clash, he stubbornly pressed the question, "Why is Beimer's hound with a damned sewer rat?" The hound gritted his teeth and with his other hand quickly drew a magic circle. "I told you to stop, you madman. Do you know who I am? Why are you so obsessed?" Then his scythe suddenly split into two. Two metal blades spun violently clockwise, emitting a piercing whine. Under the hound's control, they darted straight at Asta from behind. Asta's eyes were bloodshot with veins as he relentlessly demanded, "Beimer, hound, sewer rat." The last thread of the hound's reason snapped. His eyes bulged fiercely. The hound stamped his foot to gain momentum and leapt. "You damned lunatic, I'll tear you apart while you still breathe." He was full of confidence. "I've enchanted my weapon with recall, whirl, and speed spells. You can't dodge this strike." Suddenly Asta halted and asked, excited already. He suddenly stepped back just as the two scythes were driving toward him. Asta raised both hands and grabbed the chains connecting the weapons. "I've raised dogs before." He gave a sharp tug. The two scythes froze in midair, their heads slamming into the ground and throwing up dirt and stones. Asta declared, "And dogs. They get nervous hearing loud, tense words repeated, just like you now." He finished and laughed like a villain, a hint of smug provocation added. The hound's eyes turned red with anger. "You damned dog," he spat, daring to treat others like dogs, and he swung to attack again. But before he could do anything more dangerous, Asta drove the hound's own scythe into his belly. "Aren't you the dog of Deculan?" Pryson gasped and shouted, "What are you doing, hound, if you lose to a brat like that?" Asta clenched his fist. A surge of electricity radiated out. He showed no mercy and struck the hound hard across the face, a clash of attacks. Pryson stared frozen as he watched him spit blood right before his eyes. Asta's voice rang out, startling him. "Pryson, seems you still like hiding behind others. But now it's just the two of us, right?" he said with a cold smirk. Pryson angrily pulled out a magic bomb. "Damn brat." Asta immediately raised the scythe in his hand high. Before he could activate it, Asta severed the shoulder holding the bomb from Pryson's arm. He screamed in agony, "My arm, my arm." Pryson clutched his bleeding shoulder in panic and glared at him. "What the hell are you? Don't come near, back off." He suddenly looked behind him. Something was moving. Demon realm, right, the demon realm. Pryson sneered a threatening laugh. "If you kill me, you won't be able to stop the demon realm. Will you let your friends die in the demon realm?" Asta's expression went ice cold. He replied indifferently, "So what?" Pryson's eyes widened. "What?" Asta slowly advanced toward Pryson. Fine, I'll wait. Make sure you enjoy the scene. The demon realm devours everyone. His eyes widened, cold to the point of cruelty. Next, it'll be your turn. Estaz's voice was full of killing intent. Keep laughing while you still can. Pryzen backed away from the pool of blood, thinking in fear, damn, what the hell is this guy? It wasn't just demonic energy, but an entire demonic scene, such a vision swallowing his friends without a blink. The thought made him more terrified. Recalling Estaz's face and blood-red eyes, Pryzen wondered suspiciously if he was even human. He stammered to him, I can stop the demonic scene in 5 minutes, all your friends. Before he could finish, Estaz cut in, they'll all die anyway. Pryzen asked again, that's supposed to be so, but why? Estaz closed in coldly and countered in a low voice, you're asking why. Then he suddenly said something abrupt, it's simple. As he spoke, he grabbed Pryzen's wrist bearing the relic and squeezed hard. Pryzen screamed in pain, mine. Helplessly he screamed inside, my relic. Looking down at his trembling empty hand, he panicked and cried, since when? Estaz calmly slipped Pryzen's relic onto his own wrist and taunted, this relic, did you think only you knew how to use it? When his hand touched the orb, it quickly flared to life. Estaz let out a dry laugh as memories flooded back in vivid detail. From the orb, a magic circle and a phantom quartz chunk materialized. A faint miasma wafted from the orb, wrapping around Estaz as Pryzen stood frozen, staring. He was terrified, his face contorted as he nervously thought, how could that be? As if understanding the question in his eyes, Estaz tilted his head toward Pryzen and, with a tone devoid of warmth, emphasized, how could I ever forget you, the one who taught forbidden spells to the young clan lord. Saying that, he repeated, forbidden spells. Pausing briefly, he then spoke in a long, resonant breath. They said the arm always bends inward. The young clan lord survived, but you did not. Certainly Deculan would pin all the blame on you and kill you. That's why I hunted you down, because I couldn't hand you over to Deculan. That was the real reason I was here. Estaz fell silent, then said it seemed he'd been chasing Pryzen for quite a long time. He hadn't been fully sane then, so he couldn't remember the exact timing. Even I, who pride myself that there's no one on the continent I can't catch if I want to, couldn't catch you alone, proof that you're truly cunning and skilled at fleeing. Hearing such praise, Pryzen watched him warily and suspiciously. Estaz continued to confess. From the Grey District to the kingdom's dark alleys and the Empire's underworld, there was nowhere he hadn't searched. His hands had been stained with much blood. He kept chasing, and the final place you chose was the demonic scene. At that, he suddenly stopped. Estaz clutched his head and laughed self-mockingly, then, in a moment of weakness, confessed, yes, the demonic scene. I thought I would go mad. I couldn't find you. Demonic beasts kept charging at me. My body collapsed from the miasma and my spirit felt like it would shatter. Looking at the relic on his hand and then at the glowing orb, Estaz laughed at himself and said that when he gave up inside the demonic scene and stepped out, there was someone waiting to deal with matters. He said he had news but didn't dare enter the demonic scene, so he waited outside. Do you know what that news was? Estaz tilted his sallow, twisted face toward Pryzen and recounted with biting sarcasm. They said you were dead, captured by Deculan, and that you revealed the full usage of the forbidden spells and the relic. It was truly a letdown. I sat outside the demonic scene for days and nights just staring at the sky. As he said this, Estaz slowly moved closer to Pryzen. His severed arm was still pouring blood, and Pryzen let out a few pained groans. Breath ragged and weak, he said, I don't understand what you're saying. I've never been involved with any young clan lord of any house. Suddenly, Estaz reached into a space ripple. He produced a vial of medicine and popped the cap. Half joking, half true, he said, you're bleeding a lot, you know, I've been too careless. Then he offered a mad smile and forced Pryzen to swallow the entire vial, even as he bitterly said, you're not dying yet, so rest a bit and listen to the whole story. Watching the liquid flow into his mouth, Pryzen both doubted and calculated inwardly. What is this? A restorative? He's saving me. This is a chance. I must find any opening to strike him and survive. Estaz looked up, his gaze distant as he recalled and continued the tale. Anyway, to continue, while I was staring at the sky like that one day, a wyvern flew across. Seeing that sight, he couldn't help but exclaim with feeling how free it looked. Asta glanced up at the ceiling and, brooding as he recounted the incident, said he looked back at himself and saw how foolish he'd been. His revenge had, at some point, ceased to be for his comrades and had simply become an outlet for his emotions. So he wiped revenge clean from his mind. While he was engrossed in telling the story, Prison, now recovered and tense while planning a counterattack, chose this moment. He silently mouthed the forbidden spell. Before he could finish the incantation, Asta suddenly turned, gripped his face hard, and in a slightly raised, mocking voice said, "But today I finally found you," Asta said, then slammed Prison's head hard into the floor. His eyes glowed red, as if mad. He laughed wildly and sneered, "Yes, it's been a long, long time waiting for this day, which is why I kept re-examining the knowledge you left behind until it became strange to me." The demonic scene, the forbidden spells, this disgusting relic. Asta suddenly lifted Prison's face. He kept coughing violently. He worked the technique and continued speaking. "Moreover, it records in great detail how my comrades died. By chance, now the thing I have most is time." Saying that, he seized a length of chain. The atmosphere grew increasingly suffocating. Raising the hammer in his hand, Asta jeered excitedly, "I'll recreate each of those pains for you. This will be fun." Seeing he was about to break, Prison rolled his eyes back. Tears welled at the corners and he uttered a few hoarse groans. Outside this dungeon, the space grew eerily silent. Outside this dungeon, the space grew eerily silent. It shone upon the stone statues. Light had returned to this ruined, primordial place. A section of the high ceiling suddenly fell away, and brilliant light poured in. People began to revive and move about normally, shouting to one another, "It's broken through, hurry, find the students. Don't be afraid of dying. Even if you die, you must save the students, you bastards." At that moment, the sound of high heels approaching could be heard. Felina muttered in annoyance, "Damn it." Glancing around, she frowned inwardly. 2 hours wasted because of that damned spell. We can't allow anyone to die here. Then a voice called anxiously, "Professor Felina." Felina glanced at the caller. The person held out a magic orb to her and reported hurriedly, "All spells have been dispelled and the internal magical sight has been restored." Felina took the orb and loudly instructed everyone, "Searching for survivors is more important than capturing the intruder. We don't know how the intruder will appear, so ban all broadcasts, whether by magical sight or running. Find the children." Everyone answered in unison, "Yes." Then they split up to search every corner. Quickly they found the children. Some fainted, some cried until dry. Some groups were unharmed and playing pranks, and they cheered when rescuers arrived. Although the students were all gathered together, Felina still wore a worried, pensive expression. Seeing them chatting and joking as if nothing happened, she grew more suspicious. The intruder occupied the trial hall for 2 hours. How did not a single person die? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang from the orb, cutting through her thoughts. "Professor Felina, can you hear me?" Hearing that, Felina quietly called back, "Professor Farun." Parun got straight to the point. "I've entered the central control room. Can you view my crystal orb screen? I think you should see it directly." As he finished, a virtual screen appeared before Felina. She murmured, "Wait a moment." Seeing what was before her, Felina's eyes widened in shock and she exclaimed incredulously, "This is..." Parun turned the view to the scene where 2 bodies lay covered in blood and reported to Felina, "There were 2 intruders. As you can see, this is what they've done." Felina's brows knit tightly as she looked at the horrific scene, pondering. Even she, who had witnessed countless horrors, found it hard to face. Who could have turned them into this? From Parun came his reprimand, "Hey, go outside and vomit." Lost in thought, she suddenly noticed something and thought to herself, "Wait a moment." At that moment, a profile sheet about Asta was placed before Felina. Gerada curtly said, "This is the student." Felina picked up the paper to examine it. Gerada, from what he knew, reported it was a stray child from the Grey District who enrolled with an invitation from the Blandot family, as you can see. Reading the information and combining it with Gerada's words, Felina couldn't help but comment, "The mana value exceeds the standard threshold, system error, far beyond a typical student's level." Gerada seriously proposed his opinion. "Yes, I'm not sure what it means, but this student should be observed closely, Professor." Sensing they were talking about him, Estat unconsciously glanced toward Felina several more times. Suddenly a hoarse, deep voice rang out, "It seems I'm too late." Startled, Felina reflexively turned to look. Seeing the man, Felina exclaimed, "Headmaster." The man waved his hand and signaled, "Just call me principal." He glanced around and assessed the scene, then said slowly, "I tried to get here as fast as possible, but it seems it's already over." Hearing that, Felina deftly replied, "There was nothing you could do, sir. You had to come all the way from the outskirts of the eastern continent." The principal chuckled and sincerely praised her. "Thanks to you, this was handled smoothly. Your trust was well placed." After a few polite remarks, the principal shifted back to the main topic and asked Felina, "So I ask you, Professor Felina, do you think this youth is the one who caused the carnage?" He squinted slightly at Estat on the screen as if making a quiet assessment. The night sky unleashed a heavy downpour. Outside the castle, the rain was intense. Every mage harbors a private inner demon. Raindrops fell onto the ground, a bastard appearing without warning to wreak havoc on the mind, and the outcome is rarely good. Inside, Estat sat practicing chi cultivation. In his past life, he had none of this. As a troubleshooter, he had to do whatever he was ordered. If comrades died, they simply accepted it as their fate. He was silent and focused. If not for dying because of forbidden spells, I would have no reason to be this angry. Estat sat seriously training. I thought I had suppressed those feelings, but the emotions that erupted inside the trial coffin were, in a way, the seed of an inner demon. Then he bit his lip in thought, "This is really tangled. It feels like I'm holding a bomb that could go off at any moment." Suddenly, Estat planted his feet as if about to stand, but who am I anyway? He sprang up and paced, eyeing his surroundings. A former troubleshooter knows nothing more familiar than an uncertain situation. This level of tension is actually good. Estat held the grimoire and slowly placed it into the purple circle before him. In that sense, today, 1 week after the trial coffin incident, once the chaos subsided, this is my chance. Physically and mentally, I'm at peak condition. A while later, he smiled down at the grimoire in his hands. "The secret technique, Crimson Fire, it's time to conquer that bastard." Then Estat flipped through each page and read carefully. "The secret technique I learned in my past life was a non-elemental skill developed specifically for troubleshooters. This is the first time I've studied an elemental secret like Crimson Fire." He narrowed his eyes tensely. "Therefore, even though I've mastered the first stage of entering fire dozens of times, I'll still test it until the final moment." Estat set the grimoire on the ground and pondered. The meridians used are not much different from the heavenly origin technique. He closed his eyes in thought, "But if I merely circulate mana through the Crimson Fire meridians, I'll only get fire mana, so..." Suddenly, brilliant red flames burst to life around Estat. "The form, I've got to grasp the exact shape of that form." The crimson flames burned fiercely, one solitary fire needing nothing else. Estat kept his eyes shut with many thoughts, born of mana, yet it burns even without mana, a flame that doesn't even crave oxygen. In his hand he held a blazing fire. Gradually the flame flared more intensely, the fire hidden in the heart entering the blaze. A while later, Estat opened his eyes tiredly and looked at the fire in his hand. It truly had destructive power. Compared to the mana I usually carry, this spell seems twice as strong. Then he slowly adjusted the flame. "Let's see, the compression level 1 use is the limit for now, huh?" And so Estat immersed himself in practice. The thrust was too strong for non-attribute mana. Under these circumstances, I can't even hope to apply the collision formula using fire mana. He stared at the flame and said regretfully, "It's a shame I can't use the collision formula, but time will solve that." The image of Farin appeared in Estat's mind. After all, I've moved one step closer to that talented but ill-fated mage, the heavenly origin technique, because I added the fire attribute to the basic skill. He leaned against the corner of the wall, staring into the distance and thought, "Now I'll need some usable spells for fire magic since it doesn't depend heavily on compatibility between secret technique and incantation. Any random spell should do for now." After a moment, Estat glanced to the side and dismissed the matter. He looked toward the stairs, observing and thinking, a strange pressure. Whoever it is, they're blatantly revealing their presence. Estat stepped forward and placed his hand on the handle to open the door. Then he threw the door wide and stepped out into the stormy night. Soaked through, Asta paused and stared ahead. Indeed, Professor Felina had reason to be cautious. Asta stood brazenly face to face with the principal. The student's mana sensitivity was impressive, and to have handled that unruly fire to this degree. After a silence, the man finally spoke. "Not bad, student." Asta shouted director, but the principal corrected him at once. "Call me principal." He narrowed his eyes and emphasized a serious tone, however. Suddenly a fierce chill rose up. Sensing something amiss, Asta tried to concentrate hard. "Damn it, what is this situation, and that Henzi fellow too? Why does everyone feel compelled to intervene the moment they see me?" Then he slowly raised his hand. "But who am I anyway?" Immediately, Asta assumed a defensive stance with a resolute expression. "An ex-troubleshooter can break but will not bend," he always thought, undying conviction. The principal's face grew icy as he asked, "Aren't you going to greet me? Don't be deceived by my appearance. I hold the highest position in this academy." But Asta remained silent, glaring fiercely. Shortly after, he respectfully bowed and loudly said, "Greetings, director. No, I mean principal." He wondered to himself, though, a belt exists to be bent, right? The principal laughed heartily. "Your nature is so straightforward, but lower your voice a bit." Asta bowed repeatedly and replied, "Maybe my voice is too loud. I'm terribly sorry, principal. I was just anxious." The man then warned, "Even if you shout like that, no one will come. The surrounding sounds are all sealed." Asta thought angrily to himself, "Since you arrived silently, I tried to call everyone over. What a bastard." Though angry, he controlled himself and asked politely, "So, what brings you here?" The principal sat down on the ground and answered, "I came because I'm curious about a few things, though I'm not sure you'll answer honestly." He sat on the ground and then said, "Let's sit down first." Asta clenched his teeth tensely. "This isn't killing intent, it's the real thing." He then slowly dropped to one knee. "Is it mana? Can it produce this level of binding force using pure mana without incantation?" The principal spoke. "Professor Felina told me that you seem to be hiding something." The raindrops seemed to freeze with the principal's words, "So I will ask." The ground beneath where Asta knelt suddenly sank violently as he asked, "What have you been hiding?" Asta seethed with restrained anger. "Damn it, is this really the same stammering man from the hall speech? He's a monster." But then he remembered Farin's face. Compared to that bastard, this man wasn't yet a monster. A blue light appeared behind Asta as he read the flow of mana pressing on him and adjusted his own mana to match that flow. He then raised a finger. "If the flow synchronizes, the push will vanish, unless I insert myself into it." Immediately, Asta sliced his hand decisively forward, an intervention formula, and the mana was dispersed. Outside the academy, the rain began to drizzle. "Seeing you here, it must be about the trial coffin incident." Asta stood there casually and said, "Yes, I did clean up those rats." Hearing this, the principal involuntarily sighed. He immediately asked, "You didn't even bother to hide it?" Asta replied frankly, "It's not a secret worth hiding that deeply. It would be better if it never came out, but it's not that grave." He glanced at the principal and asked, "So, do you have any other questions?" But the principal just stared at Asta and they locked eyes. Asta cursed inwardly in anger. "Damn it, just like the Pahiran incident. Maybe I shouldn't have eaten that wyvern. Next time I'll adopt a truly orphaned one." The principal said nothing and just sat there sighing heavily. Asta looked at the principal helplessly, holding his head and thinking that the principal was a rare kind of mad. Serious, then relaxed, then serious again, and now smiling. Finally the principal spoke. "That look of yours not bad, do this." He continued with a proposal that made Asta wince. "I'll only ask questions, you just answer within the limits of what you can. Wouldn't that be better than you getting beaten?" The principal ordered, "Sit down." He obediently complied, "Yes." The raindrops kept falling as the two sat facing each other in the rain, without a word. Asta looked at the principal in frustration. The atmosphere was definitely different from before. His eyes reddened and looked frightening, a wild feeling, like a war mage. Perhaps that posture, that atmosphere, is his true nature when he sheds the principal title, but... The principal then said, "Well, I'll ask first, by coincidence." But Asta interrupted him and asked, "Do you know the wyvern became a meal?" Hearing that, the principal was very surprised and exclaimed, "What?" Esta then deflected, "It's nothing, please continue." The principal sighed and said, "Junior," Esta replied, "I'm a student and you're a teacher, principal." He pointed straight at Esta. "If you act crazy, I'll hit you, okay? If I call you junior, then you're junior and I'm your senior. On the battlefield, there are no teachers." He looked at the principal in exasperation. What the hell is he talking about? This isn't a battlefield. I have no allies, no seniors or juniors, but the words of the strong are law. But Esta obediently bowed his head. "Yes, sir, senior." The principal praised him. "Good, that's better now." Esta slowly raised his face to hear the principal continue. "Now, let's continue our conversation." He narrowed his eyes again, looking dangerous. "Junior," the eyes of a war mage. The principal's face turned very serious as he stressed, however, which bastards left it in that state. Esta realized the killing intent was aimed at the intruders, not him. Under the steady downpour, Esta wondered, "So shall we continue?" The principal's face darkened, sparks of anger in his eyes. "Junior, which scum did this to leave it like that?" He looked at him in doubt. "So what do you intend to do?" The principal declared forcefully. "We'll crush them under our feet. His Majesty will approve this. We should gather the old comrades once more." Hearing that, Esta frowned and analyzed. "If they're old comrades, they're war mages or knights who have fought alongside us. They won't be a trivial force." After thinking, he slowly spoke the name, Deculan. The principal probed, "Do you know which mage became the wyvern's meal?" Esta shook his head. "No, sir." The principal sighed. "I don't know either, so your answer comes off as quite insolent. Maybe it was you." He couldn't help cursing inwardly. Damn, still as sharp as ever. It would be quite a sight if everything neatly fell on Deculan anyway. Esta straightened and replied, "Vimmer." The principal nodded. "Vimmer, both names, huh?" He repeated, "One is Vimmer. The remaining one is the Mana engineer Prison." He asked curiously, "Do you have proof?" Esta snapped, "Do you need me to chew it up and feed it to you?" The principal exclaimed at the insolent tone. "All right, so how do you know about them?" He shook his head decisively to indicate no. The principal stared at Esta as if confirming. The rain kept pouring as their conversation continued. Next, after investigating things for a while, the principal clenched his knees to restrain his anger. "I see, understood." Esta read all his movements. "I've said all I can. I tried my best to answer, but I can't speak about regression or the grimoire." Yet the principal now exuded an aura that made one feel pressured. You could sense his genuine wrath, "Not because my answers were terrible, of course." He continued to interrogate, "Junior, do you know which mage became the goblin's meal? Why do I keep feeling you're being insolent?" Esta flinched and forced an innocent smile. "Old age, no, it's probably a misunderstanding, sir." The principal bluntly exposed him. "Don't smile at me with those rotten goblin eyes." He squeezed his eyes shut and inwardly cursed. Yes, what an antiquated old man. The principal suddenly grew curious. "So you want to build a library as tall as a tower?" He said, "That's a rather meaningful plan. If you leave the top floor empty, I'll fill one wall with bookshelves for you." Esta nodded slightly in gratitude. "Thank you, sir," and inwardly grinned. True enough, this world runs on blood ties, regional ties, and school ties. But the principal suddenly set a condition. "As for the library pass, I'll grant it if you do me a favor." The smile on his face vanished. "Damn." He said sternly, "Junior, open your eyes wide and look carefully. You should know one eye is enough to see the world." Esta forced a smile. "I'm very much looking forward to seeing what you ask of me, sir." Outwardly he remained calm, but inwardly he'd cursed countless times. Damn, he really looked like he might gouge my eye out. The principal changed the subject again. "All right, leave the favor for later. We'll deal with it when the time comes. A device that can create a demonic scene." He emphasized it's very dangerous, but on the other hand has many uses. Space partitioning would certainly help the tower you plan to build. Hearing that, Esta silently broke into a sweat. He's right. You could say the device's function is to sever space, exactly that. With that function, even the teleportation magic circles in the trial corridor would be completely blocked. He judged that if it's a magic even the academy professors can't break, it would be very useful later to protect the tower. The question is. Esta honestly admitted, "But senior, I'm not very knowledgeable about mana engineering techniques." The principal suggested, "Then go see Professor Felina. I'll put in a few words for you. She's someone you can trust." He then warned in a serious tone, however, even though I've decided not to pry into your identity, convincing Professor Felina to accept you will still be difficult, even for me. So do this, he raised a finger and began to say something. Estelle listened attentively. The next day the downpour passed and the sky cleared again. The gentle morning sun shone over the academy's dome. In class, Estelle quietly read while the other students around him still chatted noisily. Suddenly a familiar, excited voice called out, "Hey, my friend." Bia and Damien approached in surprisingly plump shapes, long time no see. He looked at them and pondered life. What's wrong with you two? Why have you gained so much weight? Bia scratched his face awkwardly. A student passing by raised a hand and greeted Chenbai, "Good morning, want to practice magic later?" He replied politely, Sure." A female classmate also spoke up, "Damien, thank you so much for what you did in the trial corridor." Damien waved amicably, "Yes, and thank you too." Bia scratched his head and explained shyly, "Thanks to the information about the wristband you mentioned in the trial corridor, everyone keeps thanking you. Friends even gave us elixirs as gifts and their parents helped our families a lot." He expressed sincerely, "Thanks, Aster." He quietly put the book down and said, "I don't think that's something you should be thanking me for." Bia was surprised, "Huh?" Estelle shrugged, "I didn't force you to do anything, you were the one who convinced them." He affirmed, "This change is because of you." Bia nodded, "I see." Estelle asked, "But what about Damien?" He glanced back, Damien, huh?" Bia recounted, "He bound a golem with plant magic and made it work. Its name might be Cerberus, I think." He was amazed. He can control a golem? He's crazy. I thought he didn't even bother with proper attributes. Bia sat down opposite Estelle and suggested, "Let's sit and talk more. It's been a week since we last met, so there's a lot to catch up on." A voice suddenly cut in, "Really? I also have a lot to say." The sight of the person approaching made him startle. Felina suddenly appeared and looked straight at Estelle, requesting, "Aster, give me a moment." He turned at the voice and saw Professor Felina. The sun was high, its light flooding the entire academy. In the common room, Felina slowly asked, "Do you know why I called you here?" Estelle looked around the room and replied, "I don't think it's for counseling, sir." She sat down and nodded lightly, "Exactly." Felina crossed her legs and, in a measured tone, "I've already heard about it." She tilted her head, probing with authority, "You're a descendant of a former war mage, right? The mastermind behind this is Vimmer, isn't it?" Estelle didn't deny it but spat with contempt, "They're all trash." Felina agreed, "In general, anyone connected to Deculan is garbage." He looked at her and suddenly thought that matched what the director, or rather, the senior, had arranged. Drawing attention in Blandor under a false identity would be dangerous, so instead they chose the identity of a wandering war mage's descendant while hiding their true name. So that was the method the principal taught Estelle on that stormy night. Now he reasoned that among them one had a master who bore a deep grudge against Deculan and Vimmer. Since it matched his actual position, this setup fit perfectly. Felina sighed, "Anyway, there are countless suspicious points, but since the director vouched for you, I'll let it slide for now." Estelle waited silently for her next words. For some reason, Felina fell silent and her cheeks suddenly flushed. A moment later, she leaned back in her chair and ran a hand through her hair. "For now, I will conceal everything. At least you don't seem like someone who would endanger the academy, and—" Before she finished, Estelle interrupted, "Professor." He hesitated, "I'm sorry, but I'm a student and you're a professor." The age gap. Felina was shocked and widened her eyes. "What the hell?" The moment Estelle's words reached her, Felina immediately flew into a rage. "That brat." Immediately after, a strong gust of wind burst forth around her. But in the next second, Felina gritted her teeth and suppressed her power. Then she spoke, a little annoyed, "Damn it, it's hard to say when I'm trying to do something so out of character, but some things must be said." A flush rose on Felina's face and with an awkward tone she expressed, "Thank you, because of you we've protected both the trial hall and the students." At once Estelle stood there stunned. After he snapped back to himself, he murmured inwardly, "I see." Then Estelle suddenly spoke up, calling out, "Professor." Felina, puzzled, turned to look at him. "Speak up." After a moment's thought, Asta seriously made a request. As the dean said, my goal is to establish a library, one open to everyone. If you don't mind, could you donate some of your books? Without much hesitation, Felina generously agreed. Not bad, all right, I understand. Hearing that, a quiet joy surged through Asta as he calculated. Good, after Professor Farin and the dean, that's the third academic relationship secured. When he finished speaking, her tone immediately grew solemn. Then, shall we get to the main point? Felina stared at Asta and calmly explained. The artifact created the magic field. Researching how to apply it could take quite some time. Her voice turned serious. The danger is great, but that's not the main issue. If necessary, I can destroy it at any time. Immediately after, Felina suddenly changed her tone, which caught Asta's attention. Her expression grew cold as she warned, the ones who will come because of that glove are the real danger. The Forbidden Arts Council Salvadium. But Asta pretended not to hear and asked, Silvertown, seeing that, Felina annoyedly corrected him, Salvadium. Say it one more time and I'll pierce your ear, brat. She explained coldly, the Forbidden Arts Council, Salvadium, true to its name, is an alliance of those versed in forbidden arts. They act independently but share a common goal. Felina's gaze immediately grew icy as she said, namely, to recreate magic fields. Then she seriously warned, and that kid Pryson who realized this must have been connected to the Forbidden Arts Council since he's dead. Looking at him, Felina affirmed, so they'll come for you to reclaim the artifact. Her face fell as she cautioned, they'll be relentless, not unlike the Deculan family. I don't know what you're hiding or how strong you are, but if you've become a target of the Forbidden Arts Council, you could die. Hearing that, Asta calmly thought to himself, could die, huh? He let out a sigh, then judged nonchalantly, that means a clash with them is unavoidable. No big deal, just kill them all. Having decided, Asta gave a cocky smile and replied, yes, I'll remember. Seeing his expression, Felina couldn't believe it and widened her eyes. Look at this brat. Before she could speak, Asta continued, requesting, so please study this artifact. The next moment, he placed a glove on the table. Seeing that, Felina reluctantly smiled and agreed. Your ambition is big, elf. Fine, I'll take a look. Just then someone ran in from outside, shouting, Professor Felina, you're here. He cried out in panic, right now at the academy. The young man's voice suddenly tightened as he announced, the head of the Deculan house has arrived. Instantly, Asta recoiled, eyes wide with fear. Outside the academy, a carriage was slowly entering. Seeing it, everyone immediately stirred. The head of Deculan is here. Tighten defenses, control the parents of the affected students strictly, escort the students back to the dorms at once. At the end of the path, a crowd was already waiting. At the front stood the school's principal. There the carriage rolled slowly over the cobblestones. On it a man sat leisurely guiding the horses. Seeing him, the principal pondered, so this brat is the current head of Deculan, and Farin met his gaze directly. The principal, unfazed, silently assessed, a prodigy who earned the title of Archmage and became head of Deculan at 30, yet more widely known is that Deculan's brutality worsened after he took power, right? Then he exhaled, one shouldn't easily trust rumors, but one thing seemed certain. The principal reluctantly thought, under the founding principles, even royalty here had to get their hands dirty, yet he remains too proud to set foot on the ground. He quietly commented inwardly that Farin lowered himself to act as his own coachman, trampling the academy's traditions with his hooved shoes yet leaving no room to object, truly cunning. Just then Farin propped his chin and fell into thought. Afterwards he said coldly, it's nothing yet. His words left the principal puzzled. I don't understand what you mean, my lord. Hearing this, Farin replied casually, I heard a rumor that the trial hall has been overrun by those pests. Immediately the principal fell silent, then he murmured, cursing inwardly, that bastard. The principal's tone, laced with anger, demanded, my lord, did you come all this way just to say such nonsense? I find that hard to believe. Are they still testing us now? One side erupted with momentum while the other pondered. We haven't officially named the attacker, only a few know Deculan is behind it. Looking at the man before him, the principal considered gravely what motive he might have for spouting such claims in this situation. Facing the principal's anger, Faran suddenly smiled and answered, "Impossible." He raised his hand to channel power and, feigning benevolence, said, "I came to help because the academy seems unable to control the situation. I personally captured those pests from my household." As soon as he finished, several dark shapes fell. Immediately, the principal's eyes widened in horror. Faran displayed a row of heads and declared, "The head of the Beimer house. I have offered his entire bloodline," roots pulled out. "Well, does that suit your taste?" On the roof, Asta was not very surprised. Indeed, he'd beheaded the head of the Beimer house. In his head, he judged silently, thinking of Pahiran from my previous life, this is not unexpected. He's the kind to reach out even to his own. The one who killed his own kin, if it served Deculan's interests. Asta pondered, though the timing felt too coincidental. Observing the man closely, he quickly analyzed. Last night I only mentioned Deculan and Beimer to the professor, yet today he's appeared like this. Is it luck or obsessive meticulousness? Unable to guess, Asta gave up and stood to leave. After all, you're only human. In my past life he was an inscrutable existence I couldn't even sense, but now. A confident, arrogant smile appeared on his face, like a towering mountain. Asta leisurely reached out his hand, just for now, but. He pointed at the head of Deculan and clenched his fist. In this life I might get his head. High above, the sky was clear and bright. Several days passed and the academy grew lively. The spectacle of Faran's beheading left a deep impression. The Vimmer bloodline exhibition where Faran appeared was already remarkable. But Faran took it a step further there. He made a shocking decision. He would send a direct descendant of the Deculan bloodline to enroll at the academy, in other words, a powerful card, a hostage only a noble house could use. Moreover, because of this move, the royal family issued an order, and whether planned together or not, the crown immediately announced the third princess's enrollment. But those matters had nothing to do with Asta for now. That story would come later. At the earliest they'd enroll next term, at the latest next year. More important than that. Nearby, two friends cheered in unison. It's a festival. On campus, people bustled back and forth. The Pistonike Festival was a victory celebration for academy students conscripted during the war. Watching his two friends, Asta sighed. Apparently the academy treated the trial hall incident similarly. Well, it's a good excuse to liven the school's gloomy atmosphere. Glancing at the crowd by the road, he calmly noted that perhaps that's why there's alcohol at the Academy Festival. Since Pistonike celebrates victory, the Academy seemed to permit it. Asta added thoughtfully that only mercenaries hired for security were likely prohibited from drinking openly while on duty. At that moment, the brown-haired man, elated from winning, laughed loudly. That guy's nothing. Who else wants to join the next drinking contest? Immediately, a purse of coins was slapped onto the table. Then Damien eagerly shouted, I want to try too. Seeing that, Chen Bia panicked and cried out, "Damien." Suddenly, the school's loudspeaker echoed across the yard, announcing to everyone that the Pistonike Award ceremony would begin soon. Those wishing to attend, please gather before the Hall of the Wise. Immediately, Damien was grabbed by the collar and pulled away. One person dragged him off while Asta casually said, "Let's go." His heart was eager too. If someone worked hard, they deserved recognition. A pleased smile spread across his face as he silently declared, "Now, it's harvest time." In the hall, the host enthusiastically announced, "Yes, the principal has a few words to say." Then came the important segment of the ceremony. We will now present the awards. Recipients, please step onto the dais when your names are called. Dahlia was called up first, Dahlia Dedinal. Next was Damien von Blandor. The host continued reading, Evelyn de Plancher. Then the shy youth from before, Chen Bai. And the final name called was Asta Aster. Glancing at Evelyn, he pondered, Evelyn de Plancher, daughter of the Goldran Trading Company, there's something suspicious about her. Asta thought puzzled that he didn't recall her standing out in his previous life. However, with the students' testimonies backing her, he guessed she was being credited for contributions. Unable to figure it out, he let it go. After all, it was time to receive the prize. Seeing the gift, Asta was overjoyed. Of course it had to be a top-tier elixir. When it was his turn, the principal looked sullen and displeased. I extend my deepest thanks for your contribution, Aster. But Astad didn't pay it any mind and sneered under his breath, Senior, do I have to return that box? It's not pretty, just trash. As if reading his thoughts, the principal threatened with a vicious expression. If I find it in the incinerator, I'll burn you with it. Understanding his meaning, Astad accepted the gift and slyly thought he'd burn it secretly. After a while, all the gifts had been handed out, and with that the award ceremony ended. We wandered the academy again, enjoying the festival. Astad played the games and guessed everything correctly, terrifying the shopkeeper. As for Damien, he kept eating non-stop. Chenbia had smashed the ground. Over the past period, we'd been running around non-stop. So relaxing a bit today should be fine. Under the late afternoon sun, the school looked utterly peaceful. The night fell and suddenly a streak of light shot up into the sky. Moments later, a series of fireworks blossomed across the space. The three youths were all stunned by the dreamlike beauty. Basking in the brilliant light, Astad stared in awe and whispered, the fireworks are going off. His mind loosened and wandered. It's a bit of a waste of money, but undeniably impressive. Astad closed his eyes to steady his mood. Then he firmly resolved, one day. In the future, Astad would surely achieve his dream. When he built his own tower, he'd spend money like this too. The summit, there probably aren't many places with such a view, so he'd watch from the highest floor that could see the scenery. He would hold a festival lasting a full week, even if he couldn't witness all of it himself. In his head, he sketched the scene carefully, and the finale would be the ascension of the sage, grand sage Aster, riding a wyvern that ushered in a new era for the continent. A white wyvern would look magnificent. The next day, suddenly an owl carrying a letter perched on the windowsill. Seeing it, Astad thought helplessly to himself, no, not that kind of white owl. In the end, he still got up and took the letter. As he opened the paper, Astad only read two words, the old place. His heart quietly called out, Senior. Without hesitation, Astad climbed onto the windowsill. Calling you early in the morning right after the festival, you're diligent indeed. Even your summoned beast looks just like you, he thought. In an instant, he leapt away swiftly. In the forest, Astad strolled along unhurriedly. Seeing the place before him, he put a hand on his hip and remarked, wow, this building has been in use for a very long time. Approaching the house, he pondered. Since it was once used by problem-solvers long ago, it's been abandoned and forgotten by the academy, perfect for secret conversations. He opened the door, poked his head in, and called, Senior, I'm here, answered by the man's solemn voice. You're here, are you? Hearing the white owl fly off immediately, Astad paid it no mind and focused on replying, yes, but... Glancing around, he asked puzzledly, what's all this? At this point, it's basically an office. I thought about that too, but that damn tradition left me no choice. The principal didn't answer, but instead offered, care for a drink? As water was poured, Astad leisurely inquired, any special occasion so early? The principal answered in a composed tone, didn't I tell you before? I said I had a favor to ask. Immediately he realized the principal's intent, the request tied to the library card he'd traded for. Across from him, the principal rummaged in his pocket. Ah, it's a rather simple request. Then he produced a slightly crumpled letter. Deliver this letter to my friend for me. In an instant, Astad's relaxed expression vanished. He smelled trouble, a very troublesome person. He calmly asked, where do I need to go? The principal placed the letter on the table and reported in a serious tone, I checked with old comrades and pinpointed where that bastard is hiding. He's well concealed. Then he solemnly spoke a name, the Great Forest Hammern. Instantly Astad cursed inwardly, damn it. From what he'd learned, the Great Forest Hammern is preserved from ancient times. That vast land holds not only all kinds of monsters, but also priceless magical materials. He wanted Astad to find someone in a place like that. Perhaps sensing Astad's mood, the principal soothed him, it won't be that hard. People live there too, check a few camps and you'll find the person soon. He hesitated and began, Senior, I'm sorry, but before he finished, the principal interrupted, right, I almost forgot to mention this. The principal then produced a list and said, I've prepared a small reward for my diligent junior. Reading the page, Astad muttered in disbelief, 2 top-tier elixirs, 5 high-grade elixirs, 10 mid-grade elixirs. After he finished reading, the principal calmly added, "By the way, were you about to say something, Junior?" At this point, Asta couldn't help trembling slightly, quietly repeating, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, but..." At once Asta beamed and replied, "I'll be late leaving the academy anyway." Inside, he was ecstatic. The offered price was too good to refuse. White clouds drifted slowly across the sky. Below, the academy was bathed in warm sunlight. He pulled the paper out once more to inspect it. Asta felt a deep, satisfying happiness. Just seeing it put him at ease. He quietly calculated, including the festival rewards, "I now have 3 top-tier elixirs. This life is truly wonderful." Not only that, Asta opened the ticket beneath it, and on top of everything. Reading the inscription, he couldn't contain his joy. A relic crafting voucher from the Irkin workshop, a voucher from a renowned atelier even nobles queue for. How did something like this end up in my hands? Everything traced back to a few hours earlier when Asta was talking with the principal. The price paid was too good to refuse. As he suspected, the senior was hiding something. At that time, the principal's face carried sorrow as he explained, "Initially, I planned to invite him back to the academy. Between the spirit realm, the Declan family, and all this mess, I thought I'd need his help." The principal's tone remained calm, but he said it would be awkward to return. He had matters to settle. Then his voice softened yet commanded, "So go and help that bastard finish what he started." Asta responded with an emotionless smile, "Senior, don't you have any conscience?" After putting the 2 papers away, he sighed, "I argued against that scam of a mission and demanded higher compensation. I nearly got beaten to death for speaking too plainly." Suddenly he recalled something. Asta's expression grew contemplative on second thought. He quickly analyzed, "I intended to use a top-tier elixir to boost my mana capacity, but now I have 3, no need to obsess over mana capacity in this case." Asta immediately thought of an ability, a technique created from a knight's enhanced body and attained through ether, Kai mana. He smiled softly, inwardly pleased, a technique to surpass the limits of the scavenger from his past life. Finally, it's time to remodel this weak, frail body. He shoved his hands into his pockets and returned to a relaxed posture. A mage with a knight's body, and in his case also the impact formula, the intervention formula, and countless other techniques he couldn't yet use. He could hardly contain his joy as he guessed, "I can reach heights beyond my past life." In the large house, golden sunlight poured over the roof, illuminating everything. Inside, Asta sat quietly cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes and murmured softly, "Very well, let's begin." Then, without hesitation, he took out the pill and ate it. Instantly, a stream of golden energy appeared around Asta. He remained unaffected, calmly adjusting his body to absorb the pill's potency with breathing techniques as always, but this time he would pour the top-tier elixir's mana drop by drop directly into his body. Following Asta's motions, the energy gradually penetrated every part of him, letting mana seep into each joint, muscle, and nerve cell. This was the most important target. Suddenly, Asta's eyes widened and veins bulged. He glanced down in disbelief. "Damn it, you again." Seeing the mark on his chest, Asta snapped irritably, "The fire sigil." But since he was at a critical stage, he hurriedly composed himself. He almost lost focus, but if the fire sigil activates like this... A broad smile formed on Asta's lips. Anticipation surged within him. "What kind of luck will you bring me this time?" Moments later, Asta trained harder, calmly following the plan. First, circulate mana throughout the body instead of using mana stones. From there, he carefully controlled the power and injected mana into each muscle fiber. Suddenly, Asta let out a groan. He bent over, his inner voice screaming, "This is insane, it hurts so much, it feels like each muscle fiber is being torn apart slowly." Veins covered his face and doubt crept in. "Does it have to hurt this much? It's not like my past life, this is too much, should I stop?" A second later, he made his choice without hesitation, train harder. Asta collapsed to the ground, shouting loudly, "You bastard." His voice echoed through the house, "Bastard, the muscle work isn't finished yet. If you shove mana directly into the bone like that." After a while, the room fell silent. Asta was drenched in sweat. He staggered to his feet and confirmed with disbelief, "Kai mana, it succeeded. No, have I already surpassed it?" Asta clenched his hand to assess. His body's durability still couldn't handle full output, but with this enhanced body, he wouldn't lose to any knight once it matures and pairs with physical training. He smiled brightly and judged, a mage defeating a knight with a fist will no longer be a dream. Then Asta bit his finger hard. Good, first, test the recovery ability. Immediately his hand spurted blood. What the? I'd clearly restrained it. Looking at the wound, Asta calculated silently. The injury is worse than I thought, but it should heal in 15 minutes. Suddenly he opened his eyes in horror. What the hell, this recovery speed is insane. Asta immediately analyzed the effects. Even in his past life he never got results like this. I've become an accidental genius. With the light healing secret I got from Henzi, I'll be on par with Damien Blander's monster. Not stopping there, Asta also noticed one more thing, moreover. He crouched to inspect the blood. There was a faint trace of mana. Don't tell me it's from this drop of blood. Silently sensing the power within, Asta deduced suspiciously, a familiar mana. It's identical to my mana. It seems I can control it. Without hesitation he reached out, testing a light spell. In an instant, a blinding beam of light erupted before Asta. When the skill faded, he stood stunned with amazement. This defies reason. I cast by will, yet the host wasn't me, the caster was the blood. In a flash, Asta grinned happily. If I increase the blood volume and use the impact formula, the results will go wildly in their own way. His mind raced with uses. If later I combine this with the Blander family's regenerative healing, it will be extremely useful. Regen is great for rebuilding flesh and bone. Should I discuss this with Henzi? A moment later, Asta dismissed the idea. No, best not get involved with those lunatics. Perfect timing. Lancey is coming for parent consultations before class. I'll mention it later. Regardless, this result is very satisfying. Looking at the blood on his hand, he showed satisfaction. Let's call it blood magic for now. The street bustled with people, and from a nearby house a voice rang out. Thank the heavens you're both safe, young Master Damien and young Master Aster. Lancey sat upright, expression respectful as she asked, is there anything else? Hearing that, Damien hurriedly replied, no, nothing, I'm healthy and fine, go on, go. Faced with that dismissive attitude, Lancey remained calm and said, Madame Gamo sent a message. You asked in surprise, huh, what message? Her calm tone carried, regarding the proposal to build the lake and statue architecture for Blander that you suggested last time. Glancing at the person beside Damien, Lancey commented seriously, I don't know who helped you with it, but the design looks pretty decent. She nonchalantly offered praise, the proposal is very polished. Hearing that, Asta thought coldly, she means sweats no 1 and no 2. At that point Lancey brought up the task, Madame Gamo's message is. Damien's face lit up with expectation, what is the message? But the next moment she doused him with cold water, refused. Damien froze as if struck by lightning, refused. Seeing this, Lancey smiled lightly and continued, it says that not everything is impossible. Her serious gaze relayed the requirement, achieve top 15 in the academy-wide midterm exams, only then will there be a matter to discuss when petitioning Madame Gamo. After hearing everything, Asta immediately understood Gamo's intent, so that is Madame Gamo's purpose. Just then Lancey familiarly reassured him, young Master Damien, don't worry too much, you have good friends here who will help you. He felt a twinge of guilt and thought, of course. Across from them her expression was gentle as she guaranteed, Chenbai, Aster, if you two help young Master Damien this time, the Blander family will reward you handsomely. Lancey then warned seriously, however, it certainly won't be easy. Instantly Asta sighed inwardly, so the time of patience and suffering has finally arrived. He shut his eyes tight and kept persuading himself inwardly, if not for that formula. A moment later Asta answered resolutely, understood. Damien's face immediately brightened. Outside warm sunlight shone down on the house. In the quiet space a question suddenly rang out, Damien, how much do you actually understand about basic magic theory? Damien immediately looked blank and blurted, basic magic theory, what's that? Seeing that expression, the other party helplessly moved on to the next issue. All right, Damien, can I look at your notes? Where's your textbook? he didn't hesitate to grab his satchel and said, "I don't know, I only brought everything I have." Immediately, a stack of notebooks was placed on the table. Looking at that pile, Asta couldn't believe it and muttered, "This is hell, pure, unadulterated earthly hell." At that moment, Chen Bia hesitantly asked, "Damien, you did the homework the professors assigned on time, right?" Damien's voice answered confidently, "Yes, I did." Hearing that, Chen Bia breathed a relieved sigh, feeling lighter, but beside him Asta was far less optimistic, really relieved, huh? Then he unhesitatingly flipped open a notebook. What met Asta's eyes was Damien's doodles, subject number 2, blood, sweat, and tears. Instantly he furrowed his brow and cursed quietly, "Damn it, the circulating formulas are drifting further and further away." Fortunately for Asta, there was good news. The only bright spot was that Damien wasn't bad in general elective subjects like culture and history. Being a pampered son, he'd likely had tutors for those. He quickly calculated in his head, the problem lies in magic-related classes. It's not that I can't teach him, but I'm not confident. Thinking of Damien's level, Asta added solemnly that he wasn't confident enough not to utterly ruin him. Across from him, sensing the odd atmosphere, Damien asked, "Is it really that serious?" Just then someone approached and called out, "Hey." Seeing the youth, Asta exclaimed in surprise, "Furio." Immediately Furion grumbled and corrected irritably, "It's Furion Aster." He, unfazed, calmly replied, "Right, Furion, yeah." Looking at him, Furion helplessly asked the question on his mind, "I don't mean to eavesdrop, but I caught the gist. Are you guys helping Damien study?" Asta tersely replied, "So." Furion immediately put on a pensive expression. Then he straightforwardly offered, "I think I can help with that." At once Damien's face brightened. Asta suspiciously asked, "You?" Seeing this, Furion began rummaging for something and replied, "You look doubtful. I wasn't going to show you this, but..." Chen Bia, looking at what was in his hand, cried out in awe, "That's..." Furion was pleased with his reaction. "Not surprising, Chenbai. I knew you'd recognize it." A moment later, he held up a sheet of paper and proudly announced, "This is a collection of the Academy's old exams from the past 10 years. Immediately after, Furion pulled out another sheet to show off, "And that's not all." Holding a bundle of papers, he confidently explained, "It's a compilation of tests by each professor. I organized everything from their question structures to the specific topics emphasized in M1, M2, and M3 classes." With an arrogant tone, Furion asked, "Well, is this enough to earn your respect?" Chen Bia eagerly took the papers to examine them. "With this, there's really a chance." Seeing that, Asta silently grumbled with irritation. He disliked everything about Furion, especially how he blamed Chenbai at the Holy Casket hearing. Meanwhile, Chen Bia was moved to tears. Finally, there's hope. The look in his eyes made Asta relent. He had no choice but to admit it. Staring at Furion's arrogant face, Asta forced himself to restrain his urge. He really wanted to punch him, but he held back. But at that moment, Furion suddenly put forward a condition. Immediately, Asta quietly changed his mind. "Maybe I should just punch him anyway." Across from him, Furion calmly stated his condition. "Help me train for real combat after the midterm assessments. Since you know how to fight, you seem capable." Hearing that, Asta was extremely surprised. He then rose without hesitation. "Fine, we can do it right now. Lead me to the training room." Seeing Asta misunderstand, Furion hurried to clarify, "Wait, you're not helping me train to fight. Someone else needs your help." He raised an eyebrow and asked suspiciously, "Someone else?" He answered affirmatively. "Exactly. Do you have time? I'll show the way." Outside the academy in the city of Hazen, golden sunlight poured everywhere, making the scenery look incredibly peaceful. On the way, Asta impatiently asked, "How much farther?" Furion had to turn and reassure him, "We're almost there." After walking for a long time with no arrival, he began considering turning back. "We've gone pretty deep into the back alleys, damn it, I can't take it anymore." Staring at the head in front of him, Asta thought irritably, "I really want to stab him." Just then Furion called to catch his attention, "We're here." Seeing the lavish house, Asta exclaimed in surprise, "A private training ground." Scanning around, he judged, "Looks like they've got money to burn." Then he focused on walking. When they arrived, Dahlia greeted him as she saw him. "You're here, Aster." Her name flashed through his mind, Dahlia de Denai. Meanwhile, Furion hurried closer and whispered, Dahlia, do we really have to do this? That guy defeated the Dalamp family, impressive, but is he really worth learning from? Before he finished, Dahlia cut him off, no. Then her expression turned cold as she stated, say it again, I do not borrow my family's power. Turning back to Astea, Dahlia said solemnly, I'm asking you, Aster. Hearing that, he was silent for a moment and then said, I'll take one more thing from this arrangement before I leave. He then looked at Furion and declared, Furion, let me borrow that girl. I will use her well and return her after the exams. I need her to tutor Damien. For a moment he panicked and blurted, wait, what the hell? Dahlia, are you seriously considering this? You don't buy into that ridiculous nonsense, do you? Then he pointed at Astea, scolding angrily, Aster, be reasonable. I already paid you with study materials. Hearing that, Astea calmly corrected him, you paid back what you owed me. Astea's face grew serious as he asked, but you still haven't paid for framing Chenbai at the Holy Casket hearing, have you? Instantly Furion was speechless. At that moment Dahlia suddenly agreed, fine. In an instant he screamed in horror, what? No, more importantly, why is Dahlia deciding my fate? I can't accept this. Furion slapped his chest and protested desperately, I am the proud bloodline of the great Denai family. I have freedom of will. Seeing this, Astea smiled coldly and threatened, fine, proud bloodline, coincidentally I need a punching bag. Are you tougher than Hickster? For a moment Furion was silenced by the threat, gritting his teeth and not daring to speak. Then he decisively turned and left, I don't have much time, the exams are coming so I'll go ahead. Watching him disappear, Astea thought with satisfaction, good, their burden on Chenbai will be eased. Then he sighed and said, well then, since I've received payment, I should do my job. Glancing at the person beside her, Astea asked seriously, you want me to teach you real combat, right? Dahlia nodded calmly in response. Outside, the sun blazed down everywhere. Elsewhere, a lavish meal was underway, one side carving meat, the other calmly lecturing, please, give me another chance, once you do it you can't turn back. Are you sure you're okay with that? Opposite them, the other person's food remained untouched. Over there, Eveline fell silent and leisurely speared a piece of meat to eat. Chewing, she expressed concern to her colleague, I'm worried you might be pushing yourself too hard. Daibi didn't answer, he quietly called her name in his mind, Eveline. Seeing he didn't speak, Eveline paid him no mind and continued, the complaints from clients have been getting quite loud because of the incident at the Holy Casket hearing. Someone made sure I couldn't get a single bracelet from that event. Hearing that, Daibi replied in a low voice, I have no excuse for that. Eveline coldly looked up at him, then she smiled and said, I heard a rumor. They say the questions for the midterm assessment will be finalized by next week at the latest. Daibi jumped in shock and blurted, you're not suggesting I go steal the exam papers, are you? Eveline feigned disbelief and scolded, oh please, did I say that? You're talking dangerously. I'm only telling you about my business and hopping you, Daibi, might assist with it. Her gaze was icy and threatening, that's all, do you understand? In an instant Daibi fell silent, wary in Eveline's presence. Seeing he'd understood, she calmly made her request, if you want to complete this task more thoroughly, you might want to visit this place. People say there's someone there very skilled at this kind of work. Then Eveline smiled encouragingly and urged, finish your food quickly. In the room, the wooden puppets shifted and made echoing sounds. One escorted Dahlia while the other Astea stood dazed and thought me, trained Dahlia. Staring at her retreating figure, his feelings were complicated. If this were his past life, he'd have beaten her nearly to death for spouting that nonsense. Our grudge runs that deep. A memory of Dahlia from his previous life flashed through Astea's mind. I'll bury you right here today. Recalling those words, he thought irritably that if not for her reinforcements, he'd have killed her dozens of times. However, once she became the Denai family's representative mage, they had fewer reasons to clash. Moreover, this change benefited Astea. Putting past grudges aside and weighing the advantages, raising Dahlia was quite profitable. Strangely, she ultimately restrained the Deculan family. He curled his lips slightly, calculating with amusement, should I pull that timeline a little closer? Excitement surged within Astea. Honestly, if he didn't act now, he'd never again have the chance to beat her properly and enjoy it. Seeing Dahlia stop, he set aside his thoughts and focused on the task. All right, Dahlia. Asta asked seriously, what do you think is the most important factor in one-on-one combat? Hearing that, she fell into thought and replied, I don't know, I just want to learn the moves you used against Hickster. He couldn't believe it and asked, you want me to teach my style? Really? You need to find a method that suits you. Then Asta gave a concrete example. Look, imagine an 8th level mage fighting a 9th level mage. Who wins? Dahlia didn't hesitate to answer, level 8. He waggled a finger and said, no, that's wrong. Then he tapped his own head and explained, whoever smashes the other's head first wins. Dahlia immediately frowned and questioned the head. Opposite him, Asta formed a small sphere and continued teaching. It's called. He revealed slowly the principle of striking first, and Asta's technique shot toward Dahlia's head in an instant. Time passed, and the late afternoon sun gradually spread everywhere. Walking down the street, Asta stretched and exhaled. Looking up at the sky, he said in wonder, is it this late already? If we keep training her properly like this, she'll turn out fine. Asta relaxed and let his mind wander. I wonder what Damien is doing. Suddenly, Daibi's back walking by caught his eye. A delighted smile immediately appeared on Asta's face, 310 gold. Across the way, Daibi strolled slowly down the street. At this moment, his mind was in turmoil. Damn it, forcing me to steal exam papers this time. My brother wanted to quit, but life isn't that simple. Daibi thought of Evelyn and fear washed over him. Goldrin, no, Evelyn, she has enough power to crush me. He took out the paper and tried to reassure himself. No, look at it another way, this is a golden opportunity. What Evelyn wants from them is ties to the nobility. One path led to the goal. Daibi forced himself to believe that if he handled this job perfectly, he could become that connection. He opened the door and muttered curses in his head. Last time I botched it because of that damn rat. Entering the shop, Daibi's resolve hardened. This time will be different. Unbeknownst to him, Asta had quietly followed for a while. Ahead, Daibi began to doubt, is this the place? It just looks like an ordinary tea house. At the counter, the brown-haired young man smiled upon seeing a customer and greeted, what would you like? He sat down and hesitantly ordered, please give me a long jiao tea, hot if possible, but frozen, please. The man agreed cheerfully, certainly, please wait a moment. Glancing at the staff, Daibi felt extremely embarrassed. This is the place Evelyn mentioned. Saying that password in a normal shop is so humiliating, thank goodness. The staff returned with the cup of tea and remarked, you seem rather flustered by this atmosphere. Seeing him agree, the young man smiled brightly and said, many are surprised when they hear dark broker, they picture some secret, hidden den. He surveyed the refined space and said casually, but as you can see, who would have thought a place like this would be a front for the black market? Then the young man asked curiously, by the way, how did a young customer like you find this place? Hearing that, Daibi tried to remain calm and made his request. I'm here to buy the first-year basic course exam papers from the academy. He pondered aloud, academy exams, as it happens, we have someone looking to sell. Which faculty are you targeting? Daibi answered hesitantly, the magic faculty, sir. The young man repeated thoughtfully, magic faculty, ah. Then he leaned in and offered kindly, actually, we arranged to meet the seller next weekend. How about it, would you like to come with me? Instantly Daibi confirmed in shock, you mean go together? He frowned and affirmed his suspicion, he wants to remember my face. Hesitating a little, Daibi finally agreed, verify the seller and check the goods quality, that's basic merchant practice. Let's go. After placing the order, he was completely resolute, there's no turning back now. Hearing that, the young man smiled brightly and replied, very well. He then leaned in slightly and whispered, I'll give you the time and place, listen carefully and don't write it down anywhere. Outside, Asta had seen everything. The young man's words still echoed in his ear, the location is. His face went cold as he sneered, all nonsense. Asta's mind raced, a seller of exam papers happened to appear and the buyer just so happened to be there too. Something shady is going on. Besides, they haven't even discussed a price. He raised a hand into the air and muttered, I'll have to verify this myself. Just in time, I have a few Deculan cloaks that will be very useful. A moment later, Asta had finished disguising himself. Now then, should we rob the richest one first? The tea house door opened once more. Inside, silence had returned. Toying with his cup of tea, the young man sighed wearily and thought, I'm fed up. After this I have to leave Hazen. He exhaled, musing inwardly that if he stole the academy exam this time, staying in Hazen would be too dangerous. Where should he go next? Just then a voice sounded at his ear, not serving customers. Instantly the young man spun around in horror. When did he get here? What met his eyes was a stat in a red cloak. No way, that's Deculan the Red Jade. Across from him, Asta said coldly, cut the clumsy act, Long Jiao and that nonsense, spare me the passwords. The young man stammered timidly, why yes, what are you curious about, sir? Asta replied calmly, I'm looking for an item, a spatial pouch. Immediately the young man widened his eyes in disbelief. A spatial pouch? Don't tell me, are you talking about Callahan's spatial pouch? It disappeared after Callahan died, why would you be looking for it here? The young man regained his composure and answered casually, we've never seen such an item. He mused and asked, is that so? By the way, what were you just discussing with that brat? He looked rather suspicious. For a moment he was speechless. That is, his inner panic boiled over like oil on a pan. How should he handle this? Suddenly Asta slammed the table and shouted, order. His gaze was icy and scolding. The gears in your head are making too much noise. In an instant the young man shuddered in fear. This guy is not an ordinary Deculan practitioner. He hurriedly blurted out, I'll tell the truth about that boy, it's not related to the Deculan family anyway. Asta immediately threatened viciously, I'll listen and judge for myself, you'd better not hide anything. Who would dare hide anything now? The young man frantically prepared to speak. Understood, it's like this, but Asta cut him off, let's walk to the storeroom and talk. He was stunned and asked suspiciously, why? Asta replied matter-of-factly, isn't it better if I check the storeroom myself? Then he glanced at the young man with murderous intent and demanded, what did that fellow do here? Are you hiding something? Immediately the young man grimaced and couldn't help swearing, damn it, what the hell is he planning to do? In the academy's deserted corridor, Divai walked trembling and stammered, is this really necessary? Aster, disguised, replied menacingly that if the man were innocent he had nothing to fear, invoking the Deculan name as guarantee. Divai swallowed nervously in fear. Under pressure, Divai confessed that the mastermind was Evelyn, the young lady of the renowned Goldrin trading house. He insisted he was only a middleman but suspected she was setting up a black market to buy and sell grades. Aster pondered. Rumors about Evelyn's perfection had long circulated throughout the academy. In everyone's eyes, Evelyn always appeared as a model, elegant young lady. She always skillfully maintained social relationships in a harmonious and friendly way. She was even an outstanding student, always active in class. Aster grit his teeth in annoyance at the thought that others were easily making a fortune while he had to waste time tutoring his peers. Divai led Aster to a large door and unlocked it. Aster quietly followed behind, observing every movement of the broker. Inside was a treasure trove full of jewelry and valuable items that even astonished Aster. Aster picked up a scroll to examine it and declared it needed to be taken back for the family to verify. He ordered Divai to prepare 2 spatial pouches to confiscate all the suspicious goods. Divai trembled with anger but could do nothing except curse silently. The next morning, Aster casually taught Chenbai that she could skip the step of establishing a stable formula when casting spells. Chenbai followed his instruction and was amazed to see the magic circle still operate smoothly on her hand. Furion clutched his head in panic, unable to believe magic could exist without a stable formula. Aster pointed to the pile of documents, asserting that his method was completely feasible. Furion muttered that this place was nothing short of hell. Chenbai thought to herself that Aster was a crazy genius, someone challenging all conventional logic of the magical world. She also worried that if Aster taught Dahlia this way, sooner or later her friend would be ruined by him. Footsteps sounded. Aster called Furion and realized Dahlia had arrived as well. Dahlia appeared with her usual cold expression and bandages on her face. Furion yelled in outrage, calling Aster a bastard for the grueling exercises he had to endure. A red pencil marked scores on a paper filled with complex magic circles. The group sat together to check the test results. Furion, with dark circles from lack of sleep, announced that every answer in his section was absolutely correct. Dahlia confirmed her results were similar, though she looked a bit tired. Chenbai buried her face in her hands, still unable to believe she had actually gotten everything right. She sighed in relief, admitting that without the days of blood, sweat, and tears training with Aster, they surely wouldn't have survived the week. Furion raised his hand in excited celebration. Even if these were basic questions, this was a huge step forward for him. Aster smirked in satisfaction, telling himself he had done a good job tutoring. Dahlia looked at Aster and asked if he had finished preparing his part as well. Night fell. Aster donned his disguise again and sat on the roof watching the academy below. He suddenly felt his ears burn, wondering if someone was gossiping about him. Then he focused on observing below, waiting for the right moment to act. On the street below, students still moved about busily, unaware they were being watched. Daivai glanced around furtively, extremely tense, clutching the stack of exam papers. Aster stared down at him from above, privately wishing he could beat Daivai and Evelyn senseless right away, but the plan didn't allow it. Daivai walked up to a burly man who was waiting at the door. Aster slipped his hand into his cloak and produced a crystal orb of magic. He flashed a sly smile behind the mask as the orb flared, signaling the performance to begin. Daivai reported in detail on the exam papers for core and elective courses for the first-year class. He had even prepared grading criteria and practical exam content. A letter sealed with red wax lay motionless on the wooden table. Evelyn picked up the dossier and inspected it thoroughly, from the paper quality to the seal and the hidden mana flow, then nodded, acknowledging it as genuine. She promised to give him more opportunities and assured that the Fingrove trading house would receive appropriate support. Daivai grinned triumphantly, convinced the family would no longer dare ignore him. Aster hid in the shadows and watched as Evelyn instructed Daivai to be responsible for distributing the exam papers to other clients. Daivai excused himself with a confident expression. Evelyn sat back in the luxurious room with a composed look. But as soon as the door closed, her expression changed and she sneered, calling him an idiot. Evelyn asked the masked subordinate about the progress of the decoy plan, intending to pin all blame on Daivai and the Fingrove trading house if the scheme was exposed. She rose and walked with haughty grace, her long gown brushing the carpet. Aster stood by the window watching them prepare to dine together, full of contempt. He thought to himself that Evelyn looked perfect outwardly, but inside she was rotten to the core. Aster pondered a plan to punish her and crush this conspiracy once and for all. Back in his room, Aster sat at his desk. He felt using the crystal orb's recorded evidence now would be wasteful. He wanted a more sophisticated plan. He tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, trying to devise the perfect bait scenario. A sudden idea flashed into the young mage's mind. He told himself he had a way to put Evelyn on the righteous path in his own style. Aster spread a sheet of pristine paper on the desk. He glanced at the pile of sample dossiers to begin his work. The pen whispered across the paper as Aster concentrated on every stroke. He took pride that this skill had not faded with time. Aster recalled the days he frequently forged signatures. He hadn't expected to need it for something like this. He decisively pressed the seal firmly onto the document he had just written. Aster admired his handiwork with satisfaction, telling himself Evelyn would soon get a taste of his craft. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, night still shrouded the ancient buildings. A blue-haired girl was training so hard she was drenched in sweat, her breath ragged in the silent space. She told herself she must strike first to win, and the strongest magic is the one with the fastest activation. With a resolute gaze, the girl concentrated her power to activate a blazing magic circle, ready for the challenges ahead. The bell rang to signal the end of the exam. The teacher ordered the class to stop writing, place their hands on their heads, and prepare to submit their papers upward. The exam hall suddenly grew noisy as students began packing up and chatting excitedly about the test they'd just taken. A young man turned to ask his friend what theory he used for question 3, only to receive the sarcastic reply, pen and paper theory. On the test paper, the pen was smoothly completing the magic circles and extremely complex formulas. A group of guys gathered around in surprise because this guy never bothered to study yet still managed the paper, while he smugly claimed that just listening in class was enough. A red-haired student standing nearby watched with a deeply annoyed expression, silently cursing the guy's infuriating arrogance. Evelyn sat in a corner, smiling triumphantly as the first operation seemed to have succeeded smoothly without any obstacles. She quietly took pride in having secured Demanin, the eldest son of a powerful family wealthy to the point of bursting thanks to their control over the kingdom's food supply. Her smile turned more sinister as she thought of 3 other lucrative deals going smoothly, convinced she'd score big this time. Suddenly, the exam room door flung open and a cloaked stranger in black appeared mysteriously in the middle of the break. Evelyn froze, her smile hardening into shock at this threatening presence. Behind the stranger stood Daivai and several other students, giving her a premonition that something bad was about to happen. The professor ordered Demanin to come with him immediately, leaving the boy bewildered, not understanding what he'd done wrong. The professor's face, hidden under the cloak, looked grave as he coldly announced that the headmaster was waiting for him in the office. Witnessing the sudden scene, Evelyn began to sweat profusely, a nameless unease rising within her. The next morning, the academy issued an urgent notice requiring all first-year students to gather in the main hall for an important announcement. The crowd started buzzing with rumors that a large-scale exam fraud had just been uncovered by the academy. Evelyn stood among the crowd with a tense expression, secretly trying to figure out who had been unlucky enough to be caught. She reassured herself she had been meticulous, but then feared whether Daivai had carelessly left some trace. Professor Farun asked the hall to remain quiet so he could begin the solemn announcement. He officially confirmed that a group of students had participated in cheating during the recent midterm exams. The news made the atmosphere in the hall extremely tense, and Evelyn turned pale with fear that her name might be called next. Professor Farun announced that Daivai and 4 other accomplices would be expelled immediately and required to compensate for all damages. But the biggest surprise came when he revealed the case was uncovered not by faculty, but by a student of righteousness who provided the evidence. The professor extended his hand, inviting that brave student to step up to the podium to be honored by the whole school for the noble act. Spotlights suddenly shone directly on Evelyn, leaving her stunned, her face drained of color at the mistake. The hall erupted in astonishment as students began cheering enthusiastically despite Evelyn's stammered denials. Friends crowded around patting shoulders and offering congratulations, leaving her to force a smile in bitter humiliation at the hero's status falling from the sky. Evelyn tried to muster a smile for everyone, but inwardly she was furious at becoming the traitor to herself. The awards ceremony officially began amid thunderous applause, turning the leader of the cheating ring into a symbol of integrity. Watching the brilliant charade from a distance, Aster smiled with satisfaction as he saw the prey fall perfectly into the trap. Evelyn was forced to accept praises for a noble soul, a cruelest psychological punishment she had ever endured. Aster stood there with a triumphant look. He was the one who had orchestrated the classic turnaround to punish her. A week passed since the shocking reformation, and the academy returned to its normal rhythm. The announcement office door swung open, drawing the attention of all the waiting students. The crowd rushed to the bulletin board to see the official exam ranking results that had just been posted. All eyes turned to the long list of scores hanging prominently on the hallway wall. Chenbai and Damien hurried over, both anxious to learn their rankings after the turbulent exam. They both shouted with joy when they saw Damien's name at position 18, a result far beyond their initial expectations. Aster calmly told his 2 friends to look over the ranking list once more to be sure. It turned out Demanin, though expelled, still sat proudly at 7th place on the scoreboard, astonishing everyone. A student came running up to report it was a misprint, leaving everyone bewildered about the true final results. Damien and Chenbai were still stunned, standing dumbfounded before the results board as if they couldn't believe their eyes. On the corrected list, the name Damien von Blando proudly occupied the 16th position. The two erupted in joy, shouting, "We did it," in the crowded academy corridor. Damien turned to boast to Aster about the incredible result he'd achieved after so many days of hard training. Aster looked at his friend with a composed gaze, as if everything had been part of his plan. Chenbai beamed with delight, even daydreaming that after graduation she'd stay on as a teaching assistant because she felt she had a knack for instructing. But Aster immediately doused her enthusiasm, telling her to be quiet and not to indulge in fanciful dreams. Chenbai flinched, wondering if she had said something that annoyed him. Aster seriously reminded her that the TA involved in the cheating ring had acted out of dire poverty. He recounted how that TA, unable to afford living expenses, sold his soul to darkness by leaking exam papers. And did she know how long it takes a TA to climb to assistant professor? At least 3 to 4 grueling years. Aster asked another friend whether he truly wanted to pursue this arduous path of teaching. That friend smiled, saying that teaching others in his own way brought a very satisfying feeling. Aster laughed, saying that if he really wanted that, the road ahead would be nothing but blood, sweat, and tears. Seeing his friend's determination, Aster suggested there was another path if they truly wanted to follow that passion. Instead of becoming a poor teaching assistant, aim to become an archmage, a power no one would dare underestimate. Then she could instruct anyone with real sternness and authority, just like how she had trained Damien. The image of a powerful archmage appeared in their minds, mysterious and commanding, causing others to look up in awe. Aster advised Chenbai that if she's going to dream big, don't waste her talent on a mediocre job after helping Damien improve so rapidly. Only by becoming an archmage would she have the means to repay him for saving her life, plus a considerable interest on top. When night fell, the peaceful cityscape under a star-filled sky looked truly magnificent. In a quiet street corner, light from the shop windows cast hazy streaks across the road. An old wooden signboard swung in the wind, marking the place as a secret meeting spot for those who lived in the shadows. The heavy wooden door stood ajar, revealing a tranquil space inside, completely separated from the bustle outside. Kellogg waited, looking rakish. His bright violet eyes betrayed his impatience as he awaited his partner. Steady footsteps rang from the stairs as a figure slowly approached him. The alley mage finally appeared, his face hidden beneath a pitch-black hood. "You finally showed up," Kellogg said. Kellogg snorted, asking how someone who spends all day holed up in the academy like Aster could dare accuse him of loitering in damp dungeons. Aster coldly demanded they drop the banter. He wanted to know what Kellogg needed help with that warranted such an urgent summons. Kellogg's expression turned serious as he revealed that an ancient ruin had just been unearthed deep within the Hamelin wilderness. Aster smirked. It seemed news of ancient ruins always held a powerful allure for him. With defiant, blazing blue eyes, Aster prepared for a promising new journey deep into the forest. A few days after the commotion, Aster and Chenbai went to see Lancy to collect their reward. The blonde secretary looked rather relaxed as she sipped her tea. Lancy offered to give them an advanced magical conduit from the Blando family. Although the core secrets were inviolable, she insisted that sharing this piece of scholarship was entirely within her authority. Hearing ancient array replica, Aster couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. He thought to himself that the Blandos sure knew how to play. This gift was an unexpected bargain. Turning to Chenbai, Lancy pushed up her glasses and candidly admitted they had independently investigated his family background beforehand. Chenbai was slightly startled, sweat breaking out as Lancy asked about the financial troubles his family was facing. With a confident expression, she affirmed that the Blando household had more than enough means to promptly resolve those difficulties for him. Lancy promised she would provide Chenbai's family with a markedly better life if he agreed to accept their patronage. The teenager froze for a moment, his eyes wavering at the prospect of an overwhelmingly easy change of fortune laid before him. But then Chenbai clenched his fist. He proudly declined this charitable aid from the noble family. Lancy hurriedly explained that this was merely a repayment of kindness and should not be considered a debt or alms. Chenbai smiled faintly and said he only wanted to be Damien's friend in the purest sense, unbound by any material benefits. Sitting beside him, Damien, who was drinking tea, blushed and was too moved to speak at the sincerity of his friend. Lancy was completely surprised by Chenbai's attitude. She hadn't expected such pride and integrity from an ordinary boy. Witnessing this high-minded display of friendship, Aster sitting nearby suddenly felt as pragmatic as a villain. Chenbai hesitantly asked if he could request something else instead. Lancy smiled and confirmed he could ask for whatever he wanted. Instead of money, Chenbai only hoped to have the opportunity to study magic under the Blando name to broaden his horizons. Lancy double-checked to make sure he truly only wanted that. He nodded firmly, smiling kindly as he affirmed that was all he wished for. Soon after, the matter was reported to Madame Blando. She stood in the grounds of the luxurious villa, listening to the news from her subordinates. She asked, slightly surprised, whether Damien's friend had really made such an odd request. The butler bowed his head and confirmed it was exactly so. Madame Blando smiled with satisfaction, quietly relieved that her son had finally found a true companion. Because Chenbai had proven a positive influence on Damien, she decided to sign the official order to sponsor him so he could focus entirely on magic. When he received the sponsorship notice, Chenbai was so shocked he stammered, his hands trembling at the size of the gift. Aster stood behind, witnessing the whole affair. Thus the turbulent midterm exam ended with a result that nearly everyone found satisfying. Damien beamed as he signed the necessary papers, while Lancy standing nearby also breathed a sigh of relief. Aster leisurely held the book and smiled lightly. All the pieces had been set in their proper places. Weeks passed and the atmosphere at the academy grew unusually tense. A female professor with a black eye patch stepped onto the lectern. She announced firmly that the academy would begin enforcing the combat readiness decree starting today. The general education program for first years was officially suspended. The entire curriculum would now be focused exclusively on practical combat. However, she added that participation in these training sessions was entirely voluntary. A female student raised her hand to interrupt, questioning the meaning of the voluntary the professor had just mentioned. The professor explained that students had the right to choose to participate in drills at the school or to find their own training paths. They were even allowed to return to their families for private training. The hall began to buzz with chatter at this sudden change. She reassured them that the teaching staff would be reinforced by the Empire's level 5 battle mages. Aster fell silent, pondering. He sensed something was wrong. A large-scale change like this surely wasn't the Academy's own decision, but an order coming from above. Night fell and a white owl spread its wings across the overcast sky, carrying a secret message. Aster held a slip of paper that read 8 o'clock sharp. He knew it was time to act. Aster walked through the night, his face troubled as he wondered what was really going on at the academy. Dry grass crackled underfoot as Aster pushed deeper into a deserted area. He was slightly surprised that after only a few days away, the place looked completely different from his memory. Before him stood an abandoned warehouse, now covered by an extremely sophisticated hidden barrier. Aster surveyed the area and nodded with satisfaction. The space was more than enough for him to begin testing the new ancient array replica's power. He raised his hand and a tiny red orb appeared on his fingertip. It was time to see how powerful the Blando's gift really was. Aster stood amid swirling mana. He looked pleased at the red orbs floating around and murmured that the test had succeeded. He observed carefully and noticed the red orbs were absorbing mana from the environment to perfectly replicate the original's properties. However, he was still not satisfied because the output power was slightly low. While debating whether to try another method, Aster suddenly heard footsteps. An old mage with a long beard and a monocle approached, grumbling and asking what trick he was up to. Seeing the old man arrive earlier than expected, Aster only smiled faintly. The old mage squinted. He could feel the mana vibrating intensely within the red beads. He was stunned and asked if Aster could channel any kind of spell into those orbs. Aster said nothing, instead spreading his hands to demonstrate his supreme mana control. He casually asserted they were highly versatile. The old mage's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe what he was seeing. The old man began to frantically bombard him with questions about their capacity to store raw mana and use them as remote spell triggers. He shouted for the maximum effective range and demanded to know where Aster had gotten them. Aster remained calm-faced, indifferent to the old man's agitation. He gave a cryptic smile, promising to explain everything in detail, but first he needed the old man's help with a small task. The old mage's expression darkened. He grumbled that Aster dared to use a senior like him as a training target for his attacks. Aster nodded with satisfaction, inwardly regarding the old man as the best premium punching bag he could find. He told the old man to brace himself. The old mage snorted arrogantly, declaring that even if Aster tried for a century, he wouldn't touch a hair on his head. Aster closed his eyes, concentrated intensely, and prepared to unleash the strike. A massive block of energy began to form as the red orb spun, compressing mana to its limit. He declared he would compress that mana mass. The old mage finally turned pale upon realizing the danger and frantically yelled for him to stop immediately. The mana mass detonated with terrible force. The old man only had time to shout and call Aster a mad kid before the disaster struck. Aster curled his lips in a cold smile, then quietly uttered a single word: detonate. A seismic explosion tore out, blinding light engulfing the entire area. Thick smoke rose from the rubble, the aftershocks of the blast still smoldering. Aster stood amid the haze with an indifferent expression. He was slightly disappointed, believing the destructive power hadn't yet met his expectations. Hearing weary footsteps on the grass, Aster turned and asked the old man to say what he had felt after the strike. The old mage emerged, his face drained of color. He trembled as he asked who Aster really was and where he came from, admitting the boy's mana was too pure, far beyond what one calls ordinary genius. Aster maintained a nonchalant attitude, as if nothing significant had happened. He casually replied that he was just a normal student. The answer drove the old man nearly mad. He threatened to knock the boy's head to see if there was a user manual inside. Aster scoffed and refused. The old mage, still stunned by the boy's strange magical logic, looked around searching for the vanished red beads. Aster pointed up into the air, signaling the old man to look where they were now. In the sky, the remaining streams of energy still churned like a small mana storm. The white owl perched on Aster's head. The old mage cleared his throat, trying to regain seriousness to move on to the main issue. They moved indoors and sat facing each other. He asked the real reason Aster had summoned him to this remote spot at such a late hour. The mage placed a glittering blue orb on the table. In a grave tone, he said this matter was related to the Great Wood tragedy. Aster stared intently at the information orb. The small owl on his head was equally silent, as if waiting. As soon as he saw the images inside the orb, Aster's eyes widened in horror. His face drained of color at a truth too shocking. The Great Wood Hammeln, this ancient preserved forest, teemed with every kind of monster, but humans, being adaptable, continued to live there. Especially mercenaries skilled enough to operate in the Great Wood. They were the elite of the elite. However, those Great Wood mercenaries were now trembling in fear. Why, perhaps this is only natural. Those things are specters, and they are not ordinary specters. Through Asta's view, the display showed a goblin's face smiling with utter madness. Opposite him, the headmaster saw Aster's expression change and began to speak calmly. You see it too, so you know. If ordinary specters act based on memories lingering in the corpse, then that thing. Before he could finish, Asta answered, it's a specter moved by a soul. A specter formed naturally. If that's the case, then the Great Wood must contain ancient relics sealing those abominations, right? In response, the old headmaster coldly uttered one word, Death Rose. A species of monster famed as the most evil among evils. When death rows are unsealed in ancient relics, the grudging spirits pour forth. The situation is urgent, but none of my disciples can act right now. At the latest, we must depart within 2 days. As he spoke, his hand clenched in frustration. Then, about 2 seconds later, as if regaining composure, the headmaster sighed and asked, "What will you do? Even if you don't go, I won't take back the reward. Consider it a gift to a young successor. On the other hand, even if you do go." The staff frowned and hurriedly asked, "Old man, do you mean you have nothing left to give me?" The headmaster admitted bluntly, "Yes, it's entirely up to your will. This is not something that can be bought with material temptation because your life hangs by a thread. Think carefully," he advised with a very sincere tone. But contrary to what he expected, Asta agreed without hesitation. "Then let's go." Even the headmaster was left momentarily stunned by that answer. Asta shrugged and continued calmly, "You're worried about your friend, right? It seems you wouldn't back down even at the cost of your life. I mean, it may look like that, but I'm not so worthless as to bargain with someone else's life." On this side, hearing Asta's words, the headmaster's face grew moist with emotion as if about to cry. However, there was one thing only Asta himself knew. "To be honest, even if he told me not to go, I still feel compelled to go." Thinking that, he glanced up at the mark on his chest. It seemed to be saying, "Go, what you're looking for is there." Asta sighed, "Damn it, I can't not go." Time passed quickly. By evening before departure, the headmaster handed the protagonist a ticket and instructed, "This is a teleport gate pass. Present this and you can use the gate immediately without delay. And this is a cloaking cloak embedded with protective enchantments. Take it," he said as he casually tossed Asta a cloak. His generosity made Asta ask, "If you give me so much, what will you have left?" The old man grumbled, "Don't talk nonsense. If you only prepare when things happen, it will be too late." "Finally, take this too." He produced something that slightly startled Asta. It was a mask, the headmaster explained. "This is the new moon relic." The protagonist reached out to take the mask and muttered, "The new moon." His attitude annoyed the old man a little. "Do you want the new moon to pierce your ears? Clearly you will try to hide your identity with perception-concealing magic or a mask. If you do, my friend will kill you without anyone knowing. Now I will arrange matters so your matches and final exam scores are recognized under my name. And what will you do about the Blando family?" Asta turned, blinked once, then smiled. "Well, I'll handle them myself." Elsewhere, Chenbia and Damien also received the note the protagonist left. "I'm going to train, don't look for me." Asta's sudden departure left Chenbia dumbfounded. Only Damien was thrilled. "I want to train too, I'll go out there as well." Scene shifts to Green Town, a city beside the Great Wood Hammeln. A shout rang out, "Hey, load the gear quickly, we must depart by tonight at the latest." Damn it, what's with this mess? A wave of monsters returning after decades. A burly blonde man turned furious. "Those damned imperial bastards are good for nothing. They only collect taxes, and at times like this they just stand on the other riverbank watching." But while he ranted, a reminder called out, "Han, mold another barrel instead of whining there." Hearing that, he immediately focused on the task. "Yes, sir." At the same time, inside a tavern, his friend Oberon sighed in exasperation. "What should I do?" He remembered a mysterious person's reminder. "An old friend will help us, we owe each other. He can't come in person, but he will send people, so go meet them yourself." Thinking of that, he sighed again. "They will surely come," but before he could finish his thought, a burly man appeared before Oberon and asked, "Have you thought it through, Oberon?" "Please spare me. Do you mean we're going back into the Great Wood Hammeln? That's basically telling me to go die." The burly man spoke as if on the verge of tears. To that, Oberon could only wear a troubled expression and try to persuade him. "But really, the contract is for shuttling between the 4th outpost and Green Town. Didn't I pay you 4 times the usual rate as a hazard bonus plus a deposit, and now you want to cancel?" Oberon's questioning made Rayleigh force a strained laugh. "I know, Mage, you must be in a bind. Where am I supposed to find a guide now? I understand how you feel, but you see, I'm really sorry. But I have to make a living, don't I? They say the monster wave could hit at any moment." Rayleigh's perfectly reasonable words made Oberon lower his head, unable to look him in the eye. Seeing this, Rayleigh outwardly wore a worried face. But he gradually smiled slyly inwardly as he thought. Almost there, shuttling between the 4th outpost and Greentown, who in their right mind would do that? Since they have to depart anyway, it's better to go with a talented mage for safety, and I can make a tidy profit while I'm at it. Perfect. As soon as I get away from this obviously foolish mage, I'll add a little to the money I make this time and move to some suitable countryside to live like a landowner. While the burly Rayleigh was still daydreaming about his future, suddenly a hand was placed on the table. Startling both of them to turn and see, they discovered that, unbeknownst to them, a mysterious masked figure was sitting there. Oberon asked awkwardly, "Who are you?" The other didn't answer but instead asked, "Friend, what is your name?" "Oberon, my name is Oberon," the other asked again. "Your master is Liheim, isn't he?" "Yes, that's right," Oberon confirmed. Ista also said with satisfaction, "Then I found the right person. Good, Oberon, call me Proclamation if you like." Beside them, the burly Rayleigh slapped his hand down in glee. "Ah, the people you said would come have arrived. Then, Mage, I will give you the great wood map I have. Isn't that enough to settle things? I do this because I don't have the courage to risk my life, but I'm handing over this map as if it were my very life," he said, placing the map on the table. Naive Oberon took it at face value. "Understood. Since your acquaintance of my master has arrived, we'll go on our own." Rayleigh hurriedly turned to leave as fast as he could. "Thank you, Mage. Please make sure you achieve what you hope for." But before he could slip away, Ista's cold voice rang out, "Stay right there. Hey buddy, don't try anything. Come over and sit down quickly. I'll give you 1 second. If you don't sit within that time, you'll die by my hand," Ista said as a terrifying aura of killing intent radiated from him. The sight made sweat pour down Rayleigh's face, but before he could react, 1 second had already passed. As a result, Ista's figure lunged forward and delivered a kick straight to his Adam's apple, followed by a barrage of punches and kicks that left Rayleigh curling up and screaming, "Why?" Ista answered as he fought, "The 1 second is up, isn't it?" Standing to the side watching, Oberon was also bewildered. He wondered to himself, "Master, can we defeat Death Rose?" Scene shifts to a ruined area deep within the Great Wood Hamel. Someone was digging frantically in the area when a voice suddenly called out, "Hey, Mole." Mole turned his head, nodded, and said, "Ah, you're here." The black-haired man loosened his shirt slightly and said with some irritation, "Damn it, I'm about to be roasted out here, so what's the situation?" Mole listened, glanced aside, and said casually, "You want to know the situation? Better see for yourself." Before them stood a gigantic crystal emitting an intense pink radiance. Seeing the crystal's state, the black-haired man asked again, "The seal still hasn't been broken. What about the unsealing spell?" Mole reported the situation. "The magic is active, but it seems to need more time." Hearing this, the black-haired man frowned slightly. "Slower than expected. What a nuisance." Then he knit his brows and thought quickly, "This is strange. Deathly aura is lingering everywhere, which means the seal is being broken. So why hasn't it recalculated after I deployed the unsealing spell?" Unaware of his thoughts, Mole suddenly seemed to recall something and said, "Right, isn't there someone who needs handling?" The black-haired man, as if understanding his comrade's question, replied, "Ah, that battle mage over there. He's probably searching for Death Rose too. I need to maintain the unsealing spell. Can you deal with him yourself?" Mole declined hastily. "Deal with him? Are you kidding me?" The black-haired man suddenly spread a dangerously wide smile. "This is a hunt. You know how many heads of ancient battle mages I've stuffed into my pocket dimension. No matter what kind of monster you are, you can never turn your back on your own kin." Scene cuts to Ista's group. After the burly Rayleigh took a beating, he begrudgingly agreed to guide them. Walking behind them, Oberon thought to himself, "It seems things have finally settled. Just a moment ago I was racking my brains about how to save the guide and how we could return with only a map." Thinking that, Oberon turned to look at Ista and quickly formed a judgment. "Judging by his height, he's about my age, but he's truly remarkable. He solves problems without breaking a sweat, and he earned the New Moon title." On our side, our protagonist suddenly kindly offered, "Guide, your shoulder must hurt a lot, right? Want me to store some of that gear in my pocket dimension?" Rayleigh turned back and replied with a smiling face, "No, thank you, Mage. These are emergency items I might need at any moment. Better to keep them ready in my pack." To that, Asta inwardly sneered, "This guy is just looking for an excuse to fleece him. After all, we are in the Great Wood Hamon." At that moment, a sound suddenly echoed through the forest, sending birds scattering in all directions. Rayleigh hurriedly turned and warned the two. "Mages, be careful, something coming." Sure enough, just seconds later, a group of orcs riding wolves, axes in hand, charged toward them. "An orc of Hamon, we haven't even reached the second outpost. How did they get here?" Rayleigh cried in alarm. While Oberon's face kept sweating at how quickly the orcs closed in. "We need to stop them." But before he could react, Asta had already moved. A pool of blood hovered above them. Asta said in a low voice, "Hey Junior, raise your shield." As he spoke, Asta simultaneously used his magic. Immediately after, those drops of red liquid shot toward the orcs at lightning speed, giving the monsters no time to react. And they were met with a rain of attacks with devastating force. Rayleigh hastily covered his face against the explosions caused by the attack. Then, when everything settled, the orcs before them had been completely wiped out, not a single one left. At this point, Rayleigh no longer needed to worry about danger. "Ah, sorry, Mage. Would you mind if I borrow a bit of that pocket space now?" The protagonist replied with a smiling face, "Not really fond of it, take it." Time quickly passed until dusk. Loud explosions still echoed within the forest. A goblin was struck through the head by a magic attack. The one who struck was Asta. "Damn, what a nuisance." He muttered, then wondered if this was Deathrose's doing. Since when did goblins become those over 2-meter advanced monsters? For a moment I even thought it was Hickster. From behind, the burly man offered, "Mage, do you mind if I take a closer look?" Asta had no objection and agreed at once. After a bit of observation, Rayleigh concluded, "Just as I thought, these look like the ones settled near the second outpost. Our guides call them Kenti goblins, but them coming all the way here." Asta chimed in immediately, "It means either they've expanded their territory or they're fleeing something, right?" The burly man fully agreed, "Very likely the latter. Looking at their claws, they're covered in mud and bark. And their soles are completely torn. They must be running away from something. Maybe we should adjust our route. These hunt in packs, which puts them fairly high in the local food chain. So if there's something that can scare them this badly." He forced a half-smile and said, "I'm not doubting your abilities, mages. I just think it's best to avoid any unknown variables if we can." To someone like Asta, reducing danger was an easy agreement. "He's right. Unforeseen risks are the deadliest." "Okay, let's do that. What do you think?" Oberon agreed with this. While Asta himself praised Rayleigh's skill, Rayleigh's navigation is extremely precise. Even with sensory scans over a wide area, this place is teeming with nuisances, yet he's managing to find an optimal path that avoids almost all of them. It turned out he was much more capable than I imagined. We can trust his guidance a bit more. Time quickly passed into the night. The group was nearing their destination. "It seems we're almost there. Just cross this swamp and we'll reach the first outpost. Rest a bit, I'll scout precisely around before we cross the swamp." After that, the heroes' group made a fire and took the chance to rest. But taking the opportunity, Asta also assessed Oberon. You can't blame him for worrying too much. Taking the safe route delayed us by nearly a day. Just as Asta predicted, Oberon complained about time. "We really don't have time to dawdle like this. A wave of monsters will surely erupt soon. We have to hunt down Deathrose and kill it before things spiral out of control. This is all my fault." "Yeah, pretty much," Asta said coldly, though he blamed himself inwardly. "Damn, why do I suddenly feel guilty? Do I look like his therapist? If he trained a bit harder, that Deathrose." Before he finished, a loud roar suddenly rang out in the forest. Moments later, Rayleigh returned in a panic, shouting, "Mages, we need to run now. Why is that thing here?" "It's the Lord of the Swamp. Hurry, we must get out of here." Scene shifts to a helldeep within the Great Wood Hamon, a place called the Abyssal Depths. One of the ancient species that crawled out of there is the Lord of the Swamp. No one knows why this ancient species abandoned the abyssal depths to dwell in Hamon's swamps. Unexpectedly, that damned thing appeared in the wetlands now. It hadn't left the death swamp for centuries, Rayleigh sighed. Wallestat proposed, can't we go around it and cross the wetlands? Even if it claims this swamp as territory, the area is still vast. Rayleigh understood Asta's meaning, but he could only shake his head. No way, it's tenacious. The moment you step into the water, it will lock onto your scent and hunt you to the ends of the earth. Sitting beside him, Oberon's expression grew worried. He asked, if we change course again, how much longer will it take? Replying, Rayleigh drew on his knowledge. We can't just skirt the edge, we'd have to detour a very long way. There's a reason guides went to the trouble of finding a direct path through these wetlands. It would take at least 10 more days, possibly up to a month. And if we do that, we might have to skip the first and second outposts and head straight to the third. The more he spoke, the more stunned Oberon became. Of course, Asta saw his worry. He stood up and said, all right. Rayleigh asked quietly, should I recalculate the route? Asta replied, no, we'll go straight through the wetlands. The moment he said that, the air fell eerily silent. After a few seconds, the burly man hesitated and repeated, what did you say, sir? I don't think you understand. That's an ancient species, a monster that has devoured countless soldiers, mages, and knights. The protagonist replied, turning to warn him, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Rayleigh looked puzzled. A misunderstanding? You scared me. I thought you actually meant we'd just go straight through. Asta lightly placed his hand on his shoulder and outlined his plan. Of course not. We're not just going through it, we're going to hunt it. He said it with a perfectly natural smile. Hearing that, Rayleigh could only offer a similar smile and mutter, oh damn. Needless to say, he immediately began taking hits not from Asta. From Oberon's point of view, he hurried to intervene. Senior, you don't have to do this for me. I'm grateful you came this far. No need to take such a huge risk. In response came the protagonist's firm voice, cut the nonsense. When there's work to be done, just do it. Would you hesitate like this when Death Rose arrives? What if you had to kill your own master at the same time as Death Rose? What would you do then? The question immediately left Oberon stammering, unable to answer. Seeing that, Asta knew this scared chicken couldn't handle it. He only let out a sigh. Either way, decide that, Lord of the Swamp, tomorrow we hunt it and then move on. Oberon continued to mull over the protagonist's earlier words. When there's work to be done, just do it. Then, as if he'd made up his mind, he stood and asked, then I think I can help, Senior. Asta turned and mocked him, so before this you plan not to help? Oberon, seemingly not catching the sarcasm, continued, my talent hasn't fully blossomed yet, but it will certainly be useful. It's called Ultimate Breakthrough Talent. It temporarily pushes the target's latent potential to its maximum. Only then did Asta's eyes change slightly, showing interest. Tell me more. Time quickly passed to the next morning. Oberon seemed to be meditating to train his mana. He exhaled a soft breath, his whole body enveloped in a blue mana aura. At the same time, Asta approached. Oberon hurriedly greeted him. Senior's arrived, up early and working hard, huh? The protagonist calmly said, one must be diligent, especially when there's an idiot who wants to be wyvern breakfast first thing in the morning. The person Asta referred to was none other than Rayleigh, the one who'd just taken a few punches to the head for his stupidity. Putting that aside, Asta scanned the surroundings and said, so, which tree catches your eye? Next time you try to run, I'll tie you to a tree so the wyverns can have a light meal. Come on, pick one you like. Asta's casual words made Rayleigh tremble uncontrollably. I won't run, he whispered weakly. Then, after the group finished breakfast, Asta clenched his fist, feeling the power in his body. All right, we had a hearty meal. My condition is at its best. Now for the most important part. He looked at Oberon and asked, are you ready? Oberon nodded slightly in confirmation. Yes, I am ready. Behind him, Rayleigh kept whining. Well, I'm not ready at all. Knowing this guy wouldn't help in a fight, Asta told him to stay out of the way. You stand back. At once Rayleigh perked up energetically. Yes, sir. The protagonist turned to the other and instructed, Oberon, you two, let's begin. Scene shift to some lake area. At this time, our protagonist was moving deep inside. As he walked, he thought, they say the moment you step into its territory, it will track its target with lethal precision. Thinking and acting with no hesitation, Estat took out a knife, cut the tip of his finger, and let his blood drip into the lake. Immediately after, a loud explosion sounded behind him, sending water splashing everywhere. Oberon and Rayleigh, watching from not far away, turned pale with fright. Only the protagonist kept his face calm. Go greet the guest. No, go out there to take a beating from your guest, that's right, he said coldly. At that moment, the monster called the Lord of the Swamp finally appeared before him. As soon as it stuck its head out, Estat turned and nodded to signal Oberon. Oberon was quick and immediately used his ultimate breakthrough magic, casting it on the protagonist so his entire body was wrapped in a fierce golden aura. The surge of power made Estat uncontainably happy. This feeling of release, I haven't felt it in ages. Across from him, the monster paid no heed to Estat's thoughts and swung its massive hand straight at his body. Its blow made the water explode. Those on the shore who witnessed it shouted in alarm, "Mage." But then Estat's voice rang out from above, "Ultimate breakthrough, huh? Thanks to it, I've broken my own limits." The monster looked up. Above, Estat had prepared some sort of supreme magic. He stared coldly at it, as if preparing to pronounce this beast's death sentence. While explaining Overclock's power, Oberon admitted he didn't fully understand its mechanics either. All he knew was that it unlocked potential far beyond normal limits. However, he stressed one mandatory rule to follow. Overclock only lasts 5 minutes, exceeding that is extremely dangerous, so Estat must finish the fight in under 5 minutes. Now Estat stood face to face with the swamp's ruling monster. He laughed loudly, summoning multiple magic circles, and declared with confidence, 5 minutes, for me, that's plenty of time to toy with you. Estat activated fire magic. A terrifying blaze erupted, engulfing the monster. Worse, the flames burned fiercely even in the water. Oberon and Ray gaped in astonishment, unable to believe what they were seeing. Fire burning in water, this was no ordinary magic. Ray was even more shocked when he saw the monster begin to crouch down. He secretly thought Estat might actually be able to kill it. But at that moment, Ray noticed a dangerous sign and shouted, "Estat, watch out, it's about to roar." Before the warning finished, the monster let out a terrifying roar. The roar reverberated and Estat's fire magic began to dissipate. Estat quickly realized its roar can disrupt the natural flow of mana. He was taken aback. After all, this was the king of the swamp and could not be underestimated. At that moment, Ray yelled, "Don't stare into its eyes too long. Just 3 seconds of looking and your mana will seize up." Estat was shocked. Why are you bringing up such crucial information at this critical moment? It turned out Ray had always been extremely wary of the king of the swamp because of its ability to disturb mana and stiffen an opponent's magic. Furthermore, its hide was so tough it could even repel a knight's ether. For that reason, Ray's master once said, the best way to deal with the king of the swamp is to avoid fighting it. Yet now Ray clenched his fists, hope flashing in his eyes, but Estat might have a chance to win. He murmured, "I want to believe in him." Estat turned to Ray, his tone icy. "We'll talk privately later, keep it brief." Ray nodded, "Fine, but first we have to survive. Because you can't look into the monster's eyes for more than 3 seconds. Estat immediately dealt with the problem in his own way. He spat out a bit of blood from his hand, then dashed toward the monster at top speed. Opposite him, the giant monster swung its huge hand to attack. At that moment, the protagonist manipulated his drops of blood, sending them right in front of the monster's face, and before it could understand what was happening, the massive blood exploded into a blinding flash of light, blinding it and forcing it to cover its eyes. As soon as it opened its eyes, it found Estat hurtling toward it like a lightning bolt. A surge of lightning had gathered in his hand, radiating a fierce aura. A devastating punch struck the monster's body straight on. Estat activated Collision Strike, sending shockwaves rippling through its body. The protagonist snorted, amused, looking it over, "You're surprisingly tough." Hearing his voice, the monster slapped its 2 massive hands forward. But it had no effect at all. Because his voice rang out again, "You're too slow." He stared straight at the monster, excitement in his voice. You entertained me for a while, now let me show you something truly fun. Istad drew in a massive amount of mana, then activated the new skill he'd named, Explosive Annihilation. The moment the energy peaked, he didn't hesitate and hurled it straight into the monster's face. The monster was hit. At first everything looked normal, until its body began to swell from the inside. A horrific explosion occurred. The monster was torn apart from the inside out and vanished completely. Istad plunged into the water, exhausted to the point of unconsciousness. He thought miserably, just a monster pushed me to my limit like this. What if I'd used this move on Declan back then? He was certain Declan could have blocked it, but he definitely wouldn't have escaped unscathed. No matter how sturdy the shield, this catastrophic blast would rip everything apart. Because of its ability to destroy everything in its path, Istad named it Explosive Annihilation. The two remaining teammates ran over anxiously when they saw this. At the same time, the entire battle had been witnessed from afar by a mysterious figure. He watched Istad with eyes full of interest and menace. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Great Wood Hamels, it turned out Win was sharing vision with a crow. Strange indeed. He was extremely excited watching the fight. Thinking about how he'd actually slain the ancient creature used as bait, Win couldn't help but be astonished by Istad's method of attack. And he did it by rushing in for hand-to-hand combat and gouging its eyes. What a rare lunatic. He began to speculate about him. Is he a mage? No, the energy he releases is too high for the amount of mana he's using, but he doesn't look like a martial artist either. Win recalled that explosion with some surprise. It's not that I couldn't have taken down the Lord of the Swamp myself, but this is still a big surprise. At that moment, his arm kept trembling. Win couldn't control his body. Don't tell me I'm actually feeling fear. He suddenly burst into an excited laugh. This is unbelievably wonderful. Win immediately showed a burning desire to eliminate Istad. Ancient war mages are just trophies, but this one is different. I want to hunt him. I'm going crazy to hunt him. He suddenly felt something odd. Wait, no, that's not the feeling of a hunter toward prey. Win then sensed it more carefully. It's like. He suddenly realized the two were very similar. He's a hunter just like me, a kindred soul who understands the thrill of a hunt. Win couldn't hide his excitement and licked his lips. I wonder how I look in the eyes of a fellow hunter. I wonder which of us hungers for the chase more. He then prepared to hunt Istad as well. I'll need to make a bit more effort in my preparations. Back with his group, the campfire had just been rekindled. You were now waking up groggily. Istad sat up and asked those around him, how long was I unconscious? Oberon saw this and answered at once, You awake, senior, it's only been about 2 hours, Istad. He still wasn't fully recovered. My head is still spinning. He then explained to him, that's a side effect of the overload. You maintained it for a short time, so the strain was probably minimal, but you'll likely feel like this for the rest of the day. Istad was struggling with the sensation. I feel like I nearly died. He looked down at his trembling hand. Look at me, if you hadn't been here, I'd have drowned in that swamp. Istad suddenly noticed something unusual. By the way, where, Rayleigh? Oberon didn't answer immediately. Rustling sounded from the nearby bushes as Rayleigh emerged. He immediately appeared, smiling sheepishly. Were you looking for me? I won't run anymore, sir. You didn't hold it against him? Cut it out. Where were you, Rayleigh? He joked a bit. I hid in case you decided to beat me again. Just kidding. I went to inspect the Lord of the Swamp. Istad showed he didn't understand the point of that. For what? He answered honestly, to see if there was anything of value. On that note, Rayleigh asked his opinion. May I ask what you intend to do with the corpse of the Lord of the Swamp? Istad fell silent for a moment, then exhaled and replied, Whatever, consider it payment for your life. Do you want me to lend you a space pouch to store it? Rayleigh's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. Really, thank you so much. Istad casually tossed him a pouch. Callahan's bag still has plenty of room. I'll just give him one of the pouches I took from that black market seller. Rayleigh gladly accepted it. Thanks. Oberon felt a little uneasy. Sir, are you sure about this? The remains of the Lord of the Swamp are worth a fortune. You weren't too calculating with him. What am I going to do with it? This guy needs to earn his share too. He then recalled a lesson he'd heard. Senior really is, they taught me that greed hampers cultivation and twists the soul. Oberon showed great admiration. I think Senior is noble, indifferent to material things, and considerate of others. He didn't take such praise seriously. All nonsense. Lestat, of course, knew about the Lord of the Swamp. Its fur and skin are famed for blocking ether. If you make armor or a cloak from it, you can command any price. But sometimes materials lose their properties after the monster dies. Just look at how easily this cheap flensing knife is cutting it. That means all of this is trash, worthless. Oberon suddenly wanted to know the upcoming route. So what's the next plan? We're behind schedule, but Jolie said we could rest another day. He looked fairly surprised. Why do we need an extra day of rest? Lestat wanted to set off immediately after all the terrible events. I want to get moving. Time passed and night fell. His group continued trudging through the darkness. Rayleigh then informed them, we've finally arrived. He led the group to a camp. This is forward base 1. Is it always this dark here? All the lights are out. They don't light fires at night. Light can attract monsters. Rayleigh quickly ushered the two inside. Find the base chief. We need them to arrange sleeping quarters. Lestat seemed a bit surprised. The base chief? He explained further, it's the mercenary group that owns this base. They take a portion of materials from every mercenary who stays here. Basically, they're local tyrants. In a way, they're glorified bandits. At that moment, someone's voice made Rayleigh startle. Bandits, you've gotten bolder since I last saw you, Rayleigh. It turned out someone in the base was staring at them. He became very alarmed when he recognized Fixer, the chief. Oberon also knew a bit about him. This is Fixer, leader of Forward Base 1, and his group is called Aviat. Fixer immediately leaped down and landed in front of Lestat. He suddenly just stood there. Suddenly Fixer extended his hand in greeting. He made his intention clear. You don't know how to greet people. I was just saying hello. Lestat quickly shook Fixer's hand. Is that so? At that moment, he suddenly squeezed the hand tighter. Fixer was a bit startled by the action. What the hell? What are you doing? He misunderstood Fixer's intent. Isn't that how it's done? Fixer didn't bother with Lestat. I've seen all kinds of oddities. I'm too old for these childish power plays. He felt something like a bone cracking. I'm pretty sure I just heard something snap. He suddenly cut to the main point. Anyway, what brings you here to greet us? Fixer stated his purpose. I have a proposition. I heard you're returning to Forward Base 4, right? Oberon couldn't help but be surprised to hear that. How did you know? He immediately hinted at Jelly. I heard some braggart explorer talking about it. Last time he even bragged about a plan to con an innocent mage. Fixer quickly returned to the main point. Anyway, my intent is simple. Take us with you to Forward Base 4. Fixer suddenly remembered the red crystal and replied, I have a rough idea of what's happening there. Each base chief has their own way of gathering information. If Forward Base 4 falls, this place will be the next target. We'll have to fight. You were quite happy with the proposal. That's not a bad request. The more reinforcements, the better. Lestat was about to decide. Maybe so, but Oberon immediately refused. No. Hearing that, you couldn't hide your anger. Lestat silently cursed at him. What nonsense are you spouting, you stupid bastard? Fixer tried to explain his request. If Outpost 4 falls, we won't be safe here either. We'll be drawn into the fight. Oberon remained adamant. No. Fixer asked with some doubt, you won't let us come along? He immediately affirmed. That's right, you cannot. Oberon went on to describe the situation there. The area around Outpost 4 has long since become a wasteland. I don't know how much you know, but whatever you imagine, the reality is far worse. Fixer repeated his words, far worse in other words. He coldly reframed it. Should I take that as a warning not to go dig my own grave? Oberon remained silent and gave no answer. Yet he boldly confirmed, yes, that's precisely it. His expression darkened at once. Fixer was immediately angered by those words. You're being arrogant, young mage. Who are you to decide for us? He, now having his pride wounded, said, perhaps to you it's just the pathetic life of a swordsman, but we have pride, things to protect, and limits that must never be crossed. Fixer asked coldly, making Raleigh uneasy as well, so what gives you that right? Why is it acceptable for you to defend your homeland but not for us to defend our home? Hearing you're a disciple of Li Hem, I expected much, but what you've said is deeply disappointing. He was now stunned by Fixer's presence and demeanor. Suddenly he reigned in that terrifying aura. Although angry, Fixer restrained himself. I'll arrange sleeping quarters for you. We'll discuss this later. Damn mosquitoes. Oberon felt remorse for his earlier words. Estelle remained fairly calm. It's tiring to get here. I've been soaked in swamp water. I'm going to wash up first. He hurried to follow you. I'll come with you. Estelle then turned his head toward him. What an idiot. Time gradually moved toward midnight. You stepped out of a tent within the camp. Estelle now felt better. His body clearly felt much lighter. You passed by Riley's nearby tent. Estelle still had something to do, so. A little later, you went to Fixer's tent. He was quite surprised to see you appear there. Fixer regarded you suspiciously. Estelle, what are you doing here at this hour? You simply sat down calmly and replied, nothing important, I just came to talk. He remarked on that attitude, you look young but quite bold. Estelle replied offhandedly, just normal. Fixer wanted to know more. How old are you, Estelle? Of course he didn't answer truthfully. I just turned 50 last year. The man immediately saw through the lie. You're insane. Fixer was about to end the conversation. So you came here just to spout nonsense? Estelle instead focused on something else on the table. He seemed to recognize Fixer's resolve. You intend to go to Outpost 4 no matter what. He confirmed immediately, yes. Estelle promptly made him an offer. Why not come with us? Don't tell me you're sulking over a few words from a brat who hasn't even wiped his nose. Either way you have to go. Isn't it better to go with us? Fixer responded skeptically, you lot only talk. Estelle immediately asserted, I'm not that brat. He began to speak but suddenly stopped. I behave my age. Just now, it nearly turned into a clash between both sides. That was because Estelle was wary of his power. Those who reached his level were rare, even among knights, so one must be careful when speaking with him. Fixer had to admit that may sound harsh, but you're not wrong. Estelle still offered to join. Cooperation between all parties would be better. Why would you refuse our help in these circumstances, especially when our assistance could change the outcome? He tried to reframe the matter. Can I treat this as a commission? Estelle was surprised by the request. Hey, I'm already giving you what you want. What more do you expect from me? Fixer voiced his desire, a retreat. He still couldn't believe his own hands, a retreat. He now outlined his plan. Only veteran mercenaries will be sent to relieve Outpost 4. We will evacuate the young from the Hammern Wilderness. The X on the map is the location of Outpost 4. Estelle sighed in admiration. You'd risk your life just to save the kids. How touching. He replied calmly, touching, I'm just a desperate man. Anyway, to secure the retreat we need Scout Rayleigh's help. His temper may be terrible, but he's the best in these woods. In return, we'll hand our scout to you. Estelle still didn't understand the reason. Really? Why? He provided more information. Don't you know, the swamp beast is in the flooded area. Our guides aren't adept enough to find a route around that swamp. Hearing that, he casually declared, what, if that's the only problem, then it's already solved. Fixer stared in surprise, not understanding those words. Estelle also pointed out the oddity. How the hell do you expect us to reach that outpost? If we went around the swamp, we would have reached Outpost 3 by now. Fixer offered his speculation. Don't tell me the Lord of the Swamp has returned to the marsh and stayed there. He half agreed with him. No, it could be said it returned. Estelle added coldly, it's dead. He also revealed a shocking truth. I was the one who sent it off. Time passed and morning came. The mercenaries were now destroying the camp. We must burn that tent, bring oil-soaked cloth, burn all the gear. We can make new stuff later. Estelle now stood there watching them work. He suddenly recalled last night. Have you checked everything I said? Fixer had confirmed. Yes, that corpse is indeed the Swamp Lord. He grew curious about Estelle's identity. So who exactly are you? He pretended not to understand. What do you mean? Estelle kept waiting for Fixer's answer. Well, still haven't decided, he answered at once. No, I've already decided. As long as you ensure the kids are evacuated safely as we agreed, I'll do it. Fixer suddenly fell silent thinking. Then he asked suspiciously, "What do you want? No, what's your real purpose?" Asta calmly repeated, "I told you, didn't I, a human shield." He continued with his offer, "You escort us to Outpost 4, after that you're free to do whatever you want, how about it?" He accepted Asta's arrangement, understood. Asta suddenly had one more thing to say, one more thing. Asta spoke bluntly, "Drop the formalities, you may be 2 years older than me, but we're both old. Why care about that, don't you think so?" Hearing that, he couldn't help but bristle, "You're arrogant." Fixer had guessed his age from his height. Clearly he's younger than me, older by 2 years. He was suddenly astonished at the thought. Wait, seriously, considering he beat the Swamp Lord, maybe he's an old mage who drank an elixir to restore his youth. Just then Maris came over to report progress. "Captain, all scouts have returned. The camp is almost packed up." Fixer was still lost in thought and didn't immediately answer him. Maris was a bit surprised by his demeanor. "Captain." Fixer abruptly ordered him, "Stop packing, run, halt everything and gather everyone." He now wanted to depart immediately. "We can't keep our clients waiting any longer." Fixer then assembled everyone in the camp. The moment to leave had come. He divided the tasks. Half the force will press deeper into the forest. Fixer assigned the rest to the younger men, and the other half will find the withdrawal route. He declared loudly, "I don't want to waste more words. Live up to the name Aviat, the title of those who were once kin, our mentors." At that moment someone spoke up, "Captain." The young men began to volunteer. "I want to go too, I'll come along. If so, I'll join as well. Captain, my sword hand is far better than that guy's." They remained confident in their abilities. "I may not be strong with the sword, but my speed is unrivaled." The seasoned mercenaries were visibly annoyed. These troublesome kids. Fixer cut through the noise at once. "Enough." He exuded a formidable aura as he ordered them. "Your discipline is too reliant. I won't tolerate any complaints. Clear out." Fixer was furious at the youngster's defiance. "Get out and await punishment. You'll be beaten senseless, you scum." One soldier couldn't hold back his tears at those words. He shouted again, "What are you still standing there for? Get out of my sight." Asta quietly turned and walked away. A memory of someone long past suddenly surfaced in his mind. Asta. He seemed unwilling to remember it at all. How awful. At that moment Rayleigh approached and asked, "Are Aviat's warriors joining this mission too?" Asta was slightly surprised but replied, "Yes, you heard everything just now." He gave a forced laugh. "Honestly, from my perspective, this is the right move." He tacitly hinted to Oberon, "A mage might think that, but these Aviat mercenaries are different, because they are monster hunters who have quietly defended this place for 2 centuries. You can't underestimate them either. Hunters, it turns out they hold the secrets to victory." Rayleigh added in support, "Although I believe no creature could stand against you, Mage, their assistance will certainly be extremely useful." Asta was ready to accept them. "If that's so, that's perfect. Hey, aren't you preparing your gear?" He immediately smiled confidently and replied, "I've packed everything neatly." "Fair enough." Asta abruptly dashed Rayleigh's hope. "When you're about to return to dust, what use is bulky gear?" No, hearing that he panicked. "Why are you speaking so ominously? I've stored everything in the pocket space you gave me." Asta said sarcastically, "Your ability to flee is quite convenient." He immediately denied it. "I won't run away." Instead, Rayleigh suddenly proposed, "If this journey ends well, would you be kind enough to let me come along? I can't promise to handle major matters, but I'm quick with errands and heavy work." Of course he understood the man's intent. "You're planning to stake your life on this gamble? It's understandable. Where else could you find a steadier, more reliable support than me?" Asta remembered the 2 lurking dangers. They might be purged by Deculan or get entangled with the Forbidden Magic Guild. But the greater the risk, the greater the reward, right? He still needed to consider. "All right, let me see how you perform first." Rayleigh immediately bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, I'll give it my all. I swear I won't sell my soul short." Just then Fixer also approached suddenly. "All preparations are complete." Asta calmly asked, "Everything's ready?" He had another request for him. "No need for lengthy greetings, but before we depart, could you help persuade someone for me?" Hearing that, Asta was ready to act. "Persuade? Who is it? Bring them to me." Fixer quickly revealed who it was. That person isn't here, they're at the Base 2 encampment. He was a bit surprised by the information, Base 2 encampment. He currently needed their help, yes, go there and influence leader Halleck to support us. In the worst case, if you can't persuade him, at least borrow his deputy. That man is arrogant, but he has the mind of a brilliant strategist. Meanwhile, someone was watching the night, waiting for someone. Moments later, Brand saw someone approaching. You're here, he of course knew who had arrived, leader Halleck. Halleck wanted to report first, how are things? Brand reported and asked for orders. The move to Base 4 is ready, we only need to clear up the equipment. What do you think? Halleck replied immediately with a command, leave them be, even if those mushroom collectors take over, we'll take it back. He fell silent upon hearing the order. Brand suddenly seemed quite embarrassed, that will have to wait until we return. He suddenly confided to him, I feel so empty. Halleck was about to say more but stopped. When I sat in the leader's seat, I thought I held the whole world. You probably don't understand since you've never been in that position. He involuntarily frowned in discomfort at that. He had steeled himself, maybe you'll only get that seat when I draw my last breath. Brand immediately brushed off the dark thought, don't put on that face and make such tasteless jokes. Why are you suddenly so strange? Halleck only sighed, strange. He continued with melancholy, I don't know, maybe feeling death near makes me want to complain a little. Brand still couldn't believe it. When you're in the grave, leader, surely. He immediately mentioned Fixer's group. Do you intend to go with Aviot's people? Halleck kept his calm expression and answered, I'm not sure if I can go with them, but we'll definitely rendezvous at one point. Brand exploded in rage and shouted, are you out of your mind? That's Deathrose, the one who turned the great forest upside down. Even if he hasn't fully awakened, why would low-tier mercenaries like us charge into that death trap? The leader I know wouldn't act on impulse like that. He probed, so in your eyes, what kind of person am I? Brand didn't think much and replied immediately, you're the type who only goes after fat, lucrative jobs. Halleck had also heard some rumors. That battlefield isn't just filled with nameless mercenaries. There are former war mages and masters of magic converging there as well. He immediately sneered in contempt and retorted, except for that former mage, isn't it all just a bunch of riffraff? Come on, face reality. Brand pointed out a harsh fact. Those wanting to flee have already filled all 3 wagons. Please reconsider moving to Base 4. He had also noticed his anxious look. It seems you're starting to fear death, Brand frankly admitted. Yes, I don't want to die for nothing. Halleck suddenly offered to hand over command. Then you should take the lead. Brand still couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? Halleck calmly repeated, you should prepare yourself to take over this position. No need to carry the old name of this mercenary band. Run it yourself and do whatever you want. Brand stood there stunned, still in shock. He immediately slapped his own cheek to check if he was dreaming. He handed everything over to Brand, satisfied now. I could also leave you a lesson to remember. From now on, you are the leader. Halleck cheerfully thought of a new name, the Victima Mercenary Company. You can choose the name. Anyway, as for this Base 2 encampment. At that moment, a voice from behind made him startle. The mysterious figure suddenly thrust a hand through Halleck's chest. This is truly an emotional farewell, but what can we do? It's still too early for us to say goodbye here. Because I plan to send you all to the same place. Brand saw this and let out an angry shout. He rushed at the attacker in a fury. But Wynn calmly kicked Halleck in the back. He immediately used that force to spring up into the air. Brand was still furious at Wynn. Why would you do that? He was now gradually running out of life. Halleck's eyes, full of resolve, instructed him, find a way to survive. He gave a final smile and repeated, you are the leader now. With his last strength, Halleck pushed Brand away from the scene. In an instant, a tremendous explosion rocked Base 2. Istay, who was casting magic, also felt the blast. He was extremely angry, cowards like rats after all. Meanwhile, a group had run into an ogre. Look, ogres. The leader barked orders down, form up now, chain team to the front. They seemed hurried, move it. Istay calmly stood aside and observed, so the standard monsters now are trolls and ogres. He also noticed a problem, the deeper into the great forest, the more frequent the monsters appeared. even so. The mercenaries now threw iron hooks at the ogre. They locked its movements and shouted, "Chain team in position, kill team advance." Immediately the mercenaries launched repeated attacks, aim true and stab die. Watching the fight, he was impressed. Indeed, veterans, their experience is admirable. They performed even better than I expected. Fixer felt differently. If they're a bit clumsy, please forgive them. It's been too long since real combat, so everyone hasn't found their rhythm yet. Asta, hearing this, was a little surprised. They still haven't found their rhythm. He confirmed, yes, old men like us usually only handle holding the chains. The killing is for the younger ones. Fixer also reassured him, anyway, this won't affect our schedule. He was paying attention to the properties of the chains. According to Rayleigh, those chains were forged from ore of the Great Forest. Even considering that, their ability and coordination couldn't be underestimated. Suddenly, someone made a sound behind Asta and him. It turned out to be Oberon, who seemed quite timid. He shyly turned away from their gazes, but Oberon regained his resolve. He expressed his remorse to Fixer. About earlier, I sincerely apologize. Fixer answered to Oberon's surprise, I should apologize to you as well. Fixer gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. Don't dwell on it, no one is without mistakes. The key is to learn from them. Oberon felt somewhat relieved at being forgiven. Yes, I understand. Fixer immediately gave him a task, then go over there and lend a hand. We're all getting old, our bones aren't as flexible. Oberon was startled but obeyed. Yes, I'm going. At that moment, someone shouted for him, Captain, come here and take a look. Fixer went over and recognized a familiar face, Brand. Asta also went to check, is he your acquaintance? He revealed Brand's identity. He's the deputy of Base 2. He also noticed the wounds on his face. It seemed a serious incident had occurred at Base 2. He immediately thought of the enemy in the shadows. Come to think of it, those ratlings have been tailing us stubbornly all this time. It's very likely they struck at Base 2, our destination. Danger surrounds us now, we must be careful. He suddenly turned and took on a new responsibility. Perhaps we need to depart immediately. From now on, I'll be the guide. Asta seriously instructed them, stick close to me. Sometime later, his group was ambushed by monsters. Trolls again. Asta could of course easily deal with them, finishing them with a single sword stroke. Rayleigh grew very worried when he saw a creature in the sky, a drake. In the blink of an eye, he dealt with them all. All clear, let's move on. He looked at the map and announced the next route. This area is full of toxins, we must go around. Without much thought, Asta set something ablaze. Will doing it this way be okay? Rayleigh was puzzled by the action. What's gotten into the old man all of a sudden? Asta suddenly urged him on. Everything's been going too smoothly, so you're taking casual rests. Move up and scout the route carefully. Rayleigh hurriedly appeared. So impatient. Fine, I'll go right away. Time passed on, and a few days later, Rayleigh announced to everyone, we're approaching Base 2. Asta fell silent in thought for a moment. He volunteered to scout. I'll go survey the situation first. Fixer ordered those behind, we need to speed up to catch up. They immediately answered in unison, understood. The group quickly pursued Asta. Among them was Oberon, who remained quite uneasy. Brand at the back still hadn't regained consciousness. A short while later, Fixer and the group reached Base 2. He suddenly noticed a scent lingering in the air. Fixer widened his eyes in surprise. What is that strange smell? The gate of Base 2 was now open. The three of them, Fixer quickly stepped inside. Asta had been waiting here. But the scene before them was utterly horrifying. Oberon couldn't believe the savagery. What the hell is going on here? Rayleigh couldn't hold it and vomited on the spot. He now rejoined them. Asta suddenly moved up to check on Brand. Without saying much, he slapped Brand hard across the face. Seeing that, he hurriedly explained for Brand, impossible. No matter how strong the elder is, being ambushed like that is hard to withstand. Shortly after, Brand groggily came to. Who is that? Where is this? Asta immediately said, I need to ask you a few questions. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. What happened at Base 2? Brand wasn't fully awake. Base 2? Could this place I'm standing be Base 2? Seeing the horrific scene before him, he was deeply shocked. A little later, Asta helped cremate the dead. Now Fixer had something to ask him, so you're here. He criticized Asta's decision. Hey, that action was a bit cruel. Fixer was somewhat doubtful. Did you really have to wake Brand on purpose to question him amid this horrific scene? Asta casually replied, he needs to see his comrades' deaths with his own eyes. Fixer again disapproved. I don't think that's a wise decision. He said little and turned to leave. For now, yes, but isn't this better than letting him torment himself forever? Fixer still wanted to argue. That's only partly true. It's not that simple. He suddenly felt sympathy for Asta. For some reason, he sensed loneliness emanating from that small figure, as if the boy had endured the pain of losing many comrades. But that's another story. You still need to clarify a few things. Now you must give me an explanation. Fixer listed a few clues he knew. What exactly is happening? Does it relate to the man in the black cloak Brand mentioned, or is it connected to those ratlings you've been hunting all this time? Asta admitted to him, yes, they're all closely linked, and they're truly an annoyingly arrogant bunch. He suddenly focused his gaze ahead. Asta immediately saw 5 blue lights in the forest. They even dared issue such an overt challenge. He could only smile confidently now. I'll play by your rules, you damned members of the Forbidden Arts Guild. Fixer stood in thought, staring at the forest ahead. He recalled Asta's words of instruction. If dawn comes and I'm not back, the group should move on. I'll catch up soon, so there's no need to delay. Fixer felt a twinge of worry remembering that. He still couldn't understand the boy. That guy was truly an enigmatic mystery. Meanwhile, Asta accelerated, running off to search for the enemy. He knew clearly who the enemy was this time, Sanvadium, the executioners of the Forbidden Arts Guild. Reflecting on it, there was an enmity between them dating from a past life. Asta recalled some important information from the past. They themselves had served as the relic that helped Pryzen escape. Even now, they brazenly tried to lure him. He also understood the enemy's capacity for endurance. Having operated hidden in the shadows for a long time, their stubbornness would certainly lie beyond all expectations. For that reason, perhaps I should personally teach them a lesson. The sky began to rain. He was running when he suddenly stopped. By the way, today's weather is perfect for stomping someone. Asta looked up at a tree and asked, do you agree with me? There sat the crow through which Win was sharing his sight. Somewhere else he murmured Asta's words back. A great day to kill someone, truly worthy prey after all this pursuit. Win looked down at the red orb in his hand. Let's see, all preparations are complete. He is also ready to fight. Shall we begin? As you said, today truly is a fine day. A short while later, Asta drew near to where Win was. He looked around and said, not bad. There was no one around to stand now. But in an instant, a host of red shadows suddenly surrounded him. Asta feigned innocence, showing surprise. My goodness, I don't know whether to feel honored. Your spirit beasts not only guide but also clean up the monsters. Things have gone surprisingly smoothly. At that moment, a red light suddenly appeared at Asta's feet. Immediately, a destructive force was unleashed. The red shadows could even cast spells. Whoever slays 13 sinners must bear all their sins himself. 10,000 diseases and horrific nightmares will simultaneously ravage his body, corresponding to the weight of the crimes those 13 committed. Whoever destroys 13 sinners accept all their guilt. This is the punishment for those who dare to rebel against our rules. He now revealed himself. I am the one who feels honored, Hunter. I hope you'll be pleased with the gift I've painstakingly arranged. Asta, still inside, could reply to Win, I'm actually quite excited about it. He suddenly made a move, swiftly striking the red shadow before him. Asta now began to fight seriously. It's rare I face an opponent like this. He immediately used blood magic to eliminate the other red shadows. Asta ran straight toward Win, regardless, as his attacks continued to destroy the remaining red shadows. Even seeing the attack coming, the man stood still. Win was rather impressed by his power. He now drew his weapon. You're casting a rather distinctive kind of magic. Win slammed it hard onto the ground, however. He quickly cast magic upon the scythe. Scream. Win suddenly aimed his attack straight at Asta. He took another red orb and crushed it outright, and take this additional spell. Immediately after, Win summoned Shine. Awake, my loyal subordinate. He ordered him to kill Asta. Shine promptly obeyed. But Win revised the command slightly. Make him wish he were dead, then bring him to me. Shine then slowly closed in on Asta. Without many words, Shine drew his weapon and raised his sword high, pointing it at him. Win grew furious at Shine's disobedience. Hey, you armored bastard, I told you not to take his life. Shine ignored him and continued striking down repeatedly. Win hurriedly tried to stop him. Shine, you bastard, stop that at once. Win, enraged, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Stop. Asta was able to parry those slashes with his bare hands. He immediately struck and knocked Shine's weapon aside. Shine was extremely surprised by this. Asta was now truly provoked. Watching from the outside, Win couldn't believe it. How can this be happening? This is clearly the 13 great sins. It's like a mutated curse far beyond the control of ordinary magic. He should be miserable by now. Why does he still look so full of life? He glanced at Shine and at the Death Knight. Win recalled his origin. Though he couldn't unleash his full power as in life, his essence had been an elite knight in the Golden Age, a Solian treasure fashioned from one of the world's most brutal warriors. Yet that guy is standing toe-to-toe with that Death Knight without flinching. Asta had now thrown a punch right up into Shine's face. He showed no mercy and struck Shine directly in the face. Win began to worry. Damn it, at this rate my priceless masterpiece will be completely ruined. He immediately cast another spell at Asta. Asta was slightly distracted by it. Seizing the opportunity, Shine thrust straight into Asta. Win watched excitedly. Perfect, a flawless finish. He was smug and didn't notice the blood at his feet. Is your idiot only staring at that undead knight and ignoring me? Soon my collection will have a new addition. Suddenly, the pool of blood on the ground began to glow. Win was baffled. What the? Immediately, a massive explosion erupted beneath his feet. After a moment, the smoke and dust began to clear. Win was wounded and panting heavily. His eyes involuntarily widened. He suddenly realized he no longer had legs and screamed in agony. Meanwhile, Asta slowly stepped closer to Win. Your Death Knight puppet does look imposing, I admit. He had also recognized Win's background. You belong to the Forbidden Arts Mage sect, don't you? Asta then directly removed the crescent moon mask. Now, let's sit down and have a little chat. He also laid down a few rules. Listen carefully. There are 3 rules you must follow in this conversation. First, know where to look. You'd best keep your eyes glued to the tip of my boot. He angrily spat. You brat, with milk still on your lips. Win hadn't finished arguing before he was poked blind. Asta calmly asked again. Now do you see that you need to be more polite? Second, don't pull any tricks. I spared some guy the other day and he had the nerve to bite me. Finally, you must tell the truth when I ask. Clear? He then interrogated him for quite a lot of information. So, you snuck here alone. I suppose your target was Deathrose. Then why did you change course to come after me? So I'm just prey to you, you despicable worm. Asta suddenly tore part of his shirt off. All right, next. Have you ever seen this mark? He was a Forbidden Arts wizard who specialized in blasphemous rites. He might know something about this seal. He couldn't answer. I can't see anything, so I don't know. Asta realized he had been a bit heavy-handed. Maybe because you're wearing that blindfold, my eyes have become too accustomed to normal sight. He sighed and dropped the subject. Fine, who knows what you heretical mages do to corpses? Better I keep my own secrets. Asta continued probing. What is Sanvadium's true goal? Tell me everything you know. As Win was about to reveal it, he suddenly died. In an instant, his life was gone. Asta checked him over briefly. Was there some kind of seal placed on him? Good thing I asked the key questions in time, otherwise we'd be screwed. He then expelled all the poison from his body. Asta was quite annoyed. This is maddeningly troublesome. Then he suddenly realized something. He just mentioned the 13 great sins, didn't he? The seal on Asta's chest began to react. A curse had been triggered. Fortunately, the seal responded in time to protect him, but he nearly died just catching a small rat. He glanced unexpectedly toward Shine. Still, Asta felt awkward. What should I do with that thing? He immediately found a ring on Win. The control item had to be nearby. Found it. Ista ordered him, "Hey brother, come over here." Shine responded and stood up. "I await your command, sir." He suddenly appeared a bit helpless. Ista immediately commanded Shine, "Now that I see you up close, how are you so massive? Bend down a bit." He then relinquished control over him. "Good, now you are free." Ista gave the final order, "Return to your eternal sleep." In the pouring rain, he was thoroughly astonished. Freedom? Shine still can't get used to it. Is this freedom? At that moment, runes began to emanate from his body. The seal on Shine's body was gradually disappearing. The final chains binding him had been broken. Ista didn't dally with him any longer. "That's right, congratulations, now off you go, goodbye." At that moment, Shine tried to speak to him, but, "Kid, you look like an inexperienced child, yet your tone is unbearably rude." He immediately sensed something was wrong. "No, wait, what's happening?" Ista repeated his order. "Listen, I already told you you're free. If you're free, why don't you just disappear and rest? What the hell are you trying to do?" He promptly replied to Ista, "Didn't you just say I was free? Then choosing to continue existing in this world is my right to freedom." Although annoyed, Ista didn't want to bother with him. "Then enjoy that freedom until you die. I'm leaving." Shine still wanted to follow him. "Fine, lead the way." Ista snapped back in anger. "Honestly, I've seen a lot of strange things, but this situation is beyond words." Shine focused on Ista's tone. "You're pretty insolent for someone so young." Ista retorted immediately, "I've lived quite a while myself." He of course argued back, "Thanks for reminding me. When I died I was several times older than you are now." Ista still had his reasoning. "Haven't you heard death doesn't distinguish old from young?" Shine had experienced death. "I've visited the other side once. You can consider me an experienced veteran." Ista heard that and didn't argue further. He resigned himself to letting him tag along. Damn it. The next morning, Ista grew curious. "Give me a brief introduction, will you?" "What's your family name?" "A master swordsman must come from a noble lineage." He prepared to recount. "No matter how prestigious, there's probably nothing left of it now. That year was 137 of the imperial calendar." Ista cut Shine off. "I have no desire to hear a history lecture." He thought Shine seemed archaic. "Year 137 of the imperial calendar, you've lasted quite a long time." Shine wanted to know the current year. "What year is it now?" Ista quickly answered. "It's year 374 of the imperial calendar." Shine bombarded him with questions again. "What about the Lordal family? Does the Dalamp estate still exist?" "Everything's still." "Wait a moment. Hey, that Iron Man." He noticed something while answering. He had discarded his outer cloak. "Iron Man." Ista switched to another nickname, "or Old Tin Box." Shine didn't react too strongly. "Tin Box." Ista had to sigh in exasperation. "Just as I thought. He's only an empty-headed swordsman. I really want to punch him, but I have to hold back. This is absolutely not because I'm intimidated by the swordsmanship of a newly awakened grandmaster." He suddenly became polite. "At least tell me your name." "What's your name?" He was pleased with that attitude. "Yes, you should have asked that way from the start. I feel like kids these days respect their elders less than before." Ista was reminded of Liham. "Why does this guy make me think of my senior?" He prepared to reveal his identity. "All right, I'll tell you, though I don't know if my name holds any value now." Shine immediately gave his name. "My name is Shine von Lemons, Knight Master of the Lemons family." Ista was astonished to hear that. He had heard rumors about him. "So you're the madman?" Shine looked puzzled. "What did you say?" He still couldn't believe his eyes. "Ridiculous. The most bloodthirsty killer in history is standing right in front of me." Ista immediately recalled his nickname, Kinkler, the Emperor's assassin. He couldn't help but break into an excited smile. "Hey, how about you come work with me instead?" Ista had also heard the name Shine von Lemons. He recalled the most famous rumors in history. He was remembered as the King Slayer, a traitor, but Shine was known by many other titles as well. Ista also knew of Shine's extraordinary talent, the greatest genius in history, a natural warrior, skilled not only in swordsmanship but proficient with all kinds of weapons. And ultimately, the genius went mad after the fall of the Lemons family. A prodigy who reached swordmaster level at 18, No doubt he would be a reliable combat asset. I must beware those damned dark mages, not just death rows. This is a great tool to boost my strength, rather an excellent new ally. Estar repeated his proposal, so what if we team up? Shine still didn't grasp it. Team up. He began to stir emotions in him. The mage woke you from your 1,000-year sleep and dragged you around like a puppet. Don't you want revenge on him? Seeing Shine get angry, Estar couldn't help but be thrilled. Interesting, sounds more appealing than a bowl of good soup. He immediately thought of Win. That bastard is still alive. Then who was that guy earlier? Estar revealed a fact, just one of his worthless lackeys. Estar continued to provoke Shine. You probably don't remember. To him, you're nothing but a tool. What did he say? Oh right, he said you were too weak to be of any use. His words immediately struck a chord with Shine's pride. Shine instantly flared with rage. I'll tear him to 100 pieces. Estar remained calm. Even if you want to kill him, he won't be easy to find. He immediately realized Estar was hiding something. You sound like you know exactly where to find him. Estar didn't bother to hide it. Indeed, coincidentally, I have some score with him too, but I won't give that information away easily. Estar seized the opportunity and proposed to Shine. So what's it going to be? Deal? He fell silent to think. Although uneasy, Shine accepted. Feels like you're tricking me, but fine. I plan to follow you for a while anyway so I can hunt him down along the way. Estar happily shook his hand. Glad to hear it. Let's go. I'll introduce you to my teammates. A short while later, the two returned to base 2. Fixer noticed them at that moment. You're back just in time. But he also realized something then. Fixer turned his attention to Shine. Who's the one standing behind you? Estar didn't explain immediately. Cut the chatter and go fetch Oberon and Rayleigh. Call Brand too if you can. I have something to tell everyone. After a while he had gathered everyone. Now that everyone's here, did you all rest well last night? Rayleigh exhaled and complained, rest, while someone's been busy loafing around somewhere. We had to slave ourselves working. Oberon immediately moved to set him straight. You also noticed Brand's peculiar expression. I assume you've been mercenaries long enough to know how things operate. Surely your blood is boiling with anger, right? You're not still grumpy about me punching you yesterday, are you? Your look could pierce someone. Now let me explain why I was absent yesterday. After that, everyone had a rough understanding, so that's what happened. Everyone was surprised at him. So you mean that round-clad fellow is a Death Knight who reached Swordmaster rank? Estar casually remarked, he's just a pile of mobile scrap. Shine, hearing that, was slightly annoyed. That damn kid. He also pulled down the hood so they could see more clearly. Truly a Death Knight. I sensed something was off, but I never expected it to be a Death Knight. Oberon suddenly spoke up in puzzlement. Senior, how could this happen? Death Knights are cursed monsters. How could you bring such a creature here? He didn't understand his meaning. What do you mean by that? Should we beheading him just because he's a cursed monster? Shine replied with sarcasm. My head won't come off even if you do that. Estar merely cast him a casual glance. Oberon still wore a look of clear concern. He suddenly called his name. Oberon. Oberon answered immediately. Yes, senior. Estar asked him one question. Can you fight better than him? Shine answered for Oberon. Of course I'd tear him to pieces easily. He continued questioning him. When alive, he was a knight who reached Swordmaster rank. A cursed monster. Do you know how many mercenaries one such monster is worth? Oberon couldn't answer that. Shine suddenly had something to say to him. Hey, young mage. Oberon was ready to listen. Say what you think. He suddenly pointed to his chest proudly. I was once a loyal knight of the Emperor. Though I've become a cursed monster as you say, my loyalty remains rock solid. Estar couldn't help but be exasperated by those words. Listen to him. Shine began to open his heart. Do you know what the ultimate agony a soul endures when turned into an undead is? Even now I still feel that pain, though I no longer have a human body. It feels like a fire is burning away my very self. Shine suddenly prepared to draw his sword, however. Oberon, witnessing this, widened his eyes in surprise. He then sheathed his sword and expressed the pride of a knight. I am still the proud blade of the Emperor. Yet that wretched mage dared insult my loyalty. Do you understand? The heart of a knight trampled. Do you grasp that pain? Yes, this is vengeance. I will tear that damned mage to 100 pieces. That's the only reason I'm lingering in this world. But if you cannot trust me, then use this sword and behead me. I swear by my lord's honor, I offer my life into your hands. Oberon remained silent and gave no response. He was suddenly moved to tears. Oberon showed deep remorse. I was truly foolish. I acted rashly without understanding your suffering, Sir Knight. He was very sympathetic to Shine. I can't imagine how much you have endured. He immediately glanced at Asta and signaled, see. He silently exposed the lie. What you said scared me. It's a fraud. The Emperor's sword, then I guess it's true. The sword did chop off the Emperor's head. Asta grew a bit suspicious. I suppose he needed that much determination and deceit to take the Emperor's head. It was now evening, and Oberon was the last to step out of the tent. Fixer took care of arrangements. I'll go prepare everything. He urged them back to their tents. It's dark, everyone get some rest. Asta also needed to conceal some things. Though I kept details about the Dark Mage's Sanvadium secret, everyone now recognized the existence of a new enemy. He and the others were mentally prepared for the upcoming battle. From now on, our schedule won't be easy. We must keep moving forward with our own beliefs. Some for survival, some for justice, some for family, and some for vengeance. Asta recalled his own purpose. As for me, at that moment Shine cut through his thoughts. Hey, move aside, don't block the way anymore. Asta fell silent and said nothing. He sighed suddenly. Asta grew very excited about the future ahead. All right, everything's ready. Let's get ready to depart.